Chapter 281. The Last Vote, 2. 2. Blossoms cascade like gentle rain. These petals like a warm snow softly lain. 3. Very well. I speak, raising my sword. Let's test it. I charge forward. Swinging. The sword I swing collides with the blade held by venomous snake. Clang. The sound of metal rings out. Clang. The sound of metal rings out again. Clang. Venomous snake's shoulders flinch. Then with a pop, his condensed muscles unfurl all at once, splitting the sword path. It's as if several sword paths are attacking simultaneously. An illusion. No, is it not a sword path but rather a sword discussion? He raises his aura, creating multiple afterimages of his blade, asking me which one I will respond to. Depending on which one I choose, the nature of that sword path will become something entirely different. And none of those changes will be in my favor. Unparalleled in the world. Perhaps this is the skill Venomous Snake acquired when he first entered the tower. The ability to read the projected paths of attacks, something I glimpsed in my master's world. Then, I raised my sword. There's no need to choose. It wasn't just one sword. The sword strike Venomous Snake brings down from the upper left is parried by the Sword of Compassion. 1. The sword strike burrowing towards my waist is blocked by the Sword of Prayer. 2. The strike aiming for my wrist is stopped by the Sword of Sacrifice. 3. The attack aimed at my neck is deflected by the Sword of Salvation. Thus, I block all of Venomous Snake's attacks, binding his hands, and then I leap towards his chest. Ha! I swing the Sword of Idolatry in my hand. Venomous Snake steps back. He's trying to create distance and regroup. But I'm not about to give him that chance. I charge. I bend. Ha! And in that moment, I see a smile flicker across Venomous Snake's lips. Kriya! Clang! The sound of metal rings out. My swing with the Sword of Idolatry is blocked by something. It's not Venomous Snake's sword. His wrist wrapped in aura-engulfed gauntlets blocks it. Not only does he block it, but he also rotates his hand, grabbing the blade. He pulls. Liao Fan, Venomous Snake's one-eyed gaze, suddenly closes in. Aren't you a swordsman? There are two things I want to tell you. Our voices overlap, and in the next moment, they are drowned out by a loud explosion. Boom! The sonic boom created as Venomous Snake's other fist grazes past my ear swallows all other sounds. This too is one of the great sword techniques. So Venomous Snake's words are conveyed only through the movement of his lips. The main reason I use a sword is simply because it suits me best and looks cool. The moment his fist grazes past, Venomous Snake is already launching into his next attack. Pulling the sword he has grabbed, he aims to strike my abdomen with his bent knee. If I let go of the sword and back off, he'll swing it directly, aiming to strike my shoulder in a crosscut. Should I then brace my legs and stand firm? No, then he'll straighten his bent knee and strike my solar plexus. I see that's true. I see it. I feel it. When controlling the 7 heroes of the Oni, you handled many weapons simultaneously. Yes. Venomous Snake's intent. His prediction of my response. The strategy based on that prediction. All of it supported by one pure objective. From the scythe to the fist, there is no weapon I cannot wield. We are now conversing. That's right. Floating in the flow of time created by the aura, I surreptitiously count the number of cards Venomous Snake can play. I count for a while, then give up. There are many. Dozens. Considering the traps lying in wait to be triggered, easily hundreds. In the blink of an eye, I feel Venomous Snake's intent and killing aura from my left, right, behind me, all around, and even beyond. Really now, this is truly like a human wave attack. The 7 Oni heroes, the 12 winged generals, the 72 demon kings, the 108 arhats, whatever it may be, this is different in nature from the unified will controlling numerous bodies that I had encountered before. Here, numerous wills are displayed through a single body. Therefore, the one before me now is Liao Fan, yet not just Liao Fan. There really are many. A blacksmith's hammer-like fist targets me. The blade of a farmer's sickle. The snips of a gardener's scissors. The net of a fisherman. Countless attacks unfold towards me. Yes, go ahead. Give it your all. I too will use all my strength to defeat you. No, to defeat all of you. Let's go, shiny. As I leap into the vortex of attacks, I swing my fist as well. Whether it was the right answer or not, strength drains from Venomous Snake's sword-wielding hand. Resonate with my heart. The moment my fist cuts through the air, I pray. The salvation of the Torn Goddess. Among the 4 swords floating in the air, the sword of salvation vibrates intensely. Activating skill. This is a secret technique once possessed by Constellation Killer. Forgetting memories, drawing strength equivalent to the weight of the forgotten memories. The more the past is discarded, the more the current me dies. I promised Raviel not to recklessly throw away my life, so I try not to use the salvation of the Torn Goddess, unless it's a moment when I have to give it my all, like now. Sword of Salvation. I swing the sword. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. First form. Sword of Starvation. The sword of salvation fiercely leaps in the air. Coup! The blacksmith-like fist targeting my right side is flung far away. 1, 2, 3. 4 lives join the fray. But none can withstand the sword of salvation. The consumption of my aura is also intense. But I discard the memories of the 4 attacks I just repelled. For a moment, my vision clears. My heart beats. The depleted aura is replenished. My footsteps lighten, and my movements quicken. Glancing to my right, despite being surrounded on all sides, that area alone is conspicuously empty. Looking more closely, I see 4 lives groaning and rolling on the ground. Although I can't remember how it happened, the reason and meaning behind it are clear. Okay. My right side is open. Sword of Sacrifice. Then the next action to take is clear. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Second form. Sword of Thirst. From my left, the Sword of Sacrifice strikes. Groans and screams fill the air as attacks approaching from the left are blocked. I discard the memories of the attacks I just blocked. My left side is open. Sword of Prayer. Look, Chun Mumun Master. I am giving it my all right now. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Third form. Sword of the Drowned. You are not a nobody to me. How could I use the sword of infernal heavens against someone who is nothing to me? How could I just forget memories that are fleeting yet significant? How could I scrape my soul, gather every bit of flesh shredded from wounds, and connect them into a stroke of the sword? Sword of Compassion. Do you intend to stop me? Do you intend to make me your karma? Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Fourth form. Sword of Freezing. I am indeed dealing with you with all my strength. Using all my strength means that my life is laid upon my sword. I ponder what excuse I'll give to Raviel. I can't just say I didn't die so I didn't break the promise, right? How could I show such shamelessness to Raviel, insisting on the literal meaning of a single word, right? Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Fifth form. Venomous Snake Strike Sword. I am concerned about Bei Hurayang's gaze. This man. Ever since I developed the Infernal Heavens formation, he has become quite serious. The time he spends watching me has increased compared to the time he spends talking to me. It seems he started to see me as a more equal warrior, and while I'm pleased, it still continues to bother me. I wonder how Bei Hurayang is evaluating the swordsmanship I'm displaying right now. Right? Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Sixth form. Sword of Illness. I think of my master. I recall the decisive battle he fought with the martial world leader. At that time, my master fought to the extent of shattering his internal energy, and wherever she stepped, cherry blossoms bloomed and flowed. The world devoured the internal energy and blood shed by my master, blooming a few petals in return. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Seventh form. Sword of Blunt Impact. I need to reach that level to persuade my opponent. Only at that level will I be able to cut you down. I wonder if I can even reach that level, even by a fingertip or a nail. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. Eighth form. Sword of Incineration. I am worried. You have made me worry about all my love, friendship, and admiration. You can't be a nobody to me, right? The left side is empty. There's nothing. The right side is empty too. Nothing to obstruct. The rear is also completely empty. No chance of being caught from behind. Thus, what remains is only the front. My path forward. Left, right, rear, all sides clear. The path toward Venomous Snake's true form is wide open. Here I go. I step forward, piercing through the entirety of your lived life. One step. I recall the swords sent out to block the incoming lives. Salvation, sacrifice, prayer, compassion. The 4 swords quickly gather around me, encircling me closely. I will cut your heart. 3 steps. The 4 swords scatter like iron filings. The aura used to maintain the ego swords is recollected. For a moment, my vision brightens, and blood boils throughout my body. But towards me, an accountant's pen, a vegetable seller's basket, a drunkard's bottle, countless ordinary things from countless people fly at me. Good. My steps crush the ground with the force to confront all of it. Chun Mumun Master. My voice erupts. As the long night subsides and the shadows of the forest turn pale, the leaves tremble coolly in the dawn light. My roar resonates through the jungle. Venomous Snake. Suddenly, something seems to flow where I stepped. Liao Fan. 3 steps. My feeling that something is flowing is not an illusion. With each step, 1, 2 petals flutter from the ground I tread. It's merely a brief flutter at the bottom of my vision. Not like the master and the leader whose steps bloomed flower stems. Not like the flowers spreading fragrance where their swords passed. Not like the 2 who turned the radius of their swordplay into a garden. But just for a moment, white petals flutter between Venomous Snake and me. Infernal Heaven's demonic art. 9th form. Sword of Suicide. For steps. My sword cuts a single petal. The sound of drawing breath. A gasping sound from the tip of my sword. The petal cut by the blade silently splits into 2. As white splits to each side, slowly the view clears. On one side, Liao Fan with his dark eye patch appears. And on the other, Liao Fan's left eye is revealed. The blade has stopped beside Liao Fan's neck. No, it had to stop. My heart. Right at my solar plexus, Liao Fan's fist was placed. Either I was slightly late in stopping, or where my blade halted, it lightly cut him and tiny droplets of blood slide down the blade, turning red. Either he was slightly late in stopping, or where Liao Fan's fist halted, it slightly bruised me, and blood squeezed from my lips, trickling down my chin, turning red. I can't swing my sword any further. The moment I do, my heart will burst out. He can't thrust his fist any further. The moment he does, his neck will be severed. We both knew this fact, and so we naturally stopped. Ah, how can this be? Unbelievable. The forest was in turmoil. Again, it's not just the hunters playing the role of spectators in this forest. The races that followed the hunters were bustling, and especially, the entire retinue of our Death King family was attentively observing the duel. Hidden in the shadows of the forest. A sea of people. With such a scale, it wasn't that there were people in the forest. Rather, the forest seemed to be made of people. Under the gaze of everyone, I casually said first. I even defeated the Sword Saint. A corner of the forest twitched. Probably the Sword Saint himself. Venomous Snake casually replied. That old guy? I beat him too. A long time ago. Back then. The Sword Saint twitched again. I laughed. I heard you lost an eye in the process. That doesn't mean I lost. What? So the Sword Saint is just a measuring stick for combat strength? Totally. He's an old man after all. Maybe there's some kind of rejuvenating chance, you know? Ah, like suddenly becoming a silver-haired pretty young man, right? Well, it's kitsch but plausible. No, I was thinking more like becoming younger, like a young man or a middle-aged man. A pretty young boy. What are you talking about? I'm kind of feeling upset here. I doubt you feel as bad as I do. That last shout came from the Sword Saint. I laughed. Liao Fan laughed too. Our blood flowed with that laughter. The dripping blood hit the ground with a plop. And then both of us collapsed at the same time. Chapter 282. The last vote. 3. 4. Shouts were heard. Family head. Venomous Snake. Until now, The audience had been quietly watching our fight. The Sword Saint had indeed shouted earlier, but that was excusable as an elder deserving of respect. It was natural for outsiders to stay silent during a duel. But now that the duel was over, they rushed in urgently. Stop! You should be the ones unable to stand. And those people immediately split into two opposing sides. On one side was the Death King family with Estelle at the forefront. She was the Devil King of Fall Rain, a demoness, a daughter, and now an advisor to our family, always ready to counsel me on my rights and wrongs. On the other side were the Oni, led by an Oni clad in a white helmet and full body suit. This was the leader of the 256-color Oni squadron that had joined at the last battle against the Energy Dragon. What are you trying to block? A bunch of clowns dressed in color-coordinated clothes at their ripe age. And what about you? Going to play cards in all black? You're nothing compared to our RGB code 000000, the real Black Dash. You lack even the sense to create a proper alias. And what's your alias? I was once called the Saintess of the Wilderness, the Devil King of Fall Rain, and a demoness. Now I'm known as the advisor of the Death King family. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. The Oni squadron leader hesitated, scratching the back of his helmet, but Estelle paid no attention. Therefore, I had to stop Estelle. Estelle, that's enough. No, family head. I cannot. Her immediate response was one of defiance. Wondering if it was a sign of rebellion, I hung my head in mild shock, only to see Estelle gritting her teeth, glaring at the Chun Mumun leader. From the beginning, what the Chun Mumun leader said to you, family head, was arrogant and rude beyond acceptance. There's always a possibility that you could go astray. Engulfed in disharmony, slaughtering the common folk and nobles alike, creating a world where the widespread screams of humanity never existed, massacring all humans living under the sun, and gathering only those worthy to survive to create a small paradise. That's the Chun Mumun leader. Is that your view of the family head's danger? Yes. The venomous snake barely managed to lift his upper body, supporting himself on the ground. His hand slipped on the grass, plunging into the mud. Damn it. He seemed embarrassed for a moment, but his breathing gradually calmed. He said, just as you said. I think your family head is someone who could fall into disharmony at any moment, unleashing an unprecedented massacre on everything under the sun. You. Estelle clenched her teeth. How long have you watched over the family head to say that, not knowing the people gathered around the family head, what kind of people they are, and with what determination they have taken up the family's flag? Despite all of us swearing to serve the family head with all our life and soul. It's not about that. The venomous snake coughed. He tried to cover a wound on his neck with mud, but it didn't stop bleeding. That's exactly it. What? If your family head falls into disharmony and causes chaos, none of you will be able to stop him. Estelle clenched her fist. Although I may be fallen, I am the Devil King of Fall Rain. When my tears turn into raindrops and wield the 3,000, ogres, orcs, goblins, and many monsters turn into raindrops and form an army. I'm incomparable to mere swordsmen who have slightly elevated their skills. Yes, you are strong, damn strong. The venomous snake coughed up blood. And then he smirked. But with that, will you stop a family head fallen into disharmony? Yes, of course. Even if it costs my life. No, that's not it. You have to imagine the specific situation. Did you hear me properly? We are not talking about just anyone here. We're discussing our own family head, Kim Gongja. The venomous snake looked around. Standing in the middle of the Colosseum, he seemed exhausted, shoulders slumped like an old swordsman. Who is Kim Gongja? Who is the heavenly demon of our time? Take a good look. He didn't fall into disharmony even when his master died. He simply accepted it with sorrow, wondering why, among so many deserving death, it had to be his master, right? He could have roared in anger, but he didn't. He just mourned and sent her off on her final journey. You see, he's a tough bastard. Sitting in the middle of the jungle Colosseum, the venomous snake raised his voice. Whether it's the end of the world or witnessing the heart of his most beloved being torn apart, He stays intact. He never falls into disharmony, firmly grasping his sanity. Knowing that losing it means becoming nothing, he survives. No matter how hellish the situation, he remains a man who never succumbs to disharmony. Clap, clap, clap. The venomous snake clapped his hands. Despite having small wounds on his backhand, he seemed to have used his rest time for emergency treatment, as bandages were already in place. Nevertheless, each time he clapped, fresh blood oozed from the not yet healed wounds. An impressive level of endurance. His ability to control his mind is almost superhuman. Miss, what kind of atrocious thing must Kim Gongja see to fall into disharmony? Silence fell. Having seen the world end countless times, that alone wouldn't do it. Even witnessing the world end in a particularly horrible way wouldn't suffice, right? Then, really the malice of humanity, malice compounded upon malice, crushed together, so vile that just getting close or smelling it makes you think, this is hell, that's what it would take. Only then might Kim Gongja, our family head and the heavenly demon of the demonic cult, completely lose his mind. The venomous snake chuckled. At that time, all of you, can you, his retainers, stop Kim Gongja? Would you even want to? I don't know what kind of hell you'll see then. I can't even imagine. But if it's a hell so terrible that it drives Kim Gongja insane when he decides to kill all those who created this hell, those who stood by, and those who passed by without caring. The venomous snake looked around the audience. Advisor Estelle, Chief Warrior Aberka, family youngster Kim Yul, head servant Sylvia Evenale, and even the Sword Saint, who hadn't officially joined the family but had volunteered to become a bodyguard. You guys, could you really stop Kim Gongja? We are. Rather, it seems like you'd follow Kim Gongja and kill the bastards who created that hell, with eyes turned inside out. In other words, the entire family, the whole cult, would fall into disharmony and slaughter the entire world. Ah, what a picture! The venomous snake grinned. Among them is one who was once a constellation, another who is still an active constellation, a hunter who earned an alias for skillfully defeating constellations, and an apostle who almost destroyed the world using the power of a constellation. The rest of the troops are not ordinary either. They are the elite of the demonic cult who survived the end of the world. Elite. There are at least 1,000 subordinates capable of high-level demonic arts. Thud. The venomous snake picked up a stone and threw it. The stone landed at Estelle's feet. A force that seems capable of easily destroying a world, right? If the heavenly demon falls into disharmony, it's only natural for your entire family to succumb as well. And if you all fall into disharmony and roam the tower, then that's the end. The world will be over. Finished. Thud. The second stone rolled to a stop in front of Aberka's front foot. And then, Death King. Thud. Heavenly demon. Thud.
Hey, Kim Gongja.
Thud. You need me. Without me, you're doomed. When you feel like you're about to snap, wondering how someone can create such a hellish reality. How, if they're human, they could at least do the minimum required, and when you start to get angry, when your heart races and blood surges, turning your entire body red with rage. Thud. A small stone flew and tapped the area around my heart, right where the venomous snake had pressed with his fist just moments ago. Looking up, the venomous snake was smirking. It'll be there to restrain you. And if you can't be restrained, it'll kill you. Is that so? And the moment I fall into disharmony and am executed by the venomous snake, the righteous faction wins. No. It means the defeat of the infernal heavens demonic cult. I laughed. What a long-winded battle this is going to be. 10 years. 20 years? 30 years? Maybe even hundreds of years. Liao Fan, are you proposing a battle that could last hundreds of years? Yes. The venomous snake laughed. From my perspective, it's like landing a temporary job for a few hundred years, so I'm totally thankful. Yes. All right, Liao Fan. Estelle looked up at me. Family head? Estelle. There's no time limit in a martial duel. To determine whether the infernal heavens or the orthodox faction is correct, my master and the martial alliance leader had to engage in as many as 990 duels. They continued to duel as the world was ending, yet there was no conclusive outcome. There's no need to be hasty. Estelle took a deep breath and spoke as if exhaling fire. The family head will never stray onto the wrong path. Why do you think that? Because that path is one I have already walked. I thought of the clouds mixed with ash and the red rain pouring down. Yes, that's it. Thank you. So, if it seems like you might fall, we all will unite to persuade the family head. Even if it means dragging you back by the hair. I trust you. We don't need someone like him. But it's because I can go astray. I stroked Estelle's head. Then, I looked at the venomous snake, roughly wiping his mud-covered face with his hand. Liao Fan. Thank you. I bowed my head. For your efforts for me. For spending time to defeat me. I truly appreciate it. You said you were jealous of me, but that's not an ugly jealousy. You didn't slander me or plot against me. You simply faced me squarely, acknowledging your jealousy, striving to surpass me. I'm ashamed of my own naivety, thinking that by casting the sword of the drowned, I could charm you and dissolve your jealousy. You had already overcome your jealousy long ago. That's impressive. I stood up. It was hard to breathe due to the dent in my heart, the size of a protruding bone in a fist, but I endured and walked towards the venomous snake. Seeing me approach, the venomous snake seemed somewhat tense. Yes, I knew, at this moment, at this time, what I needed to say. It's natural to be tense. When one finally confronts the person they have envied and admired, when they meet eye to eye as equals, what words would they wish to hear from the other? What fervent message would they hope the other would impart? What exactly is needed? As someone who envied and admired Flame Emperor Yasuha more than anyone, I understand this. Liao Fan.
He tapped Liao Fan's shoulder lightly.
You're quite the madman yourself, aren't you? I don't dislike kind madmen. I like them. After all, you even drove your fist into my heart. Really, you've had it tough. You seemed like the protagonist. I smiled broadly. But to strike down my neck when I fall into disharmony, that effort is far from enough, don't you think? Strive harder. Don't neglect your training, that's the key. Liao Fan looked at me in disbelief. Listen to this guy. Man, anyone would think you just won the fight? Hey, think about the specifics, as you said. You know that combat strength increases when one falls into disharmony. What kind of logic is that? Liao Fan laughed helplessly. I too sat down in front of him and laughed. Let's have a drink. Soon, someone brought over alcohol. Glasses were prepared, filled with liquor, and petals scattered from a branch fluttered down, settling on the table and glasses. Voting completed. The Oni who had been observing the stage made their decision. Vote for option 2, midnight %. Vote for option 1, 100%. Stage cleared. Perhaps what they had been watching wasn't the stage, but rather the clear tears that had flowed down someone's face. Yeah, let's drink.
Kim Gongya,
He said. You crazy bastard. Like that. The 47th floor stage has been cleared. The final vote was completed. Chapter 283. The last vote. 4. 5. We held a banquet. We had almost cleared the 40th floor in a single attempt, and the venomous snake had returned from his solitary training much stronger than imagined. It was enough reason to celebrate. We, the leaders of the 5 great guilds, no longer view a comrade's rapid growth with wariness or fear. Instead, like good friends, we genuinely congratulated each other. Very genuinely, indeed. I've specially made my signature milk cocktail for the Chun Mumun leader. Stop it. Stop. Old man sword saint. You know nothing about cocktails. You're like a kitschy dandy who enjoys the ambience of a cocktail bar, but ends up drinking only milk because you can't appreciate the taste. Blarg? Here, drink up. It's a cocktail made by a combat power meter. I thought a plain Kahlua milk would be boring, so I mixed in durian juice and espresso with milk. This place is similar to a beach resort in the midst of a jungle. Isn't it? Let me measure your romantic power. Bloody ugh, uek. Blarg? Cough. Whoa. Romantic power 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 530,000. It's rising. Youth is a good thing. An old combat power meter like me should just die. Has the medicine king possessed you? You crazy old man? It was an utterly pure chaos. You guys really don't grow up. Is there something wrong with your brain development? The black dragon, which shook her head and enjoyed a modest drinking session with the crusader. The neatly laid picnic mat seemed to imply that those with intelligence below a certain level should not approach. The count was snuggling up to the two, meowing and acting cute on the mat. Peace, luxury, elegance, the true grace of a drinking session, subtly flaunted by the black dragon which, one side is hell, the other heaven. I sipped my orange juice and smiled bitterly. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly emerged beside me. No, I think both sides are heaven. I turned my head. Below my line of sight, a sweep of white blonde hair glistened. A face that seemed to perfectly embody the ideal, or rather the idol of a young girl, was there. You always appear out of nowhere, lady. It's my specialty. The girl cleared her throat and supported her waist with both hands. The lady who walks the mirage has manifested. The lady who walks the mirage. Our guide from the 30th to the 49th floor. Known to others as a constellation, but in reality, she's one of the pillars, the highest authorities in the tower. Most importantly, she's the true daughter of the Tower Master. Hey Dash, that's amazing. Yep, I've praised the Death King several times already, but still, amazing. Yup, just like the ascender I had my eye on. Thump. The lady casually sat down beside me, beaming brightly. Wondering what she was up to this time, I shifted over, yet gazed at her with the eyes of a curious sparrow. What kind of scheme are you plotting this time? Not at all. Nothing. I just came to genuinely praise the Death King. I sighed and sipped my orange juice. The daughter of a certain mother, a constellation and a pillar, giggled beside me. The desire to praise you is sincere. You all did really well. I've seen many towers, but there's never been one where the stage was cleared almost unanimously like here. Never? Yeah. The best case I've seen in others was when only one race was ostracized. This is actually a secret you shouldn't know at your current access level, but the lady shrugged nonchalantly and stretched out her legs. In that tower, the Ascenders had chosen 6 races. From the beginning, they agreed to make one race the scapegoat. Clever, right? Everything was blamed on that race. Floods, droughts, even my lousy life was apparently because of that race. There's a saying, to create allies, you first need an enemy. Those Ascenders, or rather, the challengers of that tower, came up with a proven strategy. By excluding one race, all the other races united thoroughly. And that's the best-case scenario? I looked at the lady. Every tower, including this one, is under the Tower Master's curse. The screams, grudges, and deaths boiling up in the tower are all embraced by the Tower Master, who feels their pain in their stead. Such words shouldn't come from a child who asked me to save her mother. Yep, the lady picked up a piece of rice cake and munched on it. Because that one race, called the Witch Race, eventually overthrew the other 5 races. They even defeated the challengers they believed to be gods and crushed the remaining 4. It was a complete upheaval. Yikes. Really? Really? Then, after brainwashing the other races into slave soldiers, they reversed the roles and attacked the lower levels of the tower. The humans who had been relaxing in the rear, trusting only the challengers, were all massacred. They used humans as lab rats. Happy ending, happy ending. The lady grinned. By the way, the humans I'm talking about are different from your humans. They looked like toads. Basically, their situation was reversed overnight, and those world's humans, who were treated like gods, became experimental toads in a lab. Unbelievable. Cool, right? The lady kept munching on the rice cake endlessly. Her cheeks puffed up like a hamster. How she manages to enunciate so clearly while her mouth is full is beyond me. That happened about 1,000 years ago. Her eyes turned towards me. Her face, full with rice cake, couldn't look serious, but her eyes were strangely solemn. You have a surprisingly deep connection with them, Death King. I blinked. Really? Think about it. The lattice expression turned serious. You've met them before. Her playfulness was always lingering around her like a scent, but her eyes were like unspoiled gems, earnestly gazing at me. I couldn't easily recall. How could I have met people who challenged the tower 1,000 years ago? Even if it's true the time gap is, if it's just about living, using aura or magic to live for thousands of years is common. At least it is for stages beyond the 50th floor. You know that from the City of Immortals, right? Suddenly. The hints casually thrown by the lady clicked together in my mind. Sword Emperor. 150 years ago, you demolished one of those demon towers, didn't you? That was when I reached the 50th floor, using means akin to a cheat key to meet the City of Immortals. The 50th floor was entirely different from the stages I had experienced, dangerous, and more importantly, a terrifying power had seized control of the entire stage. Originally, there were 6 towers, right? But I demolished one of them. This power had an unresolved grudge with my backing the Sword Emperor. A sworn enemy, so to speak. So, when I imitated the Sword Emperor and shouted, that power immediately reacted. Sword Emperor. I remember the reaction being quite intense. You've returned, Sword Emperor. I knew you'd come back someday. Is it possession? Reincarnation? Doesn't matter. Anyway, it'll kill you. You, of all people, we will kill. Well, shred your soul and scatter it across the universe. And then defecate on it. Kill him. Kill him. Chase him to hell in the name of the Demon Tower. The sight of hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of magicians riding brooms and charging at us is something I still can't forget. Shuddering slightly at the memory, I turned to look at the lady. She was beaming innocently. Let's summarize. 1. 1,000 years ago, there was a race that swallowed gods and humans alike, becoming the main players of the tower. 2. This race was called the Witch Race. 3. Coincidentally, for the past 1,000 years, there has been a force on the 50th floor of the tower, reigning supreme over the stage. 4. This force is known as the Demon Tower. 5. The Witch Race used the races that oppressed them either as slaves or for biological experiments. There were 6 such oppressed races, including the 5 that ostracized the Witch Race and the toad-like humans of their world. 6. Coincidentally, or rather too coincidentally, the Demon Tower consists of 6 towers. So, the witches I met on the 50th floor of the Demon Tower are the very same witch race. Baba Bang. Correct. Bang. The lady set off a birthday celebration firework, seemingly procured from nowhere. Yea, as expected of the Death King. It's so much easier to talk when you catch on quickly. Crazy. Just as I was coming to terms with the fact that my fate was intertwined and tangled beyond belief, I realized I had missed an important question. Wait, you mean the main inhabitants of the tower can change? Of course. If the goblin race, for example, went berserk and annihilated all your tower's inhabitants, then from that moment the main inhabitants of the tower would no longer be humans but goblins. Though, as long as the Death King lives, that's unlikely to happen. The citizens of the Ejim Empire, the people of the apocalypse under Raviel's care. Theoretically, they could replace you all in the tower. It's just that you're currently monopolizing the rankings. So they haven't realized it yet. Rankings. Indeed, currently, only those up to rank 7 could advance to the forefront of the tower. So, if someone from the worlds we've conquered had replaced someone here in the top 7 rankings, yes, they would be able to climb the tower too. The lady shrugged nonchalantly. But it's not easy for them to raise their ranking. Why not? Because they're busy fighting every day in their own worlds. Those who have no reason to leave their ground usually have no reason to ascend to the heavens. No matter how strong they are, the tower doesn't pay attention to such individuals. Her words left a strange resonance in my heart. After a moment, the lady shrugged again. But there could be those who aim for ascension for other reasons. Like the goblins, or should I say the Azura? The lady smiled with her eyes. Azura are strong. They know one of their own has become a constellation and that there's a higher world out there. Not just that. They've mastered the formidable Infernal Heavens demonic art and even know how to perform the Infernal Heavens formation. Those children will quickly rise in the rankings, but that in itself will cause its own set of problems. Was the child, like her mother, inheriting not only playfulness but also a hint of venom? A subtle, sardonic smile, one that seemed to mock and revel in something, flickered in the lattice eyes. What kind of problems? You, Death King, are confident that the goblins will never betray you. So are your comrades. But what about the vast majority of your residents who haven't participated in the conquests? Will they openly welcome the races you suddenly bring home as your children? Hoo-hoo-hoo. The lady mimicked a playful laugh. What to do? Even if I, the Death King, have a good image and my words might be persuasive, what about the others? Very few people know that the Black Dragon which has changed. Maybe only a handful. And even fewer know about the transformation of the heretic questioner, maybe 6 at most. Even if they say, please believe us, will they be believed? What about the venomous snake? The sword saint? Will the people living at the base of the tower trust you? Will they really trust the children you brought with you? I slowly looked around. The noisy buzz of the banquet reached my ears. Regrettably, the durian course ends here.
Ça, savait Doug. He survived.
Next is a cocktail made from the body fluids of the snail race and top-grade salt hand-harvested from Slimepolis, mixed into white liquor. Chun Mu Mun leader. They say you have to drink this one in one go to really appreciate its flavor. Drink up. Isn't that just jelly with salt mixed in? Drink up. Yes. Regardless of age, gender, race, parents, or children, everyone at the banquet was mingling and laughing in their own ways. There was jealousy, admiration, friendship, unripe hopes, and long-brewed sighs. But everyone was looking at each other squarely, just as the venomous snake did with me, and I with him. When you see a person as a person, I nodded to myself. That's enough. And then, I looked straight into the lattice smiling eyes. I can solve this. Really? More precisely, I can help ensure a solution. Well, I turned my head to look at the Black Dragon Witch. She was playing games with the Crusader, not particularly chatting, just looking around with a bored expression. Just then, our eyes met. What are you looking at? The Black Dragon Witch's lips moved. Her face was shaded under the fronds of a palm tree. Despite the distance between us, the telepathic message carried by her aura rang clearly in my ears. Come here for a moment. It's bothersome why? I have something important to say to you and the lady. With a sigh, the Black Dragon Witch set down her cup. Before the cup could touch the ground, before her sigh could fully escape, she used instantaneous transfer and appeared right in front of me. What's going on? We have to prepare for an event before heading to the 50th floor. Event? Yes, an event. The Black Dragon Witch tilted her head. The lady looked at me with interest. I spoke slowly under the gaze of both. Tomorrow, we're going back to the first floor of the tower to hold a vote. A vote? Didn't the votes end with the nobility? No, there's still one last vote remaining. I shook my head. We haven't yet received the votes of the people living in Babylon. Anastasia fell silent. That's right. There's still a truly necessary vote remaining. The 5 great guilds overcame their past divisions and united. The guild leaders, despite the wounds in their hearts, resolved to keep looking forward. It's a good thing, worthy of celebration. But it's still just our story. The residents living day-to-day in Babylon don't know this. They are happy and cheering for the unprecedented pace of conquering the stages, supporting the great guilds, but still, invisible problems lurk everywhere. Perhaps, like in some world shown by the Tower Master, a rebellion could break out in the Temple of 10,000, the Black Dragon which could be betrayed, and the tower might crumble from within. If we ignore the ordinary people living their lives, they will ignore us in return. We need to talk to each other. No, talking alone is not enough. We need to show them, make them feel, allow them to experience. For that reason, this event is absolutely necessary. Anastasia, please prepare a press conference. Anastasia narrowed her eyebrows. I will hold the second press conference since I became the Death King. Such an event wouldn't be bad. It's a triumph to boast about externally. Allow not just journalists but also the tower's residents to attend freely. Let them ask questions and I won't dodge any of them. And I looked directly at the Black Dragon Witch. I hope not just me but all of you will attend. Let's face the people living in Babylon. Speak to them frankly and openly. For us to climb the tower together. The Black Dragon Witch remained silent. It was a long silence. Not because there was little to say, but because there was too much to say. A silence endured to suppress the outpouring of words. Therefore, it will be dangerous. The words that came from her lips were inevitably loaded with implication. A normal press conference can be controlled by us. Which newspapers and journalists are allowed, the questions and responses permitted at the conference, the seating arrangements, everything can be meticulously managed by the Black Dragon Guild. But if we allow the residents to ask questions too, I know. Anastasia closed her mouth again, and after a bit more time steeped in silence, she opened her lips. There are many who will try to slander you. Yes, our guilds have secretly nurtured you as a star. The Death King's achievements are actually the works of the 5 major guilds, but we've intentionally attributed them to the Death King to build up a star. The Death King is merely a marionette, following the directives of the 5 guilds. I know. You're an orphan. You brought your orphanage director to the tower. Because you're an orphan, people will belittle you, casting skewed views because you started taking care of those around you as soon as you ascended. Yes, these people have no right to hurt you. There are many like them. There's no need to create a situation where you might get hurt. There is. I nodded. There is. You know it, don't you? If there's anyone out there wanting to inflict wounds and scars on me, sure, some of them might be petty like the old me, but Anastasia, this is the consequence of the 5 guilds secretly running the tower for over a decade. I placed my palm over Anastasia's hand. It's not about fabricating lies to hurt me. It's about people who have been treated as non-existent trying to inflict wounds on someone to show that they exist. Hurting entirely the wrong person with completely misplaced wounds. Well, the world is full of irrational things. I smiled. But sometimes, a leader has to take on irrational responsibilities for a while. You made me a leader. I spoke. So now it's my turn to be the leader of this tower. Chapter 284. The last vote. 5. 6. Snip. The hairdressing scissors crossed in the air. Are you really okay with entrusting this to me? Yes. Reflected in the large glass window, I nodded. Over my shoulder, the orphanage director wore a look of displeasure. I'd like you to cut my hair, director. This is a rather strong wish of mine. The expression a strong wish always sounds peculiar to me. As if a wish won't come true unless it's strong. Interestingly, right now, I have quite sharp scissors in my hand while your neck is bound in a white cloth. Considering I'm an A-grade hunter and you're an F-grade, this gets even more interesting. The director sighed expressionlessly. Snip. The scissors idly cut through the air again. It's not too late to change your mind. The Black Dragon Witch has prepared a professional hair designer for this. It's disrespectful to them if an amateur like me does the job, especially when you're going to a press conference. Director, think about it. Here we go again. If you cut my hair, the hair designer will be happy. They're getting paid without working. They've been called out and are now waiting outside. You said it's disrespectful to the Black Dragon Witch, but she and I are close. This level of disrespect is acceptable. After all, enough. Enough. Stop. The director was exasperated. Really, when I taught you kids, I shouldn't have held debate classes. All of you are fools at heart, but your tongues are as skilled as figure skaters on ice. Indeed, you're the culprit behind this brat's tongue skills. Bei Hurayong commented, as if he had just solved a decade-old mystery. But since his voice couldn't reach others, the director kept muttering. Kim Hanbija, or should I say Kim Hanbai, is lying around on broadcasts too. Sometimes I want to sew his lips shut. Kim Hanbija, now known as Kim Hanbai. Who is he exactly? Sounds like a guy who would star in a political spin-off. Definitely a vile politician who deals in threats, violence, and betrayal.
So Kim Gong-ya.
Are we really doing this? Yes. What if you look terrible? Don't blame me then. Yes. It's not me making you look bad. It's just revealing the ugliness that's always been there. Isn't that a bit harsh? Relax. Just relax like this. Snip dash. The scissors sliced through my hair. I looked indifferently at the mirror. The director, too, focused expressionlessly on cutting. Watching his earnest effort, I couldn't help but smile faintly, reminded of old times. You used to cut our hair, director. Yes, that's right. Volunteers from a nearby barber shop used to come. Why did you insist on doing it yourself? Volunteer work isn't always free. Sometimes they asked for paperwork, and it felt rude not to treat them well when they came. And you have to give them something for their trouble. If they came from far away, we'd even pay their taxi fare. I thought it'd be better if I learned and did it myself. Snip. Snip. Were you embarrassed? Maybe. I nodded cautiously. Seems so, a little. Because of the other kids at school? Yes. I couldn't even say that our director cut it. That makes sense. Kids that age would be embarrassed even if their parents did it. Surprisingly, young children care a lot about their hair. I think I said an older sister or brother cut it. Yes. That's cruel. Isn't it? Kids can be. What? It gets worse as they grow up. Snip. I learned diligently, knowing the kids would be embarrassed. Took about 2 years. I think I got quite good at it, but just the fact that I was cutting hair in the orphanage was a blemish in their minds. Good deeds are always like that. Snip. A clump of black hair fell. Kim Gongja. Even the best intentions can't overcome the embarrassment felt by the recipient. No matter how hard you try, the recipient won't see the effort you put in. Volunteer work always seems clumsy, and people easily ridicule it. Is that a drawback we have to accept? No. Snip. You need to be more thorough. The sound of hair being cut resembled the slicing of silk. Looking back, I shouldn't have cut hair in my office. While cutting hair, other kids would peek through the window. That's why they felt embarrassed. I should have cleaned up an unused storeroom, covered it with decent curtains, and only used it for haircuts. To cut a child's hair once, you need to plan that much. Anticipate their embarrassment, analyze why they feel that way, and create a system to prevent the causes of their embarrassment. I blinked. So that's why a beauty room was created in the orphanage when I entered middle school? Yes. I assure you, it was the most beautifully decorated room in our entire orphanage. Yes. I remember how the younger kids enjoyed their time there. It's fascinating, isn't it? Something like smart, right? Yes, and also diligent. It seems like more than half of my personality originates from someone. Through the mirror, even Bei Hurayong seemed to have realized something. Remember this, Kim Gongja. Good deeds, virtue, cannot be achieved solely by good intentions. Instead, imagine you're planning something truly evil. Evil? When you want to help someone, plan as if you're going to kill them. In your mind. Snip. Murder doesn't just happen. It doesn't come to fruition just because you decide to do it, never. But if you must commit murder, what should you do? First, prepare the tools. And then, decide on the place and time of the murder. And then, you need to learn the victim's daily routine. That way, you can commit the murder when they're most off guard and when there's the least risk of getting caught. And then, after the murder, you have to think about the body. Where and when to dispose of it. How to ensure it doesn't get discovered by others, preparing an alibi in advance. And if the police come to investigate, you have to plan your expression, face, gestures, and words. And then, consider what to do if you get caught. Plan a hideout, a lawyer, defense arguments, or maybe a media strategy, psychiatric reports. Yes. Snip. Even villains put that much effort into a single act of evil. Kim Gongja, if you want to do good, you must be more thorough than villains. Creek. Don't expect your kind heart to conveniently make the world better. It's not the heart that brings miracles, but actions. Actions are better when they are thoroughly calculated, analyzed, and executed. Have you calculated thoroughly? Thud. Have you, in your sincerity and kindness, unconsciously or otherwise, overlooked the emotions others might feel? Thud. Have you considered potential adversaries who might disrupt your plans? Have you simulated everything from the most trivial to the most annoying situations? Do you know the identity of your enemies? What about the media? Public opinion? Your image? Thud. You need to be confident, Kim Gongja. Thud. Virtue is like water, but it's not a river that flows down from the mountain by itself, nor is it a waterfall that breaks everything in its path. If virtue is water, it's just a well. In times of drought and dry land, you have to break the soil and rocks to finally draw a bucketful from the well. Thud. Kill them. Thud. With the determination to kill someone, go and do a good deed. Thud. Then, only then. Thud. Those who join you will feel pride. Yes. Director. I understand well. Now where to? Let's go do some good. Ah. Master. Heretic questioner. The preparation for the meeting is complete. Ahaha. Preparing in just one day was indeed a stretch. Over this past week, we mobilized everyone at the temple to set up the space. There are traitors in the temple of 10,000. Did you consider that? Yes. I even baited them, thinking they might plant a bomb or something. But they didn't bite. They seemed to be more thorough than I thought. Right? But they won't be as thorough as us. Ahaha. Of course. Good. Bambolini. Let's go. The security is perfect. Black Dragon Witch. I'm only telling you this, but the Black Dragon is actually composed of 4 separate organizations, each working independently. They compete and conspire against each other. I had each group alternately check the security and promised to cut the budget of any group that found a loophole in half. They all searched with fire in their eyes, but not a speck of dust was found. Your way of working is still relentless. So what? That's me. Don't like it? Having a reliable friend like you is the luck of my life. Oh my, thank you for being honest. The pleasure is all mine. Anastasia. Let's go. Your attire is the same as usual. It doesn't look messy. Crusader. Your hair also has a somewhat roughly trimmed feel. Are you really okay with that? The vast majority of the tower's residents are coming to see you, maybe to speak with you, and probably also to curse you. Director cut my hair. He often did when I was young. I plan to bring it up when the opportunity arises. This is the most comfortable for me. It gives me the most confidence. It feels like the warmth of the director's hands is still in my hair, naturally reminding me where I come from, where I am. It's comfortable. I wanted to meet everyone in the most me way. I thought I'd talk like this. Indeed. Is it intentional? Yes. A good strategy. Even better because it's true. You being from an orphanage is something you'll subtly yet powerfully imprint on people. Quite effective given everyone in the tower has lost their homeland. Your origin as an orphan is a symbol of having lost everything from birth. But too much emphasis on it would backfire. Oh, my origin is just a small touch to spark a bit of empathy in the story. That's all. Dragging on about being an orphan would only tire and possibly annoy the audience. We, the people of the tower, despite having lost much, have ultimately decided to live in a new place. Right? A very valid point. I thought you were going to naively show a kind face at the press conference, but on second thought, you're not that type of person. It makes me trust you a bit more. Pioneer. We're not displaced persons, not refugees. Residents of the tower is too bland a term. People here, these individuals, need a name. From now on, I will refer to the people living in the tower as pioneers. The way a person is addressed can define their life. It changes the spirit with which they greet each day. The person who wakes up in the afternoon thinking, I am unemployed, and the one who rises at dawn thinking, I am a working professional, experience different days. These accumulated days shape them into different individuals. Count. We will be pioneers. Starting today. What should I say about that? That's a thought truly worthy of your real name. That's a very Kim Gongja-like statement. Let's go. Patricia. Nisha. I have decided to take charge of the security at the meeting place. Sword Saint. Since the deputy commander will be joining you on the stage to take questions, I will temporarily assume the role of the civil militia commander and oversee the security of the meeting place. Don't worry about any mishaps occurring as long as you are there. Thank you.
Kalenberry nim.
The body checks for everyone entering the meeting place are all done. Venomous snake. It's convenient using skills. Detection for weapons, explosives, poisons. Just positioning those with such skills does the trick. You know? Even though tens of thousands were lined up waiting, as soon as our guys were deployed, everything was sorted. Haha. The world has indeed become a better place. For a while, there will be no internet connection in the vicinity. I asked the 9th in the rankings, Kwangyak Messenger, for a favor. Even if someone tries to secretly record, they can't broadcast it. In short, the meeting place will become like a deserted island. If the tower is an island isolated from the outside world, then within that island we're creating another isolated island, aren't we?
Ayez, dont interrupte-me.
Anyway, yes, we collected all smartphones and recording devices at the entrance. Oh man, you should have seen how annoyed people were. Our civil militia folks were nearly dead on their feet. You, the Chun Mumun leader, are only good for muscle work. We have to make use of you somehow. Ah? Are you trying to provoke a guild war or what? Look at him getting all high and mighty just because he sparred with Kim Gongja. Ahaha. Huh?
No.
Just happy, that's all. Let's go. Liao Fan. Oh wow. Leave it to me. Great. But the number of people crowding into the meeting place is astounding.
Yeah.
The Babylon Square couldn't contain them all, so they spilled over into the alleys? Oh, really, so many people? We've been focused on the preparations, so we didn't know how things were outside.
Yeah.
Just assume that almost everyone living in the tower has come. This is on a whole different level compared to when you first held a press conference. Thud. It makes sense since the general public is also allowed to ask questions. The fact that all of us are gathering in one place also adds a premium. The media have already been spreading ridiculous stories. Something about the 5 major guilds uniting into a single super guild. Thud. Ahaha. It's more relaxing if you think of it as heating the pan in advance. In case the meeting runs long, we've cleared all the buildings, residences, and hotels in the vicinity of the square. What's more, most of them belong to you anyway. Whether it's half a day, a full day, 2 days, 3 days, or even 4. Thud. Say whatever you want, Kim Gongja. Okay. We're always ready to support you. Everything is prepared. Now, don't forget to smile, everyone. Even though it won't be recorded or remembered. From now on, we are talking with all the pioneers living in the tower. With respect. Politely. Even if they see us as demons, monsters, blackmailers, agitators, we will always regard them as individual humans. That's a difficult conversation. You say it so calmly. Really? Can we do it? We'll try our best. We'll give it our all. Okay. Good. Then Bambolina. Yes. Master. Please open the door. Understood. Creek Dash. Chapter 285. The last vote. 6. Buzzing chatter. Buzzing chatter. Murmur, murmur. That person, it's awkward without cameras. Why aren't cameras allowed? According to the rules, they are probably recording themselves, right? Planning to distribute the original source later? They said the meeting could go on for days. But if various information gets scattered all over the net, it would create chaos, so until the end of the meeting days? Is that possible? What about our sleep? Are we supposed to go home to sleep and then come back? I heard the 5-star hotels under Sunrian are all vacant today. Wow. Really? Even the 7-star hotels are said to be empty. If you participate in the meeting, they offer a discount at 1/100 of the usual price, but I'm not sure if that's true. Someone go check during the break. Amazing Kim Gongja must be a treasured asset to the giant guilds. Buzzing. Buzzing. What are you doing, Kim Gongja? Thud. You should be the first one on stage to greet and take your place. Why are you spacing out? There are no cameras to flash. Are you losing your mind because tens of thousands are watching you all at once? Well, these people are those I must work with in the future. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the realization. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up to the stage. Yes, I should go. I must go. Thud. Buzzing chatter. Thud. buzzing. Thud, buzzing. Ah, actually, we don't need a mic test. What I'm holding now isn't connected to any wires. It would feel awkward to stand before you empty-handed, so I prepared this prop just to hold something. Right now, I'm speaking to you all in my own voice, using my aura. It's commonly known as voice transmission, similar in principle to the lion's roar. I amplify my voice and spread my aura according to my voice, reaching out to you all. The voice you are hearing is not filtered through any machine, just my pure, unaltered voice. The face you are seeing has not been dressed up for any media. It's just my face. So, right now you are seeing me. Good day, pioneers. Nice to meet you. Rank 2 Hunter, deputy leader of the demonic cult, Moon of the Ivansha family, head of the Death King family. Alias, Death King.
I am Kim Gong-ya.
Pleased to meet you. Ah, not much response. Did I startle you with my sudden introduction? Today, I arranged this place to comfortably talk with you all. Some of my colleagues asked if it was really necessary, but I thought it was crucial. Despite your busy lives, I appreciate that you took the time to gather here. First, let me call my colleagues. Why didn't you allow cameras into the meeting? Thanks for the quick question. But first, let me introduce my colleagues. I'm John Siagu, a reporter from Hwanmu newspaper and an owner of a title. Not only our media team's cameras, but also personal smartphones, cameras, recorders were all confiscated by general members of Chun Mumun. Many are curious and even worried about why such measures were taken even before the meeting started. The tyranny of the giant guilds has been an issue for a long time, but this meeting in particular seems to be fraught with notable risks. They say it's a communication with all the residents. The event only seems grand in its intention, but in reality, isn't it creating a blind meeting without leaving any record? What do you think about this concern, Lord Death King? Lord Death King, please respond to the press questions. Lord Death King, are you listening? Please respond to the question. I was the one who did that. Yes? The camera equipment. I asked for a complete ban on bringing them in. The Black Dragon Guild was against it, but I persuaded them, and after persuading the other guilds as well, a mass return like this took place. So, does that mean the other guilds moved according to your will, Lord Death King? You said you are from the Hwanmu newspaper, right? And you have an alias too? Yes, that's correct. You don't need to reveal your name here. You can mention your affiliation, but just saying which area of Babylon, which street, which building you live in, what you do for a living is enough. You don't even have to mention anything at all. I banned the camera and recording devices not for myself, but for you all. What do you mean by that? There are so many of you gathered here, the likes of which we have never seen in the history of the tower. As I mentioned, I'm using voice transmission, and my aura consumption right now is enormous. That's how many of you are here, in such a moment. Suppose filming or recording were freely allowed. Those of you sitting in front or standing in the back, even those on the rooftops looking at me, everyone would be busy flashing their smartphones. Even the reporter who just asked me a question would surely be holding a camera in one hand. If you all do that, then I will start caring about the outside world. The outside world, you say? Yes. The people outside the tower who are watching us. If filming is allowed, it will flow directly to the outside world in real time. Why would that be? You, the reporter, should know. No. All of you gathered here know. When the outside world watches us, we first try to look good. Those who left their family behind would want to show that they are doing well. Those who were almost forced to transfer from their company's headquarters to here, to show that they are living as well as you. Refugees, minorities, etc., those who had a rough time in the outside world, would intentionally dress well to show off. That's how we are. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like that to you all. In a place where I came to talk to you, while listening to your voices, while looking at your faces, I don't want to be preoccupied with someone else. Someone whose face I don't know, whose name I don't know, someone I may never meet in my life. I am confident that it is not polite to you. Think about it, everyone. When was the last time we had a time? Just for us? Through newspapers, broadcasts, personal broadcasts, the internet, communities, we constantly talk and draw attention to the events in the tower, argue and get heated up about them. Even though this place is supposedly eternally severed from the outside world, aren't we actually sharing our stress with the people of the outside world more than ever? We are living in the tower, and we will live in the tower forever. In this place where once you enter, you can never leave. So, let's turn off our concern for the outside world for at least a moment. The voice you are hearing is my voice. I am not speaking to someone else, but to you. The face you are seeing is my face. I didn't dress up my face for someone else but you. Ladies and gentlemen, at least for this moment, I am only looking at you. Let's talk for us. Exactly. Over 100,000 smartphones were collected. Wonder if we'll get them back properly. Just complain to Chun Mumun if not. His hairstyle isn't weird. Is it? Lord Death King. Lord Death King. Hey, quiet down. If you have something to say or ask me, please raise your hand. Oh, just a moment, please. It's not your turn yet.
Don't worry.
Right now, I have enhanced not only my voice but also my vision with aura. My sense of time is flowing 6 to 12 times slower compared to a human who cannot use aura. This is evidenced by the fact that I haven't stuttered or chewed on my words even once. Ahaha. There are many things you can do when you become skilled with aura. Good. There's no chance of missing the first person who raised their hand, or being unfairly skipped in turn. Since no filming is taking place, there's also no risk of your identity being exposed. Feel at ease. When it's time for questions, leisurely raise your hand. Now let me introduce our colleagues. In order, the Black Dragon Guild's Black Dragon, which the heretic questioner of the 10,000 Temple Dash. 7. Heresa question. A rookie secretly nurtured for a long time with the support of the 5 major guilds. There are widespread rumors that you are a manufactured star. Is this true? If you see my old apartment, you would know that's not true. My life turned around while scratching lottery tickets. Just that, when I used to think whether to buy an Americano or to buy a pack of stick mix coffee to make a meal with rice soup, now I can freely drink whatever bizarre concoction that can no longer be called coffee. I was just lucky. You all might also want to consider buying a lottery ticket once a week. Is that an advertisement to increase the sales of lottery tickets issued by the Merchants Union? I didn't mean it that way, but seeing the Count laughing next to me, maybe it does seem like that. I apologize. Since you rose to the 3rd rank, there have been rumors of you using your power for personal gain, bringing in acquaintances from the outside world. There are also stories about you communicating with a member of parliament from your hometown. Are you in contact with power players from the outside world? My official contacts are managed by the Black Dragon Witch. It would be better to ask her Black Dragon Witch, what do you think? We are currently utilizing it effectively. I can't say more than that since it involves confidential information from various countries. However, one thing I can tell you is that we hardly inform the Death King of anything. Incredible. For your reference, the person the Death King brought into the tower is the director of the orphanage. This person has taken care of the Death King since childhood, akin to a parent. Think of it as him bringing in a parent to settle them in the tower. We would appreciate it if you viewed it that way. Yes, the director is the person who gave me half of who I am. The director also cut my hair today. Although reluctant, I had to push hard to make it happen. I plan to keep pushing hard for many things in the future. Thank you, Lord Death King. Yes. Is it true that you and the Black Dragon Witch are dating? I'm glad today is a public occasion. I still don't have the power to commit a public murder without facing any consequences. Please be grateful that I don't have such power and won't have it in the future. Moreover, please consider it fortunate that my one and only love is not present here today. Next, Lord Death King. Yes. There have been rumors and reports online saying that the Master of the 10,000 Temple refers to you as Master. Are the two of you dating? Is there a way to remove this person? Chapter 286. The Last Vote. 7. One end. It's a break time, but the crowd isn't thinning. Really? Look over there. The number of people in the alleys has increased. Oh my, we thought even if it went long, It wouldn't exceed 7 hours. This is evidence that the conference is a success. Isn't this good for you, Anastasia? You were so worried it might fail. It's a big deal because it's too successful. Right now, there are 13 B-rank hunters from Golden Newspaper Guild, clinging to the side, acting as batteries. They're exerting their aura to block external transmissions, and they're almost at their limit, I heard. Tell them to hang in there a bit longer. How much longer? Well, I saw someone setting up tents over there. At least until tomorrow. You crazy lunatic. I hear that a lot. Master, what's up? We distributed questionnaires to 100 people to quickly check the next set of questions, but they are too diverse. Some questions cannot be answered just by our guild leaders. What does that mean? It seems we should call people like Duke Ivansha or Chairman Simsalem. 9. Hello. Thank you for taking my question. I run a CAF at Babylon Crossroads and also do deliveries. The one Yusuha always ordered from. Oh no. Sorry. It's nothing. Please refrain from promoting your store and continue with your question. Yes. All right. My question is for the Death King. Recently, with the success of the raid teams, our tower's territory has greatly expanded. This happened with the Ejim Empire and now with the newly conquered continent. However, currently, the 5 major guilds are strictly managing access to these stages. Yes. Isn't that a monopoly? They're essentially monopolizing the resources of the new continent to strengthen their influence within the tower even further. We'll take this question. Raviel. Please continue. My point is, there are many small guilds in the tower, and some are just tiny guilds with only 3 members like a small shop. It seems like such guilds hardly benefit from this, right? What benefits are you referring to? That's what I mean. Raviel. Raviel is too beautiful. Looking at her can stun you. You need to be more considerate of the questioner. Indeed. Is that so? That's the point. I was too focused on my appearance and overlooked it. Yes. It's like not being able to look directly at the sun. I apologize. I was born and raised in the Empire, unaccustomed to such culture. In my mind, I view each of you as a baron or someone of equivalent status. A baron? I'm just a bakery owner, right? I know. But aren't you living a more prosperous and convenient life than a baron in our empire? We are different from you. Indeed, in many aspects, just as you are different from the people outside the tower. Some of you may covet our empire's territories. There might be those who seek our interests. When forces collide, friction is inevitable, so I, along with the empire's nobles, are prepared. That means, for 12 years, we will drastically limit civilian exchanges. In the Empire, we select students for study abroad and have already sent them to the 29th floor's Academy City. They will learn what is called public education and become familiar with your culture. Upon their return to the Empire, they will take charge of negotiations. Until then, please wait. As a representative of the Empire, I ask this of all of you. What if many cannot wait? Oh, I should mention my affiliation first, sorry. I'm a priest from 10,000 Temple.
That's fine.
Go ahead with your question. Yes, thank you. As you know, Duke, our tower's power is overwhelming. If we were to have bad intentions, for example, just as a hypothetical, there could be voices saying, let's make the Empire our colony. I'm not making this up. There really are people who think and talk like this, whether jokingly or seriously. Reality can be harsh. Can't it? You are mistaken. Pardon? Your premise is wrong. You are not overwhelmingly stronger than the Empire. What do you mean? Even without bringing up technological advancement, if our hunters unite to attack, why do you think that you will unite? Press. Death King will help me. Those who help the Death King will also help us. That alone already makes you what you call the 5 major guilds. The Azuras who regard the Death King as both father and friend will help, as will the races that form the Fire River Council with the Azuras. Look around. How can you talk about an overwhelming power difference? The term tower's power you mentioned is flawed. You should have said the evildoers of the tower. If that's what you meant, then indeed the force you mentioned would be powerful. But as strong as they are, we are equally strong. Raviel. There might be those among you who cynically say the world has always been this way. While they color their day with cynicism, my wife, their enemy, has shed blood to build power. He has formed alliances, federations, and raised the current house regardless of race, nationality, or world boundaries, solely to confront them. So if you ask me whether the world has always been this way, I have no reason to engage with your answer. Is that the logic of the world you live in? How unfortunate. I choose to make my world where Death King is. My heart needs his voice to breathe. Yes, that's right. I'm on your side, Raviel. What? Forever? Aren't we all people of the same tower? I mean, haven't we been supporting the tower's conquests in every way? Although we couldn't physically join, often due to ranking issues. I am Ukrainian. Anastasia. After coming here and establishing the Black Dragon, becoming one of the top guilds in the tower, many people I never saw before started coming around. Ukrainians telling me to stay strong together. If I had followed the logic of being from the same place, more than half of the Black Dragon's executives would have been Ukrainians. But I didn't do that. That's because, yes, it's finally become bearable. So, shall we now create a nation called Tower Country, establish a nationality as Tower People, and build our tower? They kicked us out, and now they can watch us flourish. Now we're the ones who'll mock the outside world. No, well, mock all worlds. Should we do that? I wanted to, but I want. Though it's possible. Tell them to bug off. With the media blockade, life seems somewhat bearable. I should have asked the Golden Newspaper Guild to arrange something like this earlier. Really, it's about time to get rid of this personality that lives and dies by public opinion. That's also a part of Anastasia's charm. Shut up. Anyway, I don't want to.
I'm fed up.
I'm sick of it. I'm the Black Dragon leader, the third-ranked guild leader. I'll take care of my guild's people, look after those around me, and treat those who treat me as a human being with respect. How grateful am I that there are no language barriers in the tower. I pray every morning to some nameless being who tore down those damn barriers. Ahahaha. Bambolina. I'm from Bulgaria, but I've never registered with any public institutions, nor have I ever received a passport. Technically, there's no way to prove my origin. So maybe I could also be from Serbia or Romania. I'm just the leader of 10,000 Temple. Everyone, believe in your gods, but worship them in your hearts, and be careful not to fall into heresy. If you feel the world is testing you, knock on the door of 10,000 Temple anytime, and they'll offer you espresso coffee. Liao Fan.
Im Chinese.
Well, there are some from my hometown in Shanmumun, but the strongest is the best. The weak, whether from the continent, islands, or jungles, are just fit for cleaning the guild building. But then I found out that Death King is stronger than me, right? What can I do? As someone said, the world is harsh. I was born in Venezuela. Patricia. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can vividly recall my hometown. My village was beautiful, with charming dirt paths, no glass on the ground. When you stepped on it, you felt the earth beneath your feet. When I went to study in the city, I frequented bars on the streets at night. The old jazz, the worn pianos, I miss everything. But that's not all of my heart. Patricia, why are you suddenly standing up? The food district in Babylon's 11th district is the best. The paella they occasionally serve there, though it lacks saffron, boasts a perfect taste. So much so that during the recent conquest I thought of that restaurant 3 times. The owner is excellent. To the 17 heroes who opened a jazz bar in the 6th district, I salute you. 1 chamber orchestra and 11 quartets, I take off my helmet to you. Even though you failed in the outside world, how could you be so confident about succeeding inside the tower? Excellent. Bravo. Long live Little Venice. Who was that? The one who just mentioned the failed shop. If I catch you, you'll be subject to a civil militia search. Play the piano again. Goddess. Release an album, please. I'll buy 10 copies. No, I'll download it 10 times. The walking paths in the 7th district are truly a marvel. Whoever created them. From what I've heard, A hunter ranked around 200th secretly dug up the path and created the garden at 4 a.m. every day. I can't reveal their alias, but they must have a lot of time on their hands. Brilliant work. Thanks to them, I now spend 1 day out of every 30 in that place. Respect. I love my homeland. But loving my homeland is just like loving music. If I love the tower, it's only because the music never stops here. One can't always love like jazz. Even songs need a break. But damn it. Fine. This time, I'll establish a new guild called Black Knight with the Black Dragon leader and Death King. What? A guild? Yes. A music guild. A jazz guild. We're going to create an entirely new form of music called fire painting play. Damn it. If anyone who knew the old me comes to the performance, I'll kill them. I'll have them thrown in jail. God Almighty. The return of Little Venice. Are you finally taking off the helmet and armor? I love you, goddess. I've been waiting for you. Lady who walks the mirage. The lady who walks the mirage listens attentively to your words. Let's start the vote. The lady who walks the mirage asks if you are really sure about this. Yes. Not only the snails, but also the elves, mermaids, vampires, dream demons, pure race, goblins, and oni, and even we humans need to agree to ascend the tower. The lady who walks the mirage nods her head. The privilege of the pillar is activated. Changing the quests for the 48th and 49th floors. Integrating stages. Sequential layer progression. Even those living in the Aegean Empire. The old man who remains in the snowfields, guarding the pillar of his sect alone. And the girl sitting on the porch of an old Hannock house, gazing at the sky. All characters belonging to the tower are granted the right to vote. The vote is equally valid regardless of the stage. Huh? What's this symbol? Editing the conquest videos from the 30th to the 47th floors. The edited videos are played for those with voting rights. The lady who walks the mirage sends a message. I edited it moderately, so don't worry about secrets being revealed. It's a service for us to be just us. Currently, the quest for the 49th floor is in progress. If luck is with us, the voting begins. Our next story will start at a higher stage than ever before. Chapter 287, 50th Floor, 1. The Black Dragon's ambitiously prepared first performance was a spectacular failure. This can't be. The Crusader covered her face in despair. Was it because they had practiced the fire painting play too zealously over the past month? Each gesture, each movement was infused with theatricality, making the Crusader's current pose a piece of art titled Despair. It was like one of those artworks that doesn't sell for even a gold while the artist is alive but becomes wildly popular posthumously. I wanted to do music again, but is this my own folly? The Crusader laughed hollowly. At her feet lay letters discarded like autumn leaves. Disappointed. Worst ever. I don't know what sins my ears committed in a past life to deserve a performance like yesterday's. A salad of curses and contempt lay there. I shall retire. Death King, no, not as a musician. As a hunter. As a human being, I intend to retire from life. Wait. Yes, the ignorant masses can't understand us. The Black Dragon leader? Humans are all trash. They don't remember what they've done. Living like beasts, devouring their own past hee-hee. Should we sacrifice for such beasts? Death King? Her eyes dangerously sparkled. Was Anastasia truly turning evil? Or was she just exuding a final boss aura? Her laughter made me shiver. It was a sound reserved for true masterminds. Death King, you are no longer my master. The heretic questioner laughed. No. On closer inspection, it wasn't the heretic questioner, but a golden-haired Welsh corgi with the heretic questioner's hairstyle, basically, a dog. A dang dog was relentlessly drooling on my pants. I was born with the mission to guide lowly humanity. Woof. Now I understand why the gods of the universe whispered to me. I am the promised savior. Don't worry, woof. You will be specially confined in a private cell with 3 meals of premium jerky. Woof. What the hell? No, literally a dog? Hey, Death King. What is it, Liao Fan? Wait, why are you holding my shiny sword and blushing? This is embarrassing to say, but Shiny declares it will speak. Shiny glittered brilliantly. I really named my sword well. Shiny announces that it and Venomous Snake have decided to date. Pardon? Shiny sings, seeing its previous master safe and its current master finding happiness. It too wants to find its own joy. In the process, it observed this melancholy warrior and decided it must be by his side. You too, huh? I guess the genre of a heroine embodied in a sword does have a long and storied history. It's a pity this isn't the supreme Japanese katana. But that's just the everyday life I must endure. Insane. Venomous Snake was rambling on, and Shiny, acting like a teenager in love, was actually 10,000 years old and, well, a sword. I couldn't decide who was more of a bastard here. Was it me for thinking this, or were they really not bastards at all? Could it be that the whole world is full of bastards, and I'm the only one who isn't? At least, isn't it quite certain that the Welsh Corgi heretic questioner, who's still enthusiastically wagging its tail and rubbing its cheek against the hem of my pants while barking woof, woof, is indeed a real bastard? Has my life come to this? Damn it. I turned my head away. Bae Hurayong was making a face as if head just swallowed a mouthful of potato soup. Hey, even though I'm doomed to see all sorts of things in death, why do I have to be part of your ridiculous dreams? Huh? Please wake up, you zombie. Seriously, wake up. Open your eyes. Why? I'm enjoying the view. If you don't like my dog dreams, give me something. You devil wait, sorry. My apologies. Zombie, no, Gongja. Master Gongja, I was wrong. So please, stop including me in your dog dreams. Stop it. I'm not dancing to that tune. Damn it, just stop. Alright, let's start the day with Bae Hurayong's refreshing screams. 2. Just wait until you reach the 50th floor. Oh man, just wait. I won't give you any advice and will just watch you fail. You've become arrogant because of your luck with the Constellation Killer. But the 50th floor is brutally tough. Later, even if you come crying and cling to my robe, I won't give you a single piece of advice. Ah, such a sore loser. Look at your dreams. You're always having such absurd dreams. Ignoring Bae Hurayong's complaints, I descended the stairs. Oh, you're up, Gongja. In the basement, the Crusader was seated. She was fully armed in her armor, but her gauntlets were off as she fiddled with her smartphone. Yes, good morning, Patricia. Good timing. The Crusader smiled, lifting her phone. I was waiting for you to come down. Look at this. It's a hit. What is it? What else? The fire painting play. The reactions to our last performance are starting to surface. I suddenly remembered the dream I had today. The illusion of the Crusader saying she would retire because the performance was a disaster crept into my mind, making me uneasy. How are the reactions? Good? I approached to look at the smartphone screen. As the Crusader swiped, headlines flashed by. Great, indeed. The internet is going crazy. Can you believe it? Renowned directors are endlessly contacting me by email. Really? What a relief. It seems my dream last night was really just a dog dream. I read the headlines one by one, feeling relieved inside. Fire painting play. A dance genre that transcends physical limits.
Dancers, directors, musicians unite.
German master. This is jazz in the dance world. Every performance, a unique aura spectacle. Has the tower surpassed the old world in art? The reactions were overwhelmingly positive. A look of contentment spread across the Crusader's face. We even got a special feature article. After all this time ignoring me when I did jazz, now they make a fuss. Bittersweet. Just then. Ayaha! A scream echoed from the other side of the basement. The Crusader glanced briefly at the source of the sound, and I followed her gaze. There was a prison with iron bars. But the scream soon stopped. We nonchalantly turned back to our phones. Wow, these reactions are pretty incredible. What's this, Post? Times? Aren't these very famous newspapers? The fame is not just ordinary. Gongja, aren't you too disconnected from the world? Not only Anastasia, but also I stayed up all night checking the internet reactions. I've realized how vain that is. Be careful. Getting hooked on others' reactions is a kind of addiction, an addiction. I know, but it's hard to resist the attention when, as an artist rather than as the deputy chief of the civil militia, I'm finally being recognized. Look at these comments and reviews, they're like drugs to me. Now you have to get used to it. Famous director and producer. From now on, this will be your everyday life. Our Black Dragon Guild leader's flattery skills are improving by leaps and bounds. Another scream echoed. Aha! We ignored it and continued to exchange pleasantries. This time, however, the screams persisted longer than before. Help me. Please save me. Stop it. Aha! Please, no more there. I confess everything. Please, don't leave me alone. Do you know who I am? Wait and see once I get out of here. We blatantly ignored the cries. After about 5 minutes, the screaming subsided. In the meantime, we greedily consumed our egos from anonymous journalists and critics online. When our egos were about to burst from satisfaction, and when the Crusader and I were starting to realize how foolish it was to entrust our self-awareness to this tiny smartphone. Clank. The prison door in the basement opened. Good morning. It was Anastasia coming out of the door. Huh? What's this? Gongja, you're here too? Yes, good morning. I waved my hand. Any success? Well, just SOSO, I guess. It feels like all the information that could come out has already emerged. Anastasia yawned and staggered towards the pantry corner of the basement. She clumsily groped for a coffee filter. Just sit down. I'll make it for you. Thanks. Anastasia looked visibly exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes, suggesting she had indeed stayed up all night. She gratefully accepted the chair I offered and sighed heavily. This is why I like married men. They have consideration and manners ingrained in them. That's a biased statement, Anastasia. Not all married men are like that. It's because who I am that such consideration is possible. Ugh, what? That's annoying. For example, I know your favorite coffee is hazelnut latte. You like it hot with an extra shot. So, I'm making you a hazelnut latte instead of an Americano. Now be moved. Huh? Annoyingly angelic? Anastasia sipped the coffee. Damn, it's delicious, she muttered reluctantly before speaking up. You were right in your prediction. I nodded. There were indeed traitors. Yeah. There were social groups within Black Dragon and 10,000 Temple. Anastasia pulled out a worn notebook from her pocket. Their official name is the Three Tower Society. The Tower of Babel is a miracle from God, and humanity must respond to this miracle by purifying the tower, is the belief held by this secret society, aiming for purification. And by purification, they mean, it's a more refined term for terrorism. Crazy bunch. With 2 high-ranking officials and 11 regular guild members, the group might not seem large. But if we hadn't discovered them now, they would have grown much larger later. Right? I took the notebook from Anastasia and flipped through it. The tower is the second coming of the once-fallen Tower of Babel, a chance granted by God to reach the heavens once again. Abandon the tainted outside world and establish a new kingdom within the tower. Devote ourselves to making this place blessed. The current rulers of the tower are corrupt, and driving out these false rulers is our sacred mission. Whispers of fanaticism. The hastily scribbled words, read and reread several times by the notebook's owner, were smudged with fingerprints at the end of each sentence. I see. I swallowed hard. In the world shown to me by the Tower Master, this secret society was responsible for the death of the Black Dragon Witch and the Heretic Questioner. Maybe they started their activities around this time. Thinking of this possibility, I had secretly investigated, and it's good we found them now. A bad feeling always seems to be right. Dissatisfied with the current regime controlled by the 5 great guilds, those who combined social interaction and fanaticism had been lurking within, like malignant tumors. No, I can't take it anymore. Don't send me there. Don't leave me alone. And now the fanatics were locked in the basement dungeon, screaming. Anastasia grimaced slightly. The Dream Demon race helped with the interrogation, making it easier. We didn't have to see blood in the past, heads would have rolled by now. How terrifyingly do you make them dream? Nothing special. Just drop them into a white, endless plain, Left them alone there for about 30 days in dream time. That's practically hell. Looking beside me, even the Crusader was shuddering. Among our members, all adept at tormenting people, Anastasia was in a league of her own. Anyway, thanks to you we've cleaned house. Thank you. Anastasia set down her coffee cup indifferently. I'd like to ask how you found out, but it's not important. What matters is that we've eliminated a potential threat. Exactly. Good. Our leader. Another scream echoed from beyond the iron door. Anastasia linked her fingers and rested her chin on them, staring intently at me. We've dealt with the traitors and heretics. Everyone's attention was on the fire play painting, so no one noticed. Having taken care of the aftermath so perfectly, I wonder what our leader plans to do next. Thud. I closed the notebook. There's only one thing to do, and then I declared, tomorrow, I will ascend to the 50th floor. Chapter 288, 50th floor. 2. 3. On a rainy morning, I ventured out to the plaza, my face concealed under a raincoat. From the hologram billboard set up in the plaza, an unfamiliar voice echoed. It was mine from a recording made 2 months ago. Yikes. My face flushed with embarrassment. Why does my voice always sound so weird? Damn, it gives me the creeps. I quickly fled the scene. As I left the plaza, I glimpsed my face in the hologram. There I was, speaking earnestly, every word clear and deliberate. Ladies and gentlemen, this vote is not just about whether to trust us, the 5 great guilds. It's about deciding the direction of our entire tower. Do we ascend to the 50th floor or stay here, giving up further exploration? It's a crucial decision. The hologram then showed scenes of Babylon Square bustling with people, ecstatic after casting their votes. King, king, king. Indeed, you've just seen a video from 2 months ago, announced the announcer appearing on one side of the hologram. As you saw, the vote held 2 months ago passed with an overwhelming majority. It was almost a single decisive battle asking for approval of the current regime. Professor, the approval votes far outnumbered the disapprovals, didn't they? Yes, it seems Death King, our rank 2 hunter, has a positive image. He and his spouse are quite popular. Very popular. Yes, so it was kind of like a popularity vote. Popularity vote? That's how it had to be. Death King's appearance during the vote and Duke Ivancha's rebuttals were compelling. The farther I got from the plaza, the quieter the news became, and my embarrassment slowly subsided. I sighed and adjusted the hood of my raincoat. It's been 2 months already. 60 days since the vote. Time flies. During this time, I had been busy organizing the inner workings of the tower. Handling the 3 Tower Society, the Fanatics in the Black Dragon Guild, and the 10,000 Temple was part of this internal reorganization. Now there's no risk of being stabbed in the back. Everything was ready. The likelihood of internal division within our tower was now minimal. As I stepped through puddles, breathing in the scent of the clouds, I headed towards the outskirts of the city. Welcome, Death King. Sitting in the middle of a desolate alley was the lady who walks the mirage. It's been a while. 2 months is just a blink. Were you waiting for me here? It was a deserted street. Long neglected roofs failed to stop the rain. Water flowed through perforated pipes. The lady, crouching down, gently pressed her index finger against a rainwater drain. Yes, you were coming to find me anyway, weren't you, Death King? I anticipated your path and came here to meet you. It's raining and there's no need to waste time. Indeed, I approached the lady from behind. The lady didn't turn to look at me. She continued playing with the water in the drain. As she moved her finger, the flowing water split into 2 streams. I suppose you're here to request the opening of the 50th floor? Yes. All right. I'm always ready to grant requests. But are you sure? You're alone now, Death King. Wouldn't it be better to be teleported with all your trustworthy comrades? I shook my head. No. When the 50th floor opens, other worlds will be accessible. Conversely, it means that those worlds could invade ours. All hunters, except me, will remain here to prepare for any invasion. The goblins, the Azuras, are already in full readiness. If any force underestimates us and decides to invade, thinking we're amateurs. They're in for a rude awakening. Very cautious of you. The lady stood up with a sigh. All the others are in defensive positions. You alone will act as a scout and venture into the 50th floor. After all, even if something goes wrong, you won't die. Exactly. All right. She reached out and grabbed my wrist. Now, you all graduate from the novice phase. The moment her damp palm touched mine, the sky above tore open. Karararr. Violet lightning struck down. Once, twice, the thunder roared through the clouds. Even the clouds, swirling like armor made of steam, couldn't contain the thunder. Quor. Ker. The clouds split into dozens, hundreds of ways, and purple thunder spread across the sky like capillaries. Novice protection measures are terminated. Thunder poured from above. Novice privileges are permanently revoked. The Lion World officially joins the common route. From this moment, the Lion World can freely traverse the 50th floor. From this moment, other worlds can freely traverse the Lion World. They vanished. The intangible walls that have protected us crumble.
Agora Joshua never breached.
I swallowed the rainwater seeping into my lips. A world where hunters like Constellation Killer roam, a world dominated by the Sword Emperor. Thunder struck again. Quor. The sound was more massive than any lightning. The sky, from the firmament to the horizon, literally split in two. The clouds, even the relentless rain, were divided. Ker. The split widened, growing bigger and bigger. Like an eggshell. Announcement to all. The sky was shedding its skin. The 50th floor is now open. Announcement to all once again. The 50th floor is now open. Finally, beyond the fully open sky, a scene unfolded that we never knew. The tower. A single tower rose like the world tree. Now, whenever you look up, you'll see that tower. The lady stood with me in the rain, looking up at the sky. In the mansion where the dolls sleep. In the Ejim Empire. In the snow-covered martial world. From the library window. In Guru, where the goblins were born, wherever you choose to be together. Bye-bye, Death King. Survive. Drenched, the lady smiled. I'll wait for you on the 100th floor. I smiled back, just as I was about to say yes. Entering the 50th floor. A blinding white light enveloped my vision. For I've been to the 50th floor before. A kind of trick, an unofficial cheat. But I remember it being quiet when I entered the stage. The warhorse of the Eternal Plains detects your arrival. This time was different. The warhorse of the Eternal Plains senses your Constellation Killer aura. The lone seeker of truth welcomes a resident of a new world. The lotus reflected on the water observes your sword. Before I could even open my eyes, my mind was bombarded with alerts. Familiar and unfamiliar titles sent messages, reacting to my official stage entrance. Quite a grand welcome. Then, Bei Hurayong, who had been silent since the dream I had this morning, spoke lazily. Of course it's grand. You probably got flagged as a person of interest by almost all constellations. Huh? Why? Though there was a commotion here, that was undone by my return, making it as if it never happened. From their perspective, this should be their first time seeing me. It's true they're seeing you directly for the first time, kiddo. But just think about the antics you've been up to until now. The blinding whiteness slowly faded from my vision. What have I done to deserve this? First off, you killed the Apostle of Mahos. Not only did you kill him, but you also harvested his life with your skill and made him your subordinate. And you are the one who captured Constellation Killer, you know. Do you have any idea how famous Constellation Killer is among the constellations? He was considered the craziest of the crazies. And you caught that crazy. Wait, the constellations already know I've taken Kim Yul? That's nonsense. What I captured was just Kim Yul, and Constellation Killer's puppets should still be moving around just fine. Yeah, maybe not everyone knows, but there must have been a few sharp ones. At least one or two would have been observing Constellation Killer continuously and figured out he was captured by you. You get what I'm saying? Be careful, wise guy. Thud. The first sense to return was my sense of touch. I had finished teleporting and felt the ground beneath my feet. You caught the Devil King of Fall Rain. Not just that, you gathered all of the goddess of protection and subjugated them. The corner librarian turned into an ordinary kid because of you. That's what you've done. A novice who hasn't even ascended the 50th floor yet. Bei Hurayong chuckled softly. Normally, constellations like game masters should kindly guide you and provide quests, but you just broke and barged through them. Besides, nobody probably knows this, but you've even met the Tower Master. Huh? Even I find that strange. Finally, the landscape around me became clear. It's a peculiar situation. Now, zombie. It may be the first time these star freaks are seeing you directly, but wouldn't you be curious about such a crazy newcomer? Wouldn't you? I guess I would be. Of course, they'd be overflowing with interest. So what? I like getting attention. Don't worry. Be happy. Okay. Sorry, but that attention isn't the kind you think. My dear. And then, constellations are like game masters, GMs. They create and give quests. Feel for yourself what happens when you catch their attention. I was teleported to the middle of a wilderness. In a place where strange monsters should roam, there was a bustling crowd of dozens of people. I would have liked to believe these people were hunters who happened to be out hunting monsters, and my teleportation here was a total coincidence, but at first glance it didn't seem so. There he is. That's the guy. Because as soon as they saw me, they pointed at me. Finally showed up. Everyone, prepare for battle. Moreover, each of them was holding a gruesome-looking sword. Seeing the pointing fingers and drawn swords, it's difficult to dismiss everything as mere coincidences. And certainly it was no different for me. What is this now? Without a moment to relish the feeling of finally arriving at the 50th floor, I quickly drew my holy sword. Surrounded already, over 20 people had encircled me. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains issues a quest to its followers. You have been targeted by the quest. The quest is now public. Then, an absurd text scrolled across thin air. Plus, hunt down Death King. Difficulty, unknown. Mission objective. Death King is a newly registered human from the Lion world. Before even entering the common route, Death King dared to oppose the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains by massacring the Apostle of Mahos. Warriors, the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains commands you, its brave followers, to hunt down Death King. Seize the opportunity to ambush him as he just arrives on the 50th floor. Please be cautious. Death King is fearsome and cunning. He is a heretic who stops at nothing. He is also the evil leader commanding hundreds of fanatics. However, do not fear, warriors. If you attack him while he is still unfamiliar with the common route, you have a chance of success. The warrior who kills or captures Death King will receive the Apostle's blessing from Mahos. Note: you cannot participate in this quest. You are the target of this quest. Plus, dumbfounded, my mind went blank. Me? Fearsome and cunning? A heretic who stops at nothing? Who are they talking about? I don't know such a person. Is this some kind of error or misunderstanding? It's not a mistake. You're a part of the demonic cult, aren't you? To those who don't know you, you're definitely a heretic. But since when have I been the evil leader commanding hundreds of fanatics? That's a plausible description, isn't it? You're the deputy leader of a cult. In fact, you're practically the heavenly demon, considering everything. Ha! Just the name sounds like a bad guy. No. What nonsense is that? Don't let your guard down. One of the hunters, a resident of another world who received this ridiculous quest, shouted. Mahos himself has forewarned us. Don't be fooled by his appearance similar to ours. He's a demon among demons, a beginner not to be underestimated. Draw your swords. Draw swords. Tack. The encircling hunters charged at me, all at once, shouting in unison. I raised my aura to prepare for combat, but couldn't help but scream out. Wait, I'm not a bad guy. I'm actually more of a good guy. This quest is a lie. How can they blatantly lie in a quest? Hey everyone. This quest is not telling the truth about me. It's no use. Bei Hurayong snickered. Quests are at the GM's discretion. Remember the quest that the Devil King of Fall Rain gave you? It's no wonder Constellation Killer went around killing constellations. Then what should I do now? What else? Fight. Bei Hurayong laughed gleefully. Welcome to the 50th floor's world of manipulation and distortion. Good luck, Your Highness. Damn it all. Chapter 289. 50th floor. 3. Present your neck, you evil cult leader. The hunters swung their swords. Upper left, upper right, from behind. In an instant, blades targeted my life from 3 directions. Clang. I hastily raised my shield to parry the most urgent strike. I'm telling you, I'm not the bad guy. The wicked cultist spews lies. The apparent leader among them snorted disdainfully. Don't listen to him. Mayhos said that this man's tongue is more dangerous than any sword. Once he starts his rhetoric, the heavens overturn, and the earth is mocked. His tongue truly births devils. Without realizing it, we could be enchanted, so be very cautious. But who is he, really? The hunters I confronted swallowed their saliva. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at me. Terrifying. His appearance seemed so innocently naive. To think such pure evil lurks behind that simple face, it's truly frightening. Are you all blind or what? Huh? Even amidst this, the battle continued. The skills of Mayhos' followers were, well, not particularly terrifying. In the past, they might have given me trouble, but frankly, their level of aura control was far inferior to mine. The lone seeker of truth is interested in your realm of skill. The eye living in the labyrinth doubts you are truly a beginner. 3, 6, 12 of them formed formations and attacked together, but it wasn't overwhelming. Unlike ordinary martial arts, aura is a martial art of the plane. With enough aura to dominate space, no matter how numerous the enemies, it only became a slight annoyance. I was just dumbfounded by the ridiculous quest content, not really in a predicament. What? Is this really the prowess of someone who just arrived on the 50th floor? The followers of Mayhos seemed shocked by me. They continuously changed formations, employing various techniques, but I remained immovable. As their synchronized attacks piled up, the followers of Mayhos became more anxious. It's impossible. He must have made a pact with a devil. Not a devil, but I did adopt a ghost. How could he have reached such a level by normal means? He must have treaded the path of heretical magic. Well, I did build my skills with some abnormal abilities. Quickly call for reinforcements. This cult leader commands the dead. It said he summons soldiers from hell, the ones he's killed. We're all dead if we don't subdue him before he gets a chance to cast his summoning spell. Wow, I knew it when they said he was the Death King. A truly evil being. It's different but not entirely incorrect. Hurry up. We are fighting him now, so he can't cast spells. But if he gets a chance, he'll perform a summoning. We're all dead if we don't subdue him first. Really? Sword Emperor Nim. What? I just realized something. I effortlessly countered and twisted the aura of the 20 followers. Responding to each of the 20 strands of aura, I bent them back onto the followers. This can't be. The followers were in disbelief. I listened to their screams in a daze. Maybe, just maybe, I don't think so, but just in case I have to ask. Yeah? Do I appear like a really bad guy to others? Is that even a question to ask now? Bei Hurayong replied as if it was obvious. You totally give off the vibe of an evil boss. Why? Hey, zombie. Think deeper about why I call you a zombie. Because I'm a psychopath with a broken moral compass? There are many reasons why I call you a zombie, but one of them is to mock your lich-like qualities. A lich? Yes, a lich. An undead sorcerer. They gain power by sacrificing their own life and use the corpses of those they've killed as their minions. To those who don't know any better, you just look like a minion of evil. I was dumbstruck. That's ridiculous.
Imahiro.
I've been recognized as one since the 11th floor. Isn't that right, Shiny? Shiny acknowledges you as the true and genuine hero. It seemed like Shiny hesitated before answering. Or was it just my imagination? The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains acknowledges your extraordinary skills. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains expands the scope of your quest. Warning: the range of your associated quests has expanded to encompass the entire city. As I was subduing the followers of Mehos one by one, an ominous warning sound echoed. It was a message I had never heard before, but I could tell it wasn't good news for me. Over there. Sure enough, hunters began pouring out from the direction of the city. There's the Lich. Catch the minion of the devil. Oh, Mehos, protect us. Surprisingly, all the hunters could use aura. Whether skilled or not, they each employed different aura techniques and approached at high speed. Watching dozens of hunters leaping and using lightness skills was like seeing a swarm of cockroaches jumping towards me. It was a scene that could rival any horror movie. Here, it's basic for hunters to know how to use aura. What was more daunting was the sight of dozens more people following them. Oh boy, I barely held back a snicker. Of course, I could easily repel them using 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. But if I use 100 Ghosts Reincarnation here, it'll definitely be labeled as the Lich King. I sighed inwardly. I might escape the immediate danger, but it seemed like it would cause more headaches later. There were probably forces watching this fight from afar. In such a situation, if I displayed my might leading the ghosts, I'd definitely be branded as the evil boss of the 50th floor. Eventually, I reached one solution. Let's make a run for it. A very simple answer. There's no benefit in fighting these guys. Why bother with unnecessary battles? Chuckle. Wise decision. I concentrated my aura on my thighs, hamstrings, calves, and soles, then seized a brief moment when the followers of Mehos paused to catch their breath, and whoosh, I quickly distanced myself from the ground. No? The Lich is escaping. Sorry to say, but the encirclement laid out by Mehos followers was frankly of low quality. Having developed the Infernal Heavens formation with Aberka, what they did was just a combined attack with mere numbers. Although they had learned the same martial arts, they did not share the same mindset, so even dozens of them collaborating only resulted in disarrayed aura. Well, it took our goblins several generations, hundreds of years, to enjoy the fire painting play and learn the Infernal Heavens formation. It's hard for ordinary hunters to mimic such formations. I left the battlefield with a newfound sense of pride in my people. Chase him. The followers of Mehos clumsily began their pursuit. However, by the time their leader said chase and shouted him, I was already far away. It happened in an instant. A few of the more skilled hunters pursued me, but that also lasted only briefly. In less than 6 seconds, cries of astonishment from my pursuers echoed behind me. My God, how can he be so fast? We can't do this. Contact other branches. We'll lose him if it continues like this. Those voices of astonishment soon faded into the distance, becoming inaudible. Maybe I should move a bit more cautiously from now on. After shaking off my pursuers, I didn't stop moving. I darted back and forth across the wilderness, approaching the city only to abruptly change direction. I visited each of the city's entrances north, south, east, and west. This should keep me from getting caught. I even took off my outer clothes and tucked them by my side. As a temporary measure, I messed up my hair, changing its style, and then fixed it with aura. Okay. From a distance, it wouldn't be easy to recognize me. Perhaps my colleagues who usually know me might, but to the followers of Mehos, I was practically a stranger. Is this enough? After about 20 minutes, the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains sighs. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains acknowledges the failure of the quest. It seemed my prediction was correct as the message refreshed. The quest you are involved in has changed. Difficulty is being adjusted. Linked quest in progress. The quest is disclosed. I quickly glanced at the text that appeared before me. Plus, Death King Pursuit Order. Difficulty, A+. Mission objective. Unfortunately, the Death King has broken through the encirclement and escaped. Brave warriors had surrounded him and put him in jeopardy, but he used his reserved strength at the last moment to flee, and we failed to catch him. If the Death King enters the city and goes into hiding, the 50th floor will face a great catastrophe. He is more poisonous than any plague and more vicious than the Black Death. No human-made cure can handle this villain. Hurry and find the Death King, and inform your comrades. Warriors, only you can preserve the city's peace and uphold righteousness. Other forces have recognized the Death King's potential and are attempting to approach him. If the cunning groups collaborate with the Death King, a tremendous disaster will befall. However, you cannot participate in this quest. You are the target subject of the quest. Plus, what can I say? I'd find endless faults if I started nitpicking, but for now, I understand that I'm increasingly resembling a villain straight out of Legends. Oh my, what in the world is all this? I tore one part of my pants. Rip. I rolled up the torn fabric and wrapped it around my neck like a scarf. Adjusting it to cover my mouth, I was sufficiently disguised. Why are they harassing innocent people? Are all the constellations like this? Their tendencies are all different, but their personalities are somewhat similar. What do you mean? I entered the city. Your body begins to be eroded by the void poison. Your current erosion progression is LV.1. Your aura neutralizes the void poison. Erosion has stopped. At the city's entrance, there were slums and a bustling market. Thanks to this, I easily blended into the crowd. Surrounded by the noisy clamor of people talking and trading, I felt at ease and chatted with Bei Hurayong. I told you earlier that the constellations are like game masters. They are literally GMs. Each one has its own different tendency. Master. And the followers who serve a constellation can be seen as players. When a master opens a session and issues a quest, the followers of that constellation decide whether to participate or not. Is this quest suitable for my level? Can I really achieve it? Before long, I saw a familiar shop. A roadside pub. No building, no walls. Just tables and chairs, and a bar where the manager stood. It was the very open-air pub where I had sat and talked with Constellation Killer when I unofficially visited the 50th floor using a cheat. But as I said, each constellation has its own unique tendency. What kind of tendency does Mayhos have? I asked, casually taking a seat at the bar.
Combat oriented.
Bei Hurayong answered immediately. His quests are pretty straightforward. An enemy appears that must be defeated. If the enemy isn't defeated, the world is in danger. So beat them. Oh, they escaped? Chase them. Oh, you defeated them? Erase your reward. Simple, right? Indeed. Listening to Bei Hurayong, I got a rough idea of what kind of constellation the warhorse of the Eternal Plains was. What about that blonde guy you caught gold hair or something? Anyway, the quests get more complicated as they reach the level of an apostle like him. But such cases are rare. Most of the followers are just battle maniacs. But these seemingly simple quests are surprisingly popular. Actually, they might be the most popular. Mayhos might not be good at other things, but he sure knows how to provide rewards. Battles that match the difficulty level and items worth their value. It seems easy to lure followers with these two. I ordered an iced tea from the owner and sipped it. I get what you're saying, but why do the constellations do all this? Heh. Bei Hurayong smirked mischievously. Because it's the easiest way to receive worship. What? You see, zombie, you've never served a constellation, so you don't know yet. Put yourself in their shoes. Constellations create quests and rewards on purpose for you hunters. Just for you. To make your life more interesting. I tilted my head, not quite grasping Bei Hurayong's words. Bei Hurayong, knowing I wouldn't understand, explained further. Think about Hamustra. From your perspective, it seemed like Hamustra just threw you into a doomed world for his own amusement, watching you struggle and chuckle. But look at it from another angle. Hamustra collected worlds to give you quests. Do you think it's easy, even for a constellation? They have to scour through destroyed worlds, then select apocalypses that match your level. It's hard work, really. I was struck by a fresh shock. I had never thought of it that way before. Zombie. Do you think the constellations go through all that trouble because they find hunters pretty? Or because they enjoy watching you suffer and die? Normally, constellations are much more powerful than ordinary hunters. If they wanted to kill you, a mere gesture would suffice. You're right. That makes sense. In some sense, constellations are devoted to you. Sure, they have various reasons for issuing quests, but their primary goal is the same. Bei Hurayong continued. Worship. Worship. If you serve a constellation, you'll understand. Completing their quests and receiving rewards, you start to feel like you're becoming a hero. Life becomes fun. You feel like you're not just yourself anymore, but someone else, someone meaningful in this world. Someone far superior to me, a constellation, is creating events just for me and acknowledging my existence. It's an addictive drug, the thrill of an RPG. I see. I had never blindly followed the path laid out by constellations, so my perspective was fundamentally different from the hunters who had surrounded me in the wilderness. That's why the bond between constellations and their followers is immense. Followers naturally worship the constellations that recognize and reward them. They adore and love them. This worship is the purest form of faith, and constellations sustain their existence on this adoration. Just then, kaboom! My glass on the table shook, the ground trembled, and other tables around us toppled trays and plates. I reflexively looked towards the direction of the explosion. Chapter 290. Abandoned Disciples 1. Kwang. As the explosion was heard, the patrons of the tavern were flustered. What is it? What's happening? Damn it. It's starting again. The customers neither evacuated nor hid under the tables. They simply grabbed the glasses and snacks on the table with both hands, worried they might spill. Here, on the 50th floor, an explosion was just a part of everyday life. Mic test. Mic test. Amidst the chaos in the tavern, a voice echoed from the sky. Along with the others, I looked towards the source of the voice. We would like to apologize for all the noise from the Magic Tower. Magic Tower. That place, along with this open-air tavern, was a familiar sight on the 50th floor. When I had tried to catch the Constellation Killer before, the witches of the Magic Tower had participated. Their headquarters, the Magic Tower, consisted of 5 spires, towering into the sky, like the fingers of a giant of the earth reaching for the sky. The force that has ruled this 50th floor for over 1,000 years, was that it? I glanced at Bei Hurayong. Isn't this place a bit of a nemesis for you?
No.
I don't have any particular feelings towards them, Bei Hurayong claimed nonchalantly. It's just that they unilaterally hate me. Really. In fact, I'm rather aggrieved. But didn't you say you demolished one of the original 6 towers? How is that an aggrieved person's action? Now look, those kids are gloomy, right? Always cooped up in the tower, doing research. The place almost reeks of mold. I punched a hole in the tower to suggest they get some air once in a while. Thinking about it, I should be thanked. I even remodeled it for free. The richest guys on the 50th floor have no decency. TSK. Seems more like you just lack morals. The voice from the Magic Tower continued to echo grandly across the city. People drinking in the open air, merchants at their stalls, vagrants playing dice in broad daylight. Everyone paused their daily lives and looked up blankly at the 5 towers. I am the spokesperson of the Magic Tower. Well, it's not much of a story. Today, some terrorists who don't know their place tried to mess with us, so I have to make this announcement. The explosion that just rang in your ears was the work of those terrorists. Hey, drag them here. No, not there. SSH. Right. There. Yes. At that moment, voices other than the spokespersons sharply cut through. The Magic Tower is imprisoning our comrades. We are the disciples of Hamustra. I hesitated for a moment. Disciples of Hamustra? We are all officially recognized librarians. The Magic Tower is illegally oppressing and imprisoning us. Everyone, if we don't all rise up together now, someday you too will end up like us. Okay, that's enough. Phew. The sigh of the spokesperson was heard. Anyway, these masterless folks only have loud voices. Alright, has everyone grasped the situation? This disturbance was entirely caused by losers abandoned by their constellations. Please be aware of that. Shut up. We have not been abandoned by Lord Hamustra. Do you know the difference between the strong and the weak? The strong only need to be quiet when they want to be, but the weak have to be quiet even when they don't want to. Quajik. A strange bursting sound erupted from beyond the sky. Ugh? Yes, as you can see, these guys are weak. It would be fortunate if they were only weak, but they even tried to break our Magic Tower security system because they are also foolish. As a result, well, I have one of their teeth in my hand now. You get the picture, right? I advise everyone not to mess with the Magic Tower. The surroundings buzzed with activity. Oh? Are you challenging me? Listen, when I say shut up, it doesn't just mean your mouth. It means your eyes too. Quagic, TSSSS, key. An ominous sound continued to rise into the murky sky. With each twist of the sound, gasps and groans were intertwined with someone's screams. The moans broke into 7 parts and scattered across the sky above the 50th floor. Silence descended upon the open-air tavern. The hunters, each wary of the other, tried to ignore the screams coming from the sky. They all recognized it as a kind of public execution. Only the tavern owner grumbled, "Tach, it's ruining business," as he wiped the bar. Mic test once more. I ask everyone, if you happen to walk by and see former disciples of Hamustra, please report it. These guys are quite nasty, you know? There might even be a small reward, so think of it as cooperating with the city's security on a national level. Sai, this is also annoying. Anyway, you got it all, right? Right now, I have 8 teeth in my hand incisors, canines, premolars. These could belong to your friend or even you. Wish you all the best. The voice abruptly stopped. The sky, as always, was wrapped in silence. However, the people of the 50th floor city seemed to find the silence in the sky burdensome. About 10 seconds passed before the usual hustle and bustle of everyday life slowly returned. Those bastards, catching more rat-like disciples again. Poor librarians. But where did Hamustra disappear to? It's obvious, isn't it? The Constellation Killer must have killed him. But because of that one guy, so many are suffering. It was a conversation I couldn't help but be interested in. I turned towards the table next to me. "Excuse me, I have a question if you don't mind." "What is it?" An elderly hunter furrowed his brows. He was a hunter with curly hair and an eye patch over his left eye. Not just her, but all the hunters at the table, regardless of gender, had curly hair and wore eye patches. Overwhelmed by their striking appearance, I momentarily lost my words. I stuttered, trying to ask as politely as possible. "No, it's just that. I haven't been up to date with the 50th floor's affairs lately. It's been, what, 3 months? I just got here after 3 months. What exactly is going on with the Magic Tower?" You haven't heard that Hamustra has disappeared?" The curly-haired hunters stared at me intently. It was quite intimidating. "I think I've heard something like that." "Oh dear. There's a widespread rumor that the Constellation Killer killed him." It seemed that the curly-haired hunters group was desperate for someone to listen to their chatter. They enthusiastically discussed amongst themselves while tearing into a peculiarly shaped bread snack. It's been a while since the corner librarian's faith was completely cut off. Hamustra was always indifferent to his disciples, so even if you talked to him, he wouldn't respond, but now it feels like he doesn't exist at all. Here. This friend used to be a disciple of Hamustra. Curly Hair A nudged Curly Hair B in the ribs. Curly Hair B grimaced and mumbled something while chewing on a piece of bread, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. "Quiet. I'm not one anymore. Hee. Hamustra's disciples might not have been many, but they were fiercely loyal. And then he just disappeared suddenly? I can understand why the librarians are in despair." I sensed an ominous premonition. Had Hamustra lost his power as a constellation, and because of that, something significant, something I hadn't anticipated and hadn't been aware of until now, occurred? That was the corner librarian originally popular? No, not particularly. Curly Hair A asserted confidently. The corner librarian is just too unfriendly to hunters. Why, other constellations give small quests one by one, leading naturally to the final quest, right? Yes. Is that so? I've never worshipped a constellation, so I wouldn't know. But Curly Hair A didn't seem to realize that I wasn't a follower of any constellation. He spoke as if it was the most natural thing. But the corner librarian is different. He just throws a goal like, save this world from destruction, at you and leaves the rest up to you. TSK. It's irresponsibility to the point of driving people crazy. No rewards during quests.
No hints.
Even if a hunter is in danger, most constellations give a chance or two. But not him. He just lets you die mercilessly. You can say it's high freedom, but on the flip side, it's just a constellation neglecting its disciples. How can it be popular? That's what I liked about Lord Hamustra, his strictness. Curly Hair B, who had been quietly eating snacks, spoke up. Ordinary constellations just give quests and that's it. Lord Hamustra, he gave us a world to shine in. Understand? He prepared everything and then didn't interfere with the players at all. How amazing is that? See, there's a fanatic for you, chuckled. But now it's over. As I said, the response has completely disappeared. These disciples are really ignorant. If their master is dead, they should just pick another constellation and start serving it, but Hamustra's disciples are so loyal they won't switch faiths. Instead, they band together trying to survive. Do you think those spider-like people from the Magic Tower will leave them alone? Of course not. They'll capture these masterless hunters and enslave them. Shut up. Lord Hamustra isn't dead. He's just gone into hiding to escape the Constellation Killer's pursuit. Whoa, scary. Should I shut up because you said so? Didn't the Magic Tower folks say the strong don't have to? I've been a hunter serving the lone seeker of truth for over 20 years. I'm about to become an apostle. And you? Aren't you just a loser who lost your beloved master and switched faiths? You bastard. Excuse me. I cautiously interjected between the arguing hunters. What if Hamustra wasn't killed by the Constellation Killer? Huh? What? The hunters looked at me as if I was speaking nonsense. Their eyes filled with condescension, seeing me as a naive beginner. I couldn't reveal the truth to these people, so I cautiously continued. What I mean is there's no confirmed reason for Hamustra's disappearance, right? Maybe it wasn't the Constellation Killer. Or maybe, just maybe he might not even be dead. Not dead? Curly Hair A asked mockingly. The aura of the constellation is completely gone. Disciples call out, but there's no response. And if he's not dead, what? Did he run away from home? Maybe he descended to become human. What, descended? Human? A laughed out loud. B, who had been arguing with A, also looked incredulous. In fact, all the curly-haired hunters who were watching our conversation chuckled. Ha! This guy is definitely a newbie. Descended? I've never heard such a thing in my life. Listen, young man. Constellations are constellations, and humans are humans. Especially Hamustra, a renowned constellation among constellations. Dying is one thing, but where did you hear such an absurd urban legend? But it's true. Hamustra really became human and is working part-time at a cafe. He's even popular with the customers, receiving lots of tips. Of course, it's possible that someone other than the Constellation Killer killed Hamustra. Maybe another constellation, but that's unlikely. No one has ever claimed to have killed Hamustra. Such a feat would be remarkable. Who would hide it? Hunters wouldn't miss a chance to boast about themselves. And constellations have no reason to hide it either. It must be the Constellation Killer, that madman. I asked one last question. Really, what if it wasn't the Constellation Killer? What then? That's when it happened. Curly Hair B's eyes flashed dangerously. We'd have to catch and kill that bastard. Bang! Unable to contain his anger, B slammed his fist on the table. How dare someone other than the Constellation Killer harm our celestial librarian, our precious master? I'd throw him to the void monsters after cutting off his tongue. The villain. I'd tear him limb from limb, impale him from head to toe. B's eyes, a former disciple of Hamustra, blazed with fury. It was a terrifying killing intent. The other hunters joined in, agreeing vehemently. Hamustra fanatics are formidable. Their love for their master is genuine. TSK. You may not know, but if there were a real culprit, all the disciples of Hamustra in the universe, hunters from every stage would swarm to kill them. The extermination squad would easily number in the thousands. It's only because the Constellation Killer is a universal-level lunatic that everyone keeps quiet. If it's someone other than the Constellation Killer, oh boy, that would be real chaos. I don't even want to think about it. There would be a bloodbath. All hunters except B laughed heartily, as if they had heard an amusing joke. Of course, I didn't find it funny at all. Zombie, do you understand now? Everything I said was the absolute truth, without a single lie. Bei Hurayong chuckled at me, who was sweating profusely. You really are the boss of evil, you crazy cult leader Lich. Yeah. At least I know there's one thing I need to resolve on the 50th floor. Chapter 291. Abandoned Disciples. 2. Disciples? There were some. Hamustra spoke from the other side of the communicator. Sounds of exertion, Yucha intermittently came through, probably from moving boxes in the CAF. There were disciples? I leaned closer to the communicator. You have disciples, don't you? Isn't it a bit negligent of you? Oh, that's a bit harsh. Hamustra responded in a nonchalant tone. Lord, I never asked them to become my disciples. They volunteered themselves. They called themselves librarians and claimed to be my hands and feet. But frankly, they were bothersome. There was a clear sense of annoyance in Hamustra's tone, as if dealing with flies that kept buzzing around the dining table no matter how much you swat them away. His attitude was entirely different from how he dealt with me or the Constellation Killer. But is it really okay to use this precious one-time communicator for talking to me? As far as I know, this is one of the special tools crafted by Kwangyak Messenger. Of course, I'd be very happy if you think talking to me is worth it. But, no, it's not that. Let's get back to the main point. Not that, right, the disciples. Why bring them up suddenly? I explained the current situation, starting with actually, something happened. At first, Hamustra listened casually, but as the story progressed, his tone became more serious. The noise from the other side of the communicator had stopped. He must have paused his box-moving task to focus entirely on my story. Indeed, even I feel a bit pricked by conscience. Certainly, I didn't care about the librarians at all, not even a speck or a shell, when I descended with you. His statement would make any disciple cry. It's really bothering me too. It feels like I've inadvertently harmed innocent people by dragging Hamustra into becoming human. As I said, the librarians chose to be my disciples of their own accord. If they abandon their faith in me now and turn to another constellation, there should be no problem. But it seems they have to bear the consequences of their own choices. Hamustra sighed as if resigned. Considering your personality, you won't just let this go. All right, it's embarrassing and shameful, but can I leave something I neglected to you? Of course. I nodded. I didn't contact you to blame you. It's about the disciples of Hamustra, after all. I just wanted your consent and permission. He'll handle it, so just add this to the list of things you owe me. Damn. It's a pity. If I were still a constellation, I would have sent a message saying, the favor of the corner librarian greatly increases. Right now, why is he regretting something like that? So, constellations enjoy sending messages. Forget the message. Is there any kind of token or something? Token? Sorry, I don't understand. What kind of token are you talking about? If I were to rescue the librarians trapped in the magic tower, something to show them that I'm on their side. Like a symbol of Hamustra. Passphrase, something like that. I see. Hamustra pondered. There's no convenient item like that, but there is one way that might work. What is it? Among the librarians trapped in the magic tower, there's likely a hunter I know, Hamustra said. His alias is the assistant writer. What kind of life must one lead to earn the alias, the assistant writer? I was burning with curiosity about this person's life and history, but the communicator I was using had a time limit. I reluctantly held back my questions. The assistant writer holds a unique reputation among the librarians who have given up climbing the tower on the 50th floor. He must be over 600 years old. If the spiders of the magic tower started capturing librarians, they wouldn't have left the assistant writer alone. Among the disciples, he was as revered as my own apostle. So, he's essentially the leader of Hermostra's disciples. I nodded in understanding. So, if I gain the trust of that hunter, that should do it. Exactly. The assistant writer has entered the revelation twice to undertake quests. I remember the ending of the first revelation he was in. That revelation was a solo quest only. The assistant writer entered. Meaning, Hermostra continued. Only I and the assistant writer know the whole story of that quest. It's a secret between the two of us. Scenes and dialogues that even the audience didn't get to see or hear. Now, I will tell you a line from that secret dialogue. A line that no one else in this world would know, except for Hermostra. I listened intently to the words Hermostra was about to impart. 3. The next day, I immediately set the plan into motion. The reason I spent the night was not arbitrary. It was to save at a save point. If I happened to die, I didn't want to regress to the first floor but rather to the 50th. All right, let's get moving. I stepped out onto the street. It had only been a night since the chase occurred. Even though not much time had passed, several things had already happened. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains encourages its disciples to undertake quests. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains emphasizes the danger of the evil heretic cult leader. First off, Mejos hadn't given up on me. Instead, he was desperately trying to catch me by increasing quest rewards. How cute. I smiled slightly. By now, Mejos' disciples must be frantically setting up a tracking network. Unfortunately for them, the more time passed, the more difficult it would become. The teachings of the demonic cult aren't called the Doctrine of Shadows for nothing. Mejos wasn't the only anxious constellation. The Lone Seeker of Truth recommends a single quest to you. The Eye Living in the Labyrinth recommends a single quest to you. The lotus reflected on the water is showing interest in your faith. The Incarnation of Love and Lust recommends a single quest to you. Almost all the influential constellations on the 50th floor had sent me messages. It seems they were intrigued by how easily I evaded Mejos' disciples yesterday. The power of a disciple directly affects the reputation of the corresponding constellation. Seeing my rise in stature, Bei Hurayong snickered. Zombie, you're quite the sought-after recruitment candidate. That's nice to hear, but what is a single quest? Well, as the name implies, it's short and simple. Quick task. Bei Hurayong explained. Constellations don't just brazenly ask someone to become their disciple. They consider compatibility, disposition, appropriate level, and so forth. Only after checking everything do they usually send a single quest. A single quest is like a trial run to see how well we mesh. But a constellation directly recommending a single quest means they are deeply interested in you. Well, no need to choose right away. You can even never choose, and it wouldn't matter. What should I do? While I pondered, Bei Hurayong brought up an old story. I never chose forever. Haha. Imagine how satisfying it was to ghost all those constellations that sent me single quests, right in front of their eyes. They treated me like a scoundrel afterward. But so what? If they wanted to recruit a noble like me, they should have sent a worthy steed. Greetings, constellations. I sincerely appreciate your quest recommendations. Upon hearing Bei Hurayong's words, I immediately decided on my attitude. I believe someone is secretly observing me right now. I'm a bit busy at the moment. I will carefully review all the single quests you've recommended and then respond politely. Hey, why are you doing that? I told you to ghost them. Bei Hurayong was puzzled by my proactive approach, but my attitude immediately elicited responses from the constellations. The Lone Seeker of Truth is satisfied with your answer. The Eye Living in the Labyrinth is surprised that you are more normal than expected. The lotus reflected on the water smiles at you. The Incarnation of Love and Lust increases the reward for the single quest. As expected. Thank you very much. I expressed my gratitude once again. You're a strange one. Kid, I told you constellations are all perverted lunatics. Why are you being so polite to them? Sword Emperor Nim, I've learned something from my time as a hunter. What's that? First, doing the exact opposite of what Yasuha does always scores me 100 points. Heard that one several times. I wonder how that brat is doing, but you said first, is there a second? Second, doing the exact opposite of what you do scores me at least 50 points. You little. Thank you for being my second role model. The constellations were certainly cautious about me. As soon as I showed a bit of courtesy and proved I wasn't a psycho or an old fogey, they shot me messages. The lone seeker of truth asks if you are truly planning to oppose the magic tower. Yes, I am. The eye living in the labyrinth expresses curiosity about your relationship with Hamustra. It's hard to say right now. I know who Hamustra is. They'll tell you more as we get to know each other better. The lotus reflected on the water asks if it's okay to continue observing you dealing with the magic tower. Yes, of course. When I need to do something alone, it'll let you know to look away, but until then, feel free to watch. The incarnation of love and lust is curious if the person you've been talking to by yourself is your imaginary lover. What? What the hell? Oh, sorry. I'm married. I have my own love. The chatter in my ears suddenly became loud and bustling. At least one of the constellations turned out to be an exceptional lunatic, but apart from that, they all eagerly discussed through me as their medium. Their attitude towards me had become much lighter compared to yesterday. The lone seeker of truth complains that the magic tower is blocking all quests on the 50th floor. Among the chatter, there were some useful pieces of information. The eye living in the labyrinth confirms that this is indeed the case. The incarnation of love and lust regrets that due to the magic tower, many disciples can't progress beyond the 50th floor, even with long campaign quests. The lotus reflected on the water neither agrees nor disagrees. The lone seeker of truth advises that infiltrating the magic tower would be almost impossible for you. Indeed, it seemed the constellations weren't too fond of the magic tower. Come to think of it, Bei Hurayong once said that there is one constellation trapped beneath each of the magic tower's 5 spires. He mentioned that they bind the constellations alive and extract their energy. If that's true, it's no wonder the magic tower isn't on good terms with the constellations. I mulled over this as I approached the vicinity of the magic tower. Now zombie. There were ruins spread all around. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The remains of a giant made of stone and wood appeared as if they had collapsed and decayed after death. Moss and mushrooms thickly covered the grotesquely piled rocks. Occasionally, unidentified bugs scurried among the debris. Even the numerous hunters of the 50th floor avoided this place, making it rarely frequented by people. This is where the 6th spire of the magic tower originally stood. About 150 years ago, it was the remains of the old spire that the Sword Emperor himself had brought down in a frenzy. Entering the magic tower legitimately is a fool's errand. It's been known for its impenetrable security since old times. Even if you just watch the magic tower, you'll be detected in 23 seconds. Security must have gotten even tighter after I wreaked havoc. However, Bei Hurayong added, that's for the other 5 spires that I didn't destroy. Thud. I followed the direction Bei Hurayong indicated. No matter how perverted the magic tower folks are, they wouldn't bother securing an already collapsed tower, right? Navigating through the debris was challenging, but Bei Hurayong remembered everything precisely as if it had happened just recently, despite being over 100 years ago. Following Bei Hurayong's instructions, I cleared away large rocks. The lone seeker of truth is puzzled by your mysterious actions. I kept clearing away the debris, which seemed endless. Without rest, I wielded my aura and dug through the ground like a mole. The magic tower's spires are connected by secret passages. Soon I was below ground level. Ordinary hunters, of course, don't know this, and even the magic tower's spiders usually don't. Only the real higher-ups know about these passages. I deliberately didn't destroy them when I went on a rampage back then, thinking I'd use them again later. Regrettably, I died on the 99th floor before I could complete the grand plan. Bei Hurayong chuckled. How about that? Making a comeback thanks to you? Creak. I split the ground with my aura, revealing not solid earth but a loosely opened crevice. I focused my aura further to widen the gap enough for a person to fit through. Then we should take advantage of it. I readied my sword. Before crawling into the underground entrance, I carved 4 characters into the rock. Sword Emperor's Return. Until just 150 years ago, it signified the return of an absolute power who had conquered the tower. At that moment, messages flooded my mind. The lone seeker of truth is shocked by the characters you carved. The eye living in the labyrinth is surprised by the terrain unknown to it. The lotus reflected on the water probes your true intentions. Good. I gathered my aura. The underground passage was pitch dark, but it brightened up easily when I shone shiny on it. Zombie, even if you're a bit lacking, you're something like my disciple, right? Let's assume that for now. Then, having reached the 50th floor, you should at least destroy a tower like I did, right? What are you talking about? I smirked. I should destroy at least 2 to uphold the name of the demonic cult. And with that, I leaped into the underground passage. Chapter 292. Abandoned Disciples, 3. 4. The secret passage was dark and gloomy. Shine, Shiny. What are you doing not shining quickly? Shiny feels joy at hearing an order after a long time. Shiny feels a severe sense of self-loathing for feeling joy in such a situation. Since becoming a complete entity by integrating with all the sister swords, Shiny's emotions had become much richer. Yes, just like a cheese pizza topped with camembert, cheddar, and Gouda cheese. Shiny points out that you forgot Parmesan cheese. Shiny shone intensely as if craving a cheese pizza. Despite being abandoned for 150 years, the passage was fairly intact. There were parts where the rock walls had collapsed, blocking the way, but that was nothing a slash of aura couldn't handle. Don't even look to the northeast. Bei Hurayong occasionally gave advice. Even if you do look, make sure to break it off before 23 seconds. Their security system is active even underground. And don't release the aura gathered in your eyes. See that slightly differently colored stone floor? Never step on it. Okay, should I head this way then? Where not to look, where to go? Bei Hurayong knew it all perfectly. I managed to avoid every trap, which was set at an average interval of 12 seconds. Turn left at the first fork. This time, this way I guess. Just a hunch. The stronghold of the 50th floor's strongest power was nothing less than a quattro cheese pizza in front of me. Right? There's a monster trap ahead. Just go alongside it and wall run. Wow. Right again. Lucky me, really lucky. Somehow, I had a bad feeling about turning right at that fork. All the while, I kept muttering to myself. Of course, it wasn't because I was insane. Weren't you? Hey, what do you take me for? Well, for you. Contrary to Bei Hurayong's wicked imagination, it was to confuse the watching constellations. As if I was continuously overcoming obstacles due to sheer luck. As if I had a fortune or exploration skill that made avoiding traps so easy. I didn't stop babbling like that. The lone seeker of truth is at a loss for words at your pace of advancement. The thirsty noblewoman wants to smack you on the back. The eye living in the labyrinth is very suspicious of the skills you possess. Okay, even though there are some weird fellows, these constellations sure are taking the bait well. I swiftly traversed the secret passage. I could feel myself getting closer to the headquarters of the Mage Tower. As I walked, something similar to aura, but much stickier and dense like a toxic fog, became stronger. Stop! Abruptly, I halted at Bei Hurayong's command. This part is crucial. There was nothing visible on the passage floor illuminated by Shiny. But Bei Hurayong spoke seriously, as if there was a red starting line drawn. The mages of the Mage Tower, commonly known as spiders, all have biometric engravings on their bodies. These engravings serve as a sort of ID, allowing them to move freely. From this point onward, anyone without the spider's engraving is recognized as an outsider, and an alarm will be triggered. Somehow, it feels like recklessly walking from here on would be a big mistake. But that's also a detection magic. It takes time for the magic to actually activate. It seems like it's not an instant reactive trap, judging from a quick look. Bei Hurayong chuckled at my natural acting. -6 seconds. Bei Hurayong lifted his left hand and pointed ahead. You need to pass through in 6 seconds. In truth, I'm not sure if it's 6 or 7 seconds. Anyway, when I tried it in the past, Running through in 6 seconds didn't trigger the alarm. I turned my head. The passage stretched endlessly. It was a dark abyss, too deep for Shiny's light to fully illuminate. I casually picked up a stone. Filled with aura, I threw it with all my might like a baseball player. The stone flew straight ahead. Apart from the sound of the projectile piercing through the air, there was silence. Only after a while did a faint thud indicate that it had hit something. Even as an empty statement, the exit of the passage did not seem close. It's a bit far, isn't it? Bei Hurayong chuckled.
Que?
Do you now have a sense of how great I was back in the day? I was like a comet streaking across the sky. And my hair was red too. It fluttered like the tail of a comet. While listening to him, I looked around the passage. So, you crossed it in 6 seconds, right? Of course. Bei Hurayong shrugged his shoulders. Walking like I was taking a stroll, it took me 6 seconds. Good. This should be fun. Esteemed constellations, I may not be an expert in magic, but am good at sniffing out magic. It seems like the spiders here have set up some nasty traps. I sheathed Shiny and then started stretching, focusing on my thighs and calves to loosen up. You all showed interest in me just arriving on the 50th floor. So, I want to give you the opportunity to judge what kind of person I am. The lone seeker of truth feels intrigued by your words. The eye living in the labyrinth knows what lies ahead but remains silent. As I sheathed Shiny, darkness enveloped everything. The air was cold, and a strange, ominous magical power lingered like fog. The darkness seemed to wriggle like tangible tentacles. I finished my warm-up exercises and took a deep breath.
Im running.
Lightfoot. The Lightfoot technique I learned was a creation of my master, refined and improved from a technique originally passed down from the Kunlun sect.
Im running.
The secret wasn't just wrapping aura around the legs and feet. Beneath my feet, I formed aura into small spheres or like sponges. I don't directly step on the ground. I step on these clumps of aura under my feet, simultaneously applying force through my legs and detonating these tiny aura clumps. It's a continuous repetition of this process. Naturally, a slight mistake could cripple my legs. It's difficult enough to manipulate aura around the legs without damaging bones and muscles, let alone using the explosive power of aura as propulsion. Did you say 6 seconds? Facing Bei Hurayong's chest, I condensed the aura beneath my feet stronger than ever, like a child packing mud into balls. Layer by layer, I wrapped the aura around these small nuggets, creating springs, ready to explode at any moment. They'll show you a 5-second cut. And then I burst forward. Perhaps, shot forward would be more accurate to describe the speed. Oh, 1 second. In the midst of the vast darkness, I heard Bei Hurayong's whistle. I grinned and focused solely on creating and stepping on aura springs. The reactions of others, aside from Bei Hurayong, were more intense. The lone seeker of truth is astonished by your aura manipulation. 2 seconds. The wind grazing my cheeks was sharp. I wrapped my entire body in aura. A sticky curtain of magic like a spider web tried to block my charge. Of course, I tore through it as I advanced. The eye living in the labyrinth is certain that you're no beginner. 3 seconds had passed, but the end of the passage was still not in sight. However, the intensity of the web-like magical power grew stronger. My form was clearly getting closer to the mage tower, and at a very fast pace. For seconds, I ran even faster. I compressed the aura springs under my feet stronger, more fiercely. I began to feel the sensation of straining my body beyond its limits. But it didn't matter. 5 seconds. Finally, my senses detected a solid rock wall blocking the path. A dead end. The end of the secret passage. The entrance was revealed. If I slowed down now, I would just barely make the 6-second cut and smoothly stop in front of the entrance. Not yet, but I just kept running. 5 seconds. At that moment, crash. My body collided with the dark barrier. It was less a collision and more like I just demolished the wall. Even though I had covered my entire body with aura, the impact was inevitable and I rolled on the ground. Ouch! Rumble. The barrier I had broken through crumbled, and bricks fell apart. Amidst the rising dust, I slowly got up while massaging my thighs. There was no alarm signaling an intruder.
Dire constellation.
It seems I've successfully passed through the secret passage. My thighs are just I pushed myself a bit too hard. The I living in the labyrinth is at a loss for words. The lone seeker of truth starts to feel sorry for the Mage Tower, which has you as an enemy. The constellation's bewilderment was clear in their messages. The incarnation of love and lust realizes you are crazy and is delighted. The incarnation of love and lust actively recommends not just a short quest but an epic campaign for you. The incarnation of love and lust is ready to promise you an enormous quest reward, ignoring that guy who's been like that since a while ago. So, Sword Emperor Nim, don't you think there is an insurmountable wall, an absolute barrier that divides the extraordinary and the genius between 6 seconds and 5 seconds? In a way, I am a meteor surpassing a comet. A comet might seem weaker than a meteor in English, where the comet is comet and the meteor is meteor. And in most RPGs, meteor is a higher level magic than comet, so this also reflects the general perception of the world. I was just about to tease Bei Hurayong when I turned my head. Snap. I accidentally made eye contact with someone whose identity I couldn't discern. Perhaps the person in front of me seemed to be cleaning this underground area. Looking around, I realized that the end of the secret passage was actually a sewer. The smell of cheese past its prime wafted from various places. It was clear that this place was neglected, and thus whoever had to clean such a place was definitely not of high rank, nor a child of someone with high rank, nor even a friend of a high-ranked official's child. In short, they were surely at the very bottom of the hierarchy. The young magician, who looked like a low-ranking one, was holding a broom, his eyes wide with terror. He wiggled his toes as if to move. He was barefoot, but didn't make a move. Rather, he couldn't. He was completely frozen in fear. Intruder, intruder, there's an intruder. Hello. I grabbed the boy's shoulder, chin up, with a gentlemanly, soft smile on my face. Nice to meet you. Hick. The boy clammed up. The belated realization was, from the boy's perspective, I was a man who had just broken through a massive wall with his bare body. Moreover, I was completely fine except for feeling a bit stiff. I might have been covered in dust from head to toe, but a man looking less than human, smiling softly, was probably not very effective in forming a favorable impression. Right now, I'm a bit lost. Still, I always tried to be kind to anyone. With a beaming smile and as gently as I could, I spoke to the boy. I'm not quite sure where I am. Could you perhaps guide me? Gu guide? This place, it's the Mage Tower. The second division of the Mage Tower. Surely, this place isn't the Mage Tower, right? Like, even if one simply loses their way and ends up here, they're automatically treated as an intruder, and there's a need to quickly eliminate the intruder. And since the intruder doesn't want to die, they have to secretly kill any witnesses they encounter. It's not that kind of terrifying Mage Tower. Is it? Eek? The boy dropped his broom.
No.
This isn't the Mage Tower. It's not. Mage Tower? I don't know where that is. Please. I didn't see anything. Ah, good. That's a relief. I nodded in genuine satisfaction. I wanted the other person to know I was satisfied, so I gave him another smile. The boy finally seemed relieved, swallowing hard with a gulp. Now he must have realized that I was harmless. I'm looking for the followers of Hamustra. I have some business with them, sorry, but since this place isn't the Mage Tower but just a confusing location, could you guide me? The followers of Hamustra, they are strictly managed.
Yomi.
Ah, squeeze. People should help each other out, right? I patted the boy's shoulder a bit more heartily. You can guide me, can't you? Yes, The boy trembled. Tears welled up in his eyes. Surprisingly, most of the human body is made up of water, which sometimes gets expelled through the eyes. I'll guide you, just please spare my life. Ah, see? There's still kindness in the world. I patted the boy on the back. Thank you, nameless spider. They'll surely repay you later. Of course, if I safely escape this place, wherever it is. Let's work together to escape safely. Yes.
I am Kim Gong-ya.
And you are magician? What's your name? Cha, Karamu is my name Hua. For some reason, the boy shed even more tears. I was satisfied that things were going better than expected and belatedly realized I had been in the middle of boasting to Bei Hurayong. Alright.
Anyway, Sword Emperor Nim.
I was 1 second faster than you. 1 second accumulates to 10 seconds, 10 seconds to a year, and a year to 100 years, so it's fair to say I'm 100 years ahead of you, right? In other words, the demonic cult's Lightfoot technique is the best. Dash. Do you admit it? Mr. 6 seconds. Huh? Humbly acknowledge that you're 100 years behind me who made a 5-second cut. Mr. 6 seconds. For some reason, Bei Hurayong had a look of utter disdain. Yeah, no wonder Venomous Snake is your rival. Huh? No, just go ahead and be the best. Good. Everything is perfect. Now, let's go save people in a righteous manner. Chapter 293. Return of the Sword Emperor 1. He was overwhelmingly dominant, too much to be considered a hunter like themselves. Hey, losers? Sometimes you need to get some air to stay alive. Staying cooped up in a room all day like you lot isn't good for anyone. He was too repulsive to even be considered a fellow human. Here, take this as a favor. I'll remodel for you today, for free. Haha. The elder of the Mage Tower clenched her teeth. She had many subordinates under her. So far, 6 constellations had knelt before them, and 6 worlds had submitted to their rule. The 50th floor had long been their territory. But why? Why can't you catch that one gorilla? Because I'm a damn strong gorilla. The elder was furious. A curse involuntarily slipped from her lips. If he had been a warrior of some decency, she might have been able to accept defeat. Even if not respected, had he been decent enough to be worthy of respect, she would have willingly handed over the throne of the 50th floor to him. I won't give it up. But she couldn't admit defeat to such a brute.
No, Ibon.
Sword Emperor. You bastard. Rather kill us. Okay, let's do this. From now on, for every time you call me a bastard, one of your towers will fall. Deal? What kind of nonsense? The Sword Emperor swung his sword carelessly. All the hunters fighting on the 50th floor realized something. Even if the Sword Emperor was a bastard, what came out of his mouth wasn't just nonsense. A spire that had stood proudly for over 1,000 years was cleanly sliced off. Aha! The elder went insane.
No.
Stop it. My research. My experimental materials. No, the constellations. At least stop the one sealed underground. And that bastard. Are you okay? If you call me a bastard one more time, another tower goes, you know? Bird. Damn. Bird. Oh, right. The universe is vast, so somewhere there might be a species of bird called a damn bird. I'll acknowledge that. The elder felt like she was going to lose her mind. In fact, she had already lost it. If only she could punch that smug face, she would have been willing to lose all the research she had invested in for the past 200 years. An ancient tree, a monster, a demon. Despite the many nicknames she had, at this moment, she was nothing more than an ordinary lunatic. The Sword Emperor had the knack of turning those who confronted him into lunatics. I'll kill him, the elder swore. I'll definitely kill him. I'll leave the towers you destroyed as eternal evidence. And on the day you return to the 50th floor, damn bird, I'll capture you and imprison you in the ruins of that fallen tower. Forever. I'll stake your heart. That's why you guys never succeed. The Sword Emperor clicked his tongue and slung his sword over his shoulder. You should be thinking about chasing after me, not waiting for my return. What? I am the Sword Emperor, the #1 in the world of myriad swords, and the first righteous warrior to conquer the 100th floor in all creation. Then something astonishing happened. The hunters on the 50th floor, who were watching the showdown, felt something from the Sword Emperor's declaration. Perhaps they were too complacent in reality? Weren't hunters meant to climb the tower? Hunting beginners who had just arrived on the 50th floor, conquering the worlds of the beginners, and comfortably sucking the honey of life, wasn't that wrong? Yes. There was a profound reason why the Sword Emperor demolished the spire of the Mage Tower. The power dominating the 50th floor isn't an eternal victor. Anyone can become a traitor. The Sword Emperor took up his sword to teach us, the common people, his noble intentions. Oh, praise him. From now on, we are the followers of the Sword Emperor, disciples of the Sword Emperor sect. Let us all follow him. Excuse me, bird. Huh? What? It's just getting to the climax. Cut the crap and guide me. It was all a story from Bei Hurayang's past. 2. As I listened to Bei Hurayang's stories about the Mage Tower, more precisely, his own useless tales of bravado, I made my way deep into the interior of the Mage Tower. Once I successfully infiltrated, the conquest turned out to be less difficult than I thought. That's because the external surveillance is excessively thorough. Bei Hurayang, seemingly in a good mood for being in a place related to his past, readily answered questions I hadn't even asked. There have been few cases of successful infiltration up to this point. Since there are hardly any intruders, there's rarely a chance to revisit internal security. Plus, right now, you're being guided by an insider. If the big spiders find out, they'll kill me. As Bei Hurayang said, the insider of the Mage Tower was faithfully guiding me. Was his name Karamu? The young magician trembled as he walked ahead, his long bangs obscuring his expression, but he seemed to be very fearful by nature. I've betrayed the Mage Tower if I get caught. No, I'll definitely get caught and have my belly skin peeled off while still alive. The big spiders will say they want to see how beautiful my mana is, chop off my duodenum, marinate it in a potion, and then grill it on a torture-hot plate. I'm scared. They'll definitely record my pitiful screams in harmony and play it back as an a cappella song while torturing me. Scared, scared, scared. Is this boy cooperating with me after imagining all that in such detail? Rather than being fearful, doesn't he have the courage of a fearless warrior who's lost his sense of fear? Please, stop for a moment. Just as I was slightly nauseated by my companion's unusual behavior, the young magician, hugging his staff, abruptly stopped. There are guards up ahead. Struggling with the weight of a staff taller than himself, the boy shivered. If we go further, they'll notice us. There are guards? Yes, yes. The young magician shrunk at my questioning. He nervously fiddled with a strand of his bangs. They're not very strong, but they're responsible for imprisoning and monitoring the followers of Hamustra. A spider with sensitive senses has been chosen as the jailer. And you can't just recklessly kill the jailer. If they lose their life, it will automatically trigger an alarm throughout the entire Mage Tower. Chem. Really? That's somewhat tricky. I touched my chin, pondering. The straightforward approach would be to approach and knock them out before they notice, but I wanted to avoid risky methods if possible. Seeing my contemplation, the young magician Karamu hesitated. There's a way. Oh? He'll go and distract the jailer. You must be a great master, right? While the jailer is busy with me, you can certainly finish the job. Oh? That's unexpectedly proactive for an insider who just latched onto me begging for his life. I tilted my head. If you really do that, it would make things much easier for me. Are you sure? It's not okay at all, hoo. But now my life is linked to yours. If you succeed, I live. If you fail, I die too. Even if he's just a lowly magician, he still is a magician, isn't he? He surrendered just a few minutes ago, but as soon as his fate was decided, he was quick to strategize. Pleased with my companion's proactivity, I continued to listen as the young magician kept muttering. If you fail, my intestines will be skewered and crisped over a fire fueled by dog feces that the Cerberuses have excreted. Sob. My duodenum will be skewered with yours in a way. You and I are already bound by the intestines. What kind of connection is that? It's extremely unpleasant. Besides, this boy is definitely not normal. Honestly, it's a bit scary. Then he'll go ahead first. The young magician walked, dragging his cloak behind him. The lone seeker of truth watches your infiltration with interest. The eye living in the labyrinth predicts that your companion will betray you. The incarnation of love and lust gives generous points to the boy with the bangs. After a few steps, the young magician turned a corner. Splash, splash. For a while, the sound of the boy's bare feet stepping into puddles echoed from beyond the corner. A little later, hey, Stop. What's that? A stranger's voice addressed the boy. Get any closer and he'll shoot. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. What? It's just a bug. I pressed myself against the corridor wall, eavesdropping on their conversation. The owner of the voice seemed to relax their guard upon recognizing the young magician, displaying an unmistakably condescending attitude. What's a bug doing here? Huh? I was cleaning the sewers and lost my mop. I just, maybe, do you have a spare rag I could borrow? A rag, you say? Haha. The voice chuckled. There's a rag right there. Why yes. You're the rag. Look at your cloak. Just roll on the floor and wipe it. You're born to be a rag. If something like you loses something, why come all the way here to borrow it? Thump. A sound of a short beating echoed. Ow. Rag bug, bug rag. Fits you perfectly. Quite poetic for a bug. Hey, it's lucky for me. I was bored guarding the prisoners. I couldn't hit anyone. The big spiders strictly forbid any personal torture of prisoners. They enjoy it themselves while forbidding us. Thump, thump. Familiar sounds of beating continued from beyond the corner. Yikes, Sobi. Just thinking about guarding prisoners and not getting to vent. It's a waste of my precious time. I should be focusing on my research. I can clearly see those bastards in my group getting ahead. This is troublesome. You know?
I'm sorry. So sorry, Zop.
I'm sorry. Okay. His attention isn't just drawn. It's completely glued. I immediately darted around the corner. On my first step, I entered the corridor, and on my second, I passed the magician who seemed to be the jailer. Huh? The magician, noticing my form, uttered a dumbfounded sound. He looked not much older than Karamu. As I had guessed, the jailer was in the process of kicking Karamu, who had fallen, and was frozen in that posture. What the? On the third step, I was behind the jailer. Flick. I tapped the back of his head with my finger and poured aura into it. The jailer let out a groan and passed out. Thud. The jailer collapsed next to the young magician who had been beaten. The obstacle was resolved in an instant. The young magician, who had been crouching like a hamster, then looked up. Ah, well done. Thanks to you, it was easy to subdue him. I patted the young magician's head once. Then I searched the fallen jailer's pockets. Clink. A bunch of old keys came into my hand. From now on, I will take good care of your identity. Really? Of course. It's only right to take care of your own people. You betrayed the mage tower you've been with for life to join me, and even actively helped me like this. It's natural to ensure your safety. It'll help you settle down properly in this world. Really? Are you serious? Can you swear it to the constellation you believe in? I mean, of course I believe your words, but so to say, he's been deceived all his life. I smiled. I don't particularly worship any constellation, but there is someone important to me, yes. I swear on the name of the Ivantia ducal family. Just so you know, this is a serious oath. Okay? Ah. The young magician covered his face with both hands and sobbed. Thank you, invader, thank you. It's nothing. Feeling an inexplicable warmth, I turned around. Before me was a typical prison. The inside of the cell was dark and hard to see, but I could definitely sense the presence of prisoners. Among them must be the assistant writer Hamustra mentioned. All right, now that the jailer is unconscious, let's slowly release the followers. That's when it happened. Screech. A grating sound tore through the entire prison, the corridor, and possibly the entire mage tower. It was a noise that instinctively made one cringe. I reflexively raised my aura to protect my hearing, then looked around in confusion. An alarm? Is this an alarm? What's going on? And then I saw it. The young magician was plunging a dagger into the unconscious jailer. Hook. The young magician was covered in blood. The already unconscious jailer was undoubtedly dead without putting up any resistance. The magician, his hands smeared with blood, wiped his sweat-drenched bangs. I finally killed him. I was stunned. Excuse me. Yes? Invader? Why did you kill the jailer? What? The young magician blinked, seemingly not understanding my question. Well, because he deserved to die. He was 30 years younger than me, yet he was favored by the big spiders and acted so arrogantly. I've been cleaning sewers for 131 years, 10 months, and 21 days, and he's already working as a jailer then, sob, that's unforgivable. Oh, and he beat me up, he hit me a lot. He deserved a bit of death, it's just cause and effect, I suppose. That, I barely managed to speak. Didn't you tell me not to kill him earlier? You said that if the jailer's life was lost, an alarm would be triggered. So be careful. What? No? The young magician tilted his head. I said, you shouldn't kill the jailer. It was necessary for me to kill him, right? My intuition is always spot on. Whenever I felt like this guy is kind of crazy, he was definitely crazy. Not once has it ever been, hey, relax. He was actually normal. No, it's always been like this, and it will continue to be so, even in this moment. Insane. Why did I trust a human being? Did I believe in a bald chimpanzee because there was nothing else to trust? Oh, of course, the alarm did go off, but think of it as a small price for realizing a bit of justice in this world. Now the chances of you and me being skewered together have increased, but isn't it a cheap cost considering? Screech! Screech! The unpleasant alarm kept blaring. Bei Hurayang spoke to me, lost in my sage mode. I told you, there's nothing but crazies on the 50th floor, right? Why do you ignore the words of a heavenly senior like me and treat them like crap? Keep it up and you'll become crap too, zombie. You're the craziest of them all, you lunatic. Chapter 294. Return of the Sword Emperor, 2. But do you have time to scold me right now? Bei Hurayang chuckled. The alarm has been triggered. Any moment now, the spiders will swarm us, right? Damn it. Followers of Hamustra. I ran towards the prison with the bunch of keys in hand. If you are a follower of Hamustra, the corner librarian is the greatest constellation in the universe. If there's anyone like that, make even a small groan. You. Weak groans came from various places. My aura-enhanced hearing didn't miss even the slightest sounds. 12 spots in total. I was about to pass the keys around, searching for the right one. When? There's no time for this. I threw the keys on the floor and drew my holy sword, slashing through the iron bars. Clang! Although they were as tough as if enchanted, pouring my aura into the sword cut them like straws. Quick, anyone who still has the strength to get up. Ruarar! That's when it happened. A menacing roar echoed from afar. I couldn't tell what kind of monster it was, but one thing was certain. It wasn't roaring to herald the dawn. The eye living in the labyrinth finds your crisis amusing. The lone seeker of truth is curious to see how you will overcome this situation. The incarnation of love and lust is excited about the prospect of you being captured. This is maddening. Just follow me. Let's escape. I cut the restraints on the followers. Who are you? Some were too severely tortured to even stand. For them, I pressed their acupoints to circulate aura and poured potions into them. Drink this. Gulp, gulp.
Don't throw up.
It's really good for you. I handed each follower a bottle. These were special potions from the apothecary whose services had become exorbitantly expensive. The loyal apothecary had said, "For master, I will provide these at a special friend's price. Thanks to this, I could generously use them in situations like this." Oh, this taste is unbelievable. Such a small dose and yet so effective. The apothecary's skills were evidently effective even on the 50th floor. Indeed, my friend. She was quite a lunatic too. Come to think of it, isn't this Karamu kid somewhat similar to him? Would you be quiet? Most of the Hamustra followers had taken the potion. But most is not all. Wait, who are you to tell us to follow? The woman, who seemed to suit glasses and had a sharpness in her eyes, looked at me fiercely. Her disheveled hair from imprisonment added to her fierce look. I am on Hamustra's side too, I said. She frowned. I've never seen a librarian like you, until you explain what you're up to with helping us escape. There was no time to waste. Just focus for a moment. What? I accelerated my aura, extending my sense of time. On this elongated timeline, I carefully observed the surroundings. The Hamustra followers looked anxiously at the woman. They were not looking at a colleague or a subordinate, but clearly at a superior. They were eager to escape, but seemed unable to move without the woman's consent. Indeed, I quickly understood the reason. This woman is the assistant writer. Wasn't she almost treated like an apostle among the Hamustra followers? To lead the followers, I needed to gain her trust first. If she's an apostle-level figure to the constellations, she should understand telepathy. I spoke while maintaining the slowed timeline. The corner librarian has personally requested my assistance. Assistant writer. The words came out at a speed no ordinary person could imitate. To someone of lower stature, my sentence would sound like a single word, an incomprehensible buzz. Indeed, the assistant writer was astute enough to understand telepathy. She furrowed her brows. The librarian asked you to? Yes. To take care of his followers. He is currently in a situation where, I can't believe it, we are far from being the librarian's favorite characters. And he sent you to help us escape? It doesn't make sense. It would be a character-breaking and conveniently plot-driven action for the librarian to take. Favorite character ranking, character-breaking, convenient plot-driven development, what are these terms? It feels like the apostle of that constellation, but again, this is not the time for this. I anticipated this and obtained proof. Proof? The librarian said there's a phrase that only you and the librarian know, something you heard when you entered the apocalypse. I whispered into the assistant writer's ear. I am looking at your face right now. The assistant writer's eyes widened. Someday you will die too. When you close your eyes, if you remember my face, then the two of us will die looking at each other. It's the same. Looking at each other. The same. I will stop here for a while and wait until you close your eyes. Enough, no. I understand. I understand, so that's enough. The assistant writer made a difficult-to-describe expression. It's enough with just that. She seemed sad, angry, and surprised all at once. For a moment, the marks of a wound that everyone bears in life seemed to surface on her face. Yes, it's clear you were sent by the librarian. It's hard to shake off the feeling of lacking plausibility, but then again, I'm not the main character after all. The assistant writer shook her head bitterly. Then her eyes regained focus. She said, "They'll take care of the followers. What's the escape plan?" Well, originally I planned to sneak out, but in the stretched timeline, the alarm was still ringing with an eerie length. With this mess, let's just push through with force. Is that possible? The quicker this conversation ends, the more likely it is. Even though we're talking through telepathy, we don't have much time. So quickly. This man is truly sent by the librarian. The assistant writer shouted to the surrounding followers. Everyone, follow this man's instructions. Damn spiders. Let's escape. Yes. The followers answered robustly as if they were just waiting for that word. Roar. The monster also roared robustly, as if waiting for that very moment. Finally, the monster turned the corner and burst into the prison. As a result, the followers' spirited yes turned into a twisted yes. Towards the end. Oh, chimera. Haven't seen one in a while. The monster didn't waste time observing us. A trait of beasts always living in the reality of the present moment. And the present reality for this monster was to drool and charge towards us. That's a mutant bred from a manticore and a slime. Boom! Boom! The floor shook with each step of the monster. It had no eyes where they should be, replaced by a constant flow of sticky green fluid. Bei Hurayong clicked his tongue. These perverts. The same 100 years ago as now. They'll take the lead. Just follow me without question. I charged forward. Invader. That is. Karamu tried to say something while swallowing a groan, but I ignored him and rushed in. I roughly guessed what he was trying to say. It must be something like, it can't be killed without a special method. Monsters inhabiting the 50th floor are generally unique. In essence, to kill a half-cutter, you must split it exactly in half as its name implies, and to kill a screamer, you must overwhelm it with volume rather than with a slashing attack. The chimera in front of me was a monster from the Mage Tower. In other words, it was a creature from one of the most difficult dungeons on the 50th floor. It wouldn't simply die by being hacked at recklessly. So, I slid, slipping under the chimera's body. Before the chimera could react, I plunged the tip of my sword deep into its belly. If I obliterate it to the point where not even a speck of dust remains, that'll do it. The sword flashed. What seemed like a red lightning bolt shot up, and then, with a loud burst, the monster's belly exploded. No, it wasn't just the belly. The monster's entrails, body, spine, head, and even the slime oozing from its eye sockets, its entire body exploded in an instant. Eek! The young magician screamed. I had just used the holy sword like a syringe, furiously injecting aura into it. The monster exploded alive due to the overwhelming injection of aura beyond common sense. Phew! I expelled the aura. Not satisfied with merely blowing up the chimera's body, I burned all its skin and bones, including the last remnants of its flesh. Even the dust-like ashes that briefly floated in the air were incinerated. I had literally erased the monster's existence. Okay, I quickly stood up and looked back. Forget strategy, just obliterate them. Let's go. The young magician, the assistant writer, and the followers stared at me blankly. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Yes, right. Let's go. The assistant writer was the first to snap out of it. She grabbed and pulled the shoulders of other followers, occasionally kicking their butts to hurry them. The followers then joined in the sensible parade and started to flee with me. The lone seeker of truth is at a loss for words with your aura manipulation. The eye living in the labyrinth is surprised you are not tired and still in good shape. The incarnation of love and lust is already preparing an epic campaign just for you. Yeah. Thank you. But that's a story for later. That chimera was a creature specially beloved by the big spiders. The young magician panted as he followed behind me. Despite struggling to keep up, he made every effort to look at my face, seemingly shocked by what had just transpired. The chimera's heart, forming its core, was liquefied like slime constantly moving within its body. If you don't precisely stab it, it won't die. I see. My method was the right answer then. The young magician opened and closed his mouth before deciding to concentrate on running. Roarar. Grr. Grower. Monsters kept appearing in the corridor non-stop, as if springing from nowhere. If you don't want to die, move aside. You creatures. I swung my sword without slowing my pace. Pop. Crunch. Every monster my sword touched inflated like a balloon and exploded. Every 3 seconds, a fearsome monster appeared, but since I was dispatching one every second, the path ahead was clear. Hiya! For about 40 seconds, I exploded around 50 monsters. Then, I sensed something was off. I was tensely infiltrating, cautiously escaping, yet I felt no strain. Sure, the monsters were fearsome, but if I just blindly pumped aura into them until they burst, wasn't that enough? It's easier than I thought? The difficulty level wasn't as high as I had imagined. Perhaps, maybe, am I much stronger than I thought? Stop. I halted my steps. Huff. Huff huff. Envy dash. Invader. Just a little slower, please. The sound of my companions panting reached my ears from behind. It was strange. I hadn't used any lightness techniques. I merely enhanced my legs with aura to run, yet my companions were struggling to breathe. And they were all hunters who had reached the 50th floor. I looked up, still holding the holy sword. We were still underground in the Mage Tower, beneath the earth. Beyond that wall was the city of the 50th floor. Should I give it a try? I gripped the hilt of my sword tightly and activated a skill. I discard all memories of the hunters I met at the open-air tavern. Wuong. The holy sword was enveloped in red aura. Salvation of a torn goddess. A skill that trades memories for a burst of power. Unleashing the skill I inherited from Constellation Killer, I swung my sword towards the ceiling of the corridor. A single slash. A crimson storm surged. The sound of stone walls collapsing was drowned out by the roaring tempest. The followers screamed behind me. I swiftly deflected falling rocks from hitting the followers' heads and looked up. The eye living in the labyrinth is astonished. The ceiling had been cleanly pierced through. Through the gap in the ceiling, dark clouds were visible. The sky was always gloomy on the 50th floor, but even that dark sky seemed bright compared to the underground corridor's ceiling. It felt like looking up through a hole from the bottom of a well. It worked. The followers gaped at me in amazement. One by one, please. They'll lift you up. What are you waiting for? If the spiders catch up, it will be a headache. Let's form a line respectfully and sensibly. Invader. The young magician trembled and opened his lips. What are you really? I shrugged my shoulders and replied. The boss of evil. Chapter 295. Return of the Sword Emperor 3. You what exactly are you? A follower of Hamustra, the assistant writer asked directly. It's surprising enough that the corner librarian chose someone, but what about that immense aura just now? A skill? How did you learn such a skill? I'm just a newbie who arrived on the 50th floor yesterday.
Don lit.
Where on earth is there a newbie like you? Every company is looking for an experienced newbie like me. The assistant writer's face twisted like a sweet potato. I shrugged my shoulders. Let's get out of here first. I've been feeling uneasy since earlier. It seems like some annoying creatures are following us. All right. The assistant writer reluctantly swallowed her words. She wanted to probe further, but given the situation, she held back. The other companions also hurried their steps. Ruhar. Gruer. Through the hole I had made, monsters started pouring out of the escape route we had just crawled through. A full-fledged chase began. Eek! Run! Hurry! The companions screamed. They seemed unable to shout properly due to exhaustion from running. Perhaps their physical strength had significantly dropped from being imprisoned for so long. That's unfortunate. I clicked my tongue in pity. Come here. They'll help you. How are you going to survive in this harsh world with such stamina?
Yes.
I didn't wait for a response. Instead, I grabbed one of the followers by the nape. I lifted them up effortlessly. It wasn't difficult. Prolonged imprisonment takes various things away from people. Those who had lost their dignity over a long time weighed less. Well, what? Relax your muscles. Got it? If you tense up, you might get hurt. Keep your mouth shut. Don't bite your tongue. I put more strength into my right arm as I continued to run. Hop! And then I threw them. Literally. Like an Olympic shot put athlete. I threw the follower I had picked up with my right hand, wrapped in an aura shield, far ahead. The follower flew, slowly in the elongated time, and especially through the air, like a flamingo gracefully dancing over a zoo lake. The follower desperately flailed their arms and legs. But, as is often the case in life, there was nothing in the air to grab onto. There was only nitrogen and oxygen. Yeek! And one of the most innovative screams I had ever heard in my life also existed there. I clicked my tongue. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Whoosh! The follower flew gracefully and crash-landed. Some might call it a crash rather than a landing, but in the long run, there isn't much difference between the two. Next, let's go. Huh? I grabbed another follower by the nape. It was easy. The followers, dumbfounded, were looking up at the sky, losing themselves in the sight of their comrade flamenco dancing, and had no presence of mind to resist. It's dangerous, so keep your mouth shut. Huh? Yes? Shinanjage? Eek! Ayaha! The process repeated itself. I selected followers weakened by their imprisonment and threw them one by one. Then, I ran to where they had fallen and picked them up to throw again. Piel, please save us. This is all for your survival. Thanks to me, the followers, despite their lack of strength, were able to move quickly while sitting still. The monsters couldn't catch up with our speed and gradually fell behind. It was like a divinely inspired dribble. The lone seeker of truth is at a loss for words at your behavior. The eye living in the labyrinth realizes you are out of your mind. The incarnation of love and lust now finds you to their taste. These local broadcasts are noisy. Mic test. Mic test. How far did we run? Eventually, a familiar voice came from the direction of the Magic Tower. It was the spokesperson of the Magic Tower, the one who publicly tortured the followers of Hamustra just yesterday. What the hell? Who are you? The spokesperson was fuming. His voice came directly to me through telepathy, pinpointing me exactly. I was also ready to respond via telepathy. Are you deaf? I'm asking, what kind of crazy bastard are you? Good day to you. You must be busy. The weather is nice today. You really are crazy? Talking to himself. Do you even realize who you've messed with? Well, I'm not quite sure since you haven't introduced yourself. Don't you think self-introduction is an important manner in society? Where on earth did this lunatic come from? We are the Magic Tower. Magic Tower. 1,000-year magic. The force that dominates this great monopolized city on the 50th floor. So, the city is called the Monopolized City. Yes. Nice to meet you. Can't you just return those people right now? I'm sorry, but that might be a bit difficult. I saw your broadcast yesterday. It seemed a bit too much. Life is precious even if we live peacefully. So why bother the innocent followers of Hamustra? I felt sorry for them, so I'm helping them escape. My God. You really are a total lunatic. The spokesperson's voice was accompanied by the sound of something being furiously kicked. While appropriately provoking the other party, I continuously sought an escape route, intending to buy as much time as possible. We could easily escape by returning to our tower, but almost certainly they would catch our trail. I shook my head. The Magic Tower has been a dominant force in this city for over 1,000 years. Even if they take a beating, they will chase to the end for revenge. Of course, the Sword Saint and Black Dragon, which might be fully prepared to repel invasions from other worlds, but it's best to avoid unnecessary battles. Which constellation's lackey are you? I don't care which constellation it is. If I catch you, I'll grind you to dust. I don't serve any constellation. If I must say, I always carry my beloved in my heart. Oh, just catch that guy and finish him off. Anyone will do, please. That's when it happened. This way. The assistant writer, who had stuck close to me, spoke. While all the other followers had transformed into flamingos, she was the only one who managed to keep up with my pace using her own strength. It's dangerous to flee to whichever world you're from. Not everyone in that world can be as strong as you. I was just thinking the same thing. We have a secret hideout where our comrades are hiding. They'll guide you there. Normally, I shouldn't tell an outsider, but since you received a message from him, the assistant writer murmured. Gray, envelop us. At that moment, the voice of the tower echoed in my mind. A certain skill is affecting you. I tilted my head. I couldn't feel any effect from my senses. However, it seemed different for the observer, as the spokesperson of the Magic Tower immediately became enraged. Damn it! Assistant writer. How dare you resort to such crude tricks? The telepathy changed. Until just now, the telepathy had been hitting me directly, but now it seemed to be coming from the sky, no longer inside my head. I wondered what was happening. It's a skill that hides our aura. The assistant writer explained beside me. The Magic Tower identifies people by their aura to send telepathy. Aura is like a person's fingerprint now. For a while, even the constellations won't be able to communicate with us. Oh, indeed. The constellations, which had been noisily sending messages, suddenly fell silent. In short, the assistant writer had activated a kind of stealth technique. For a moment, I thought I saw something wrong, so I rubbed my eyes. Removing non-existent eye gunk, I focused again, enhancing my vision with aura, and clearly looked at something I had just seen. However, it can't hide physical aspects. Thank you, because you helped us escape this far. I was able to use the skill with peace of mind. It's amazing. Quite a convenient skill. In my opinion, what's really amazing is you. The assistant writer gave a bitter smile. This skill won't last long. Follow me, Mr. Protagonist of this story. It'll take you to our hideout. It'll kill you. The spokesperson's voice raged from behind. As crazy as you are, let's see if you can maintain your nerve once we catch you. Yes. They'll slowly tear your nails and shove them in your eyeballs. And Karamu. I saw everything you were involved in. Hic. The young mage who had been silently following us hiccuped. You'll see what happens to traitors, you know that very well. Ahaha. But you'll soon realize how foolish you were. Because you will set a new record for the worst punishment ever given to traitors. Ugh. Thud. A loud bang echoed. It sounded like the spokesperson had slammed his hand on a table. You will all receive the worst massacre. No, the worst eternal life. Absolutely. Certainly. For we successfully shook off the pursuit. Here. The place the assistant writer led us to was an underground cave. As you know, the 50th floor is eroded by void poison. The land itself emanates a powerful magic aura. The deeper underground we go, the stronger the noise becomes, so the spiders of the magic tower can't accurately track us. It's a natural fortress. As the assistant writer said, the secret hideout extended deep underground. There was no light. Is there only one entrance? I lit the tip of my finger with aura to use as a light. The followers cautiously descended the passage, using my light as a guide. No, there are several. I know 14 exits, and there are probably more than 23 times that which I don't know of. That's impressive. Well, it has to be so we can each escape separately in case of an invasion. Even the magic tower occasionally invaded this hideout, but the underground cavern was so vast, and there were so many entrances and exits, that it was practically impossible to completely eradicate them. There were gazes observing us from the dark depths of the cave. They're the librarians. Why have they returned? How did they come back?
SHH, Dondro attention.
These were shabbily dressed people. Some had set up living spaces in the corners of the cave, with miscellaneous living items scattered around. There were also dirty tents spread out to avoid the drips from the ceiling. As we walked down the cave passage, we encountered such people, with their belongings strewn about. This is a communal shelter. Realizing my curiosity, the assistant writer explained. A communal shelter? Yes. Not only librarians like us who serve the corner librarian, but almost all hunters who have lost their constellations live here. The toxicity makes it hard to live long, but it's better than being captured by the magic tower and subjected to human experiments. Indeed, now that I looked, I could see small shrines among the tents of the cave dwellers. Some had set up modest altars with small deity statues on them. In the outside world, we are called escapees. Well, although we are in similar situations, there's no sense of solidarity. We even hate each other. We served different constellations, each believing theirs to be the greatest. I can imagine. Is your world the same? Well, the world is all the same. This way, even though we have strict divisions based on the constellations we served, don't enter any other areas just in case. As I followed the guide and glanced around. Something odd caught my eye. However, my vision was normal. In one corner of the cave, there was another passage extending in a different direction from the one we were walking. What I had noticed something on both sides of the passage. It was a carving, resembling the 4 heavenly kings carved in the Sukaguram Grotto. ED note: the Sukaguram Grotto is a hermitage and part of the Bulguksa temple complex in Gyeongju, South Korea. It has carving as shown in below image and what Gongja comparing the scene in front of him. It was a statue with a face very familiar to me. The assistant writer, who was walking ahead, stopped and turned around. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that I am seeing something surreal in real time. What is it? The assistant writer also looked in the direction I was staring. She tilted her head in confusion after seeing something. Why? As if it was a very familiar part of her everyday scenery. It's just a normal Sword Emperor statue. I nearly fainted. Careful, Mr. Intruder. If the young mage behind me hadn't caught me, I would have fallen right over. Sword Emperor statue? Sword Emperor statue? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Why on earth is there a statue of the Sword Emperor carved here? I grabbed the assistant writer's shoulder and shook her. Couldn't help but shake her. She looked at me as if I was crazy and then brushed off my hands. Why? Well, because the Sword Emperor is also a constellation. Of course, there are people who serve the Sword Emperor. What? I don't understand why you are so surprised. The Sword constellation, commonly known as the Sword Emperor, is quite famous. 150 years ago, when he was still human, he once destroyed the magic tower. It said that he, like our librarian, didn't create followers. But there are always followers everywhere. The assistant writer frowned. Especially the followers of the Sword Emperor are often criticized as fools obsessed with martial arts. I've seen them a few times passing by, and I would advise you not to get involved with them. How should I put it? They seem to live in a different world. Creak. I slowly turned to look at Bei Hurayong. He looked at me with an expression of "What are you looking at now?" What? Explain this to me. Flip over your card. Card? What damn card? My card, you rotten brain zombie. The one you copied from Marcus Callenberry. I summoned the card. I flipped it over. Plus. Sword Constellation. Rank, A+. Effect. A being from another world. He cleared up to the 99th floor of a tower in another world but failed and died at the 100th floor. His resentment lingered, preventing his salvation and turning him into guardian ghost. He cannot physically interfere in this world, but he can meddle in the owner's mind. A ghost from another world. He cleared the 99th floor but failed the 100th floor and died. Seek his advice for his rich experience and astounding skills. Except for the owner, no one else can see Bei Hurayong. This skill was copied from the hunter Marcus Callenberry. Plus, what is this? Look at the card name, Mr. Zombie. I looked. Sword Constellation. Does that appear to your eyes? Or does it not? Then, am I a constellation or not? You brain-dead zombie. This is insane. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask? This insane double whammy. And I did tell you. When? Today, when you were infiltrating the magic tower. When I told you the secret passage to use. I told you the old story. Yes, the Sword Emperor had a deep purpose for destroying the spire of the magic tower. Even if they rule the 50th floor, they aren't eternal victors. Anyone can become a traitor. The Sword Emperor picked up his sword himself to teach us, the common people, this noble truth. Oh, praise him. From now on, we are followers of the Sword Emperor, disciples of the Sword Emperor sect. We shall all follow him, but you told me to stop talking nonsense and just guide you. I always speak the truth, you brain-dead zombie, but you always dismiss my true words as nonsense. Even now, realize that I am a respected elder with a righteous character. So, in this world, there really is a Sword Emperor sect, and there are followers who worship you. Really? Yeah. This world is insane. Chapter 296. He's a legend. 1. Witness A. First testimony. Teach the Sword Emperor? Yeah, famous. The magic boy, with his bangs half covering his face, stuttered. I personally witnessed the Sword Emperor shattering the 6th spire. It was incredible. With just a swing of his sword, the tower, heavily coated with all sorts of magic, just crumbled to pieces. It must have been the first and last time the elder got that angry. I was really pleased that all those despicable people in the 6th branch died, but as a result, my entire lineage was wiped out, blocking my path to success. In the end, after decades, I was stuck cleaning sewers for 131 years. Witness B. Second testimony. I don't know why you're asking this. The librarian, with an irritable look, sighed. The sword constellation, commonly known as the Sword Emperor, is so famous that it'd be strange if someone didn't know him. His fame was probably 10 times that of what Constellation Killer enjoys now. Anyway, he was the only one who went beyond the 99th floor. I honestly think he cleared the 100th floor. Huh? Why was such a psychopath famous? What are you talking about? Why have you been making such a disgusted face since earlier? Witness C. Third testimony. I never particularly wanted to become a constellation. The world's biggest troublemaker blabbered. I don't know when it started, but people began to worship me, and somehow I ended up becoming a constellation? Well, that's a story for later. Anyway, the conclusion is that I am an incredibly great guy. A true savior, zombie. Even if I just stay still, I am revered as a god. Since this testimony from the witness is utterly useless, it is classified as nonsense. This world is rotten. Really, why have you been acting like that since earlier? You two were personally chosen by the Tower Master. It makes sense you're a bit strange. Assistant writer muttered, watching me fall into despair in real time. This is the hideout of the Hamustra believers. A secret base reached after descending into an underground cave for quite a while. There were no decent buildings or furniture, just some mats spread on the cave floor and a few simple canned goods. But just being here seemed to reassure the believers, as they exclaimed, thank goodness, thanks to the Mr. Savior, we could return alive from that hell, and so on. Thank you so much. Our lives are all indebted to the Mr. Savior. Ahaha, don't mention it. Normally, I would have calmly accepted their gratitude. But now, a magnitude 5 earthquake was happening on my face. The Sword Emperor religion. The fact that such a religion existed in this universe had shocked and terrified me to the point of nearly losing my mind. Barely hanging onto my sanity, I spoke up. Then everyone should return to their own worlds now. The believers glanced at each other at my completely normal remark. Mr. Savior, the thing is,
I'm sorry.
but we have no world to return to, the assistant writer explained. The magic tower invaded and turned it into a colony. Long ago there were rebellions, but that's a story from hundreds of years ago. Now, there are only traders who collaborate with the magic tower to enjoy wealth and honor. Even if we wanted to return, there's no place to go back to. And we don't want to. I was somewhat surprised. A colony. I had anticipated it to some extent, but it was really possible for a tower to conquer another world's tower. That's why people like us can only stay on the 50th floor. The assistant writer leaned on his forehead and sighed. We can't flee to the lower floors. There are plenty waiting to capture us and offer us to the magic tower. Nor can we move to the higher floors. Why? Can't you just complete the quest and move on to the 51st floor? You really are a newbie who just arrived here. The assistant writer looked at me with eyes full of wonder. Really, you know nothing. Well, it could be that your acting skills are just extraordinary. Until a moment ago, I thought you were a hidden master who had come down to the 50th floor in disguise. What is she talking about? That intruder, sir. The magic boy spoke from beside me, his face troubled. And the words that came out of the boy's mouth far exceeded my expectations. There has been no hunter who cleared the 50th floor since 150 years ago. What? I mean, specifically, no hunter who isn't affiliated with the magic tower. To clear the 50th floor, you have to be associated with the magic tower or at least not be its enemy. Really? For 150 years? How is that possible? The magic tower, they are blocking the quest. The magic boy fidgeted with his staff, looking anxious. You must have had a person in charge for each of the stages you've been through so far. A responsible constellation, but beyond the 50th floor, there's no such helpful guide. You have to find a constellation yourself, win their favor, get recognized by them, and then complete their quest to pass. No, wait a minute. That's strange. I frowned. Then if the constellations just give out quests, that's it, right? As soon as I reached the 50th floor, I received countless whispers from the constellations, asking to join them in their quests. How can the magic tower monopolize the quests? The magic boy pulled his hood down further. It was almost forgotten amidst the dramatic betrayal, but the boy was also a member of the magic tower. Until just 2 hours ago. Those are just minor quests. The assistant writer answered instead of the magic boy. Kill someone. Help someone. Such quests can be issued anytime. And rewards can be given too. But to compose a quest worthy of the recognition of clearing the 50th floor, you can't bypass the magic tower. You look confused. But you're also the Hamustra's messenger, right? The assistant writer scratched her cheek. First of all, whether you like it or not, the magic tower is the power that rules this 50th floor. You know that, right? Yes. Roughly. Then it should make sense that it's difficult to create a quest that bypasses the mage tower to qualify for clearing the 50th floor, right? It's like a novel that spent 497 pages building up the final boss only to conclude in the last 3 pages with actually, you don't really need to defeat that boss yet. Yeah, you can just ignore it. That kind of novel would be trash, right? What an apt analogy for an apostle of Hamustra. So, even for the constellations to create a 50th floor conquest quest, they inevitably have to involve the Magic Tower. The assistant writer spread his fingers. First, get recognized by the Magic Tower. Serve the Magic Tower for a long time, or maintain consistent good relations to become a member of the Magic Tower, or an honorary member of the Magic Tower. Thus, earn achievements like, you have gained solid support from the force ruling this 50th floor. This is the current, regular route. Hunters who climb up this route consistently emerge, maybe 1 or 2 a year. Second, directly confront the Magic Tower and subdue it. This corresponds to the irregular route. And no hunter has managed to break through this irregular route for the last 150 years, that's what you mean. I said, understanding. The assistant writer nodded. Yep, it's not an easy task. The assistant writer snapped her fingers. Then, out of thin air, sheets of paper appeared with a rustling sound. Each page, emitting a faint light like fireflies, circled around the assistant writer. These pages are my skill. Rejected contest entries. It's not a name I came up with. Don't look at me like that. They'll pluck out your eyes. There she goes with her feisty personality. Anyway, I can peek into other people's failed quests with my rejected contest entries skill. And all these are traces of those who tried and failed to clear the 50th floor through that irregular route. Rustle. The torn pages fluttered as if they had wings. I grabbed and looked at one of the closest sheets. Plus, Liberation War of the Monopolized City. Constellation. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains. Difficulty, SSS. Mission objective, Warriors. The moment of uprising has finally come. For the past 20 years, the demons of the Magic Tower have oppressively ruled over the monopolized city. Said the Sword Emperor has vanished, but why would there be only one hero in this world? Now is the time for you to wield the sword. Rise up, fight back, topple all 5 fingers of the Magic Tower, rescue the constellations groaning under their grip, and walk proudly beyond the monopolized city. Result: failure. Reason for rejection: decisive defeat of the coalition forces. Most of the higher-ups of the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains slaughtered. Subsequently, the constellation publicly acknowledged the quest's failure. A humiliating ceasefire was agreed upon, not issuing any quests targeting the Magic Tower for the next 100 years. Plus, pluck, I caught another piece of paper. Plus, love saves the world. Constellation, the incarnation of love and lust. Difficulty, SSS. Mission objective: are you at peace, dear lovers? I am at peace. But not everyone in the monopolized city is. Drumroll. That person is the ruler of the Magic Tower, the Tower Master, the Elder. Surprise! It's said that the Elder hasn't opened their heart to anyone else in 1,000 years. Being human, wouldn't the Elder feel loneliness? Curious. I firmly believe that beneath that frozen wasteland, there must be a most beautiful flower blooming. Anyone is fine. Show the Elder the charm of love, the beauty of the world. It's an incredibly difficult task, but our wonderful lovers can do it. Right? Thumbs up. Result: failure. Reason for rejection: all followers of the incarnation of love and lust who approached the Elder of the Magic Tower were executed. Those who touched the Elder's shoulder had their fingers chopped off 230 times, and those who attempted a kiss had their lips split into 23 pieces. Subsequently, the constellation publicly acknowledged the quest's failure. Plus, I flipped through the torn papers. Serious, lighthearted. Each constellation's quests were written in different tones and tastes. However, one word was always included in each one: failure. Failure, failure, failure. The irregular route quests, actively undertaken until 100 years ago, began to decrease at some point. No, they rapidly diminished, eventually updating once every 10 years, then every 20 years. And then they vanished. The last irregular route quest was issued 31 years ago. The assistant writer snapped his fingers. Like a lie, the fluttering sheets in the air disappeared. We actively encouraged participation in quests, but even that's ineffective now. Since Hamustra disappeared, we've been too busy taking care of our own lives. Now this city, the 50th stage, is literally a place where time has stagnated. Why? I had to ask. Why would the Magic Tower do this? What benefit do they gain from such actions? A lot. The assistant writer replied immediately. By enforcing this regular route, they fill the floors beyond the 50th with their allied forces. This way, not the constellations, but the Magic Tower monopolizes the progression of the tower. And a perpetual monopoly brings enormous benefits. But, right, did she guess what I was about to say? The assistant writer nodded quietly in agreement with me. It's boring. Deathly boring. So dull. Tedious. Stale and stiflingly monotonous. Initially scoffing at the idea of a regular route, the assistant writer let out a sigh. Ever since the Magic Tower started ruling over the monopolized city, aside from the brief period of chaos brought by the Sword Emperor, there's been hardly any fun. That's why we, the librarians, resist the Magic Tower. The assistant writer smirked bitterly, looking around. Less than 10 believers were there, healing their bodies wounded from imprisonment. All of them looked ragged. On their faces, there was a sense of relief just to have survived. We, as I call it, is all that's left now. Is that so? I understand. I looked up. To others, it might seem like I was lamenting to the empty air, but in my eyes, Bei Hurayong was visible. Why you shattered the Magic Tower? It wasn't just for fun, causing havoc. Well, seeing that elder's face contort was pretty amusing. Bei Hurayong was lying long across the air, using it as his bed. I didn't expect that after I disappeared, not a single newcomer would defeat the Magic Tower. Well, I was a bit exceptionally strong. Why didn't you destroy everything instead of just one spire? That's obvious. I'm not a nanny spoon-feeding kids. Bei Hurayong spoke indifferently. If the Magic Tower are bastards, then what about those who can't defeat those bastards? And what about those who become dogs of those bastards, panting while breaking through the 50th floor? Hey, Kim Zombie, you might not feel it because you're doing well, but these guys are also hunters. Hunters who have made it up to the 50th floor. Strong ones. Their novice days ended long ago. They should be able to take care of themselves. By destroying one spire, I've already done my part. Indeed, that was such a Bei Hurayong-like thing to say, and I nodded in agreement. Perhaps Bei Hurayong and I weren't so different. Would you leave them to be responsible for themselves? Or would you help them stand up and take responsibility? It seemed that only our last attitude was what differentiated him from me. Assistant writer. Huh? I have a request. That one difference made me speak up. Please call at least one believer from each sect, including the Sword Emperor religion. I can do that, but why? I am a hunter. A hunter has things they must do. I knew what I wanted to do. I will ascend to the next stage. Chapter 297. He's a legend, too. 2. Followers began gathering in the cave's hideout. Assistant writer? You were alive? That's surprising. I heard there was a commotion at the Magic Tower yesterday. It was your doing. Huh? Followers serving different constellations were present. Among them were some who had lost their constellations long ago, and others who, though not yet lost, were branded by the Magic Tower and living in hiding. They were, so to speak, the non-mainstream of the 50th floor. I heard a decree of extermination has been issued by the Magic Tower. Wow, that's amazing. A woman wearing a hood tapped the assistant writer on the shoulder. How much did you have to annoy those spiders to get a decree of extermination?
Imgialos.
Hey, assistant writer. You should ditch a constellation like Hamustra and come to us. We'll treat you well. Not twisting your neck is the last courtesy I have as the person who invited you all. Be thankful for my sensible and elegant manners. I'd better be twice as thankful or I might lose my life. The followers noisily chatted and found places to sit as they pleased. Some found flat stalagmites to sit on, others lay down, and some spread their ragged cushions. At first glance, they seemed like a ragtag group. It was like a bustling market. However, my senses had been sharpening for a while. They are strong, these hunters. Well, they're all vagabonds chased by the magic tower. Hurayong crossed his arms. In other words, they haven't been caught by the magic tower yet. Either they're clever, extremely lucky, or just strong. If they have even one of those qualities, they're strong. Everyone here is at least on the level of the Crusader. I looked around. In our world, one of the top 10, maybe even top 5 powerhouses would be considered average here. As expected, the 50th floor is not to be underestimated. The hunters I had met in Monopolized City were not weak, but they lacked something. At best, they knew the basics of aura. Not bad. But the followers gathered before me now were different. There's also an uninvited guest hiding among us. I glanced towards the darker part of the cave. There was a hunter quietly observing us while concealing their presence. Truly, a lineup worthy of the 50th floor's reputation. First of all, thanks to everyone who gathered here today, even without money for food. The assistant writer stood up. She walked to the center of the gathering. The followers looked at her, some focusing, others pretending to be disinterested. There are people here I haven't seen in 10 years, and some I will never see again. Hey, writer lady. The woman who had tapped the assistant writer's shoulder raised her hand. She was chewing on something. Sorry to interrupt your warm welcome, but what is it? I've been feeling very uncomfortable since a while ago, and I'm probably not the only one. Don't get me wrong. It's not about not having chairs or cushions for us. We know you can't afford them. The woman turned her gaze with a smile, directly towards me. That guy. What's with him? My guts are churning right now. The rat tail I ate yesterday feels like it's coming back up my throat. Writer lady. Imagine being invited to a friend's house only to find they keep a penguin at home. And without even a metal cage. Can you swallow your food? Contrary to her words, the hunter's eyes weren't smiling. The noisy atmosphere quieted down. I realized it. The reason the followers weren't focusing on the assistant writer wasn't due to their rudeness. The hunters were actually paying attention to me. Just as I was surprised by their capabilities, they too had detected me. Right. I was just about to introduce you. The assistant writer sighed. Let me introduce him. This person is... Hello. Nice to meet you for the first time. I stood up from my seat. As soon as I moved, some followers reached for their waists, ready to draw their weapons at any moment. Couldn't be helped. We were strangers. To convey friendliness to the people as much as possible, I broadly smiled. My name is Kim Gongja. Thank you for comparing me to a penguin. I too was curious about the texture of penguin skin when I was younger. Kim Gongja? Hey, that's not an alias but your real name. You're not joking. Tell us your alias. Yes. My alias is Death King. The air in the cave tensed. It wasn't a metaphor. Several followers who had been conserving their energy suddenly raised their aura. Death King? The one whom Mayhos issued an extermination and pursuit decree against? The heretical leader who devoured numerous worlds and turned countless humans into undead. Assistant writer. Why did you invite such a lich to the meeting? It seems my broad smile had no effect. I was slightly disheartened but still kept a smile on my lips. Please calm down, everyone. I am not a lich. What? As long as you don't attack me, I won't attack you. I'm as safe and harmless as a penguin. Look at my smile. Do I look like a lich to you? Wait, are you saying you're not a heretical leader? The casual hunter asked with a sour expression. I answered as politely as possible. I do lead a small sect, but it's not heretical. Have you never used the dead as undead? The definition of undead is a bit tricky. I do have the ability to summon the dead, but I don't use them as zombies or vampires. In fact, many have found happiness thanks to my spirit summoning skill. Mayhos said you go around killing constellations. That's an exaggeration. Going around killing constellations, you say? I shook my head. I've only killed 1 or 2. This bastard is indeed that evil undead lich, no-life king overlord. What are you doing, everyone? Subdue him now. We're in danger. Why does it turn out like this even though I answered kindly? Hey, you're actually enjoying this, aren't you? Right? In being wrongfully accused. Please stop the slander and defamation. It's not that I'm intentionally enjoying it. It's just that I found an inexplicable joy in people screaming in terror, mistaking me for a fearsome villain. Ah! I loosened the holy sword at my waist, sheath and all. Startled, the followers who were wary of me flinched. While showing them I had no hostility, I slowly placed the sword sheath on the ground. I showed them my empty palms. Look, smiling broadly.
Idombit.
I know the warhorse of the Eternal Plains has declared me a public enemy. But really, Mejos doesn't see me as a lord of evil. He just wanted to use me for the moment. For all of you. For us? Mejos? The casual hunter asked back. He's like a loudmouth in the constellation world. How is he doing anything for us? I heard from the assistant writer. The current situation here is such that if you're not affiliated with the Magic Tower, you can't ascend to the 51st floor. But you all don't want to join the Magic Tower, nor do you have the power to break it.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean any harm. I'm just saying that the current situation might be frustrating from the constellation's perspective. Perhaps Mejos thought I could be some kind of breakthrough. Why did Mejos become hostile towards me as soon as I reached the 50th floor? Was it because I took away his apostle, Lady of Golden Silk? Was that the only reason he decided to fight? Could be, but if he really wanted to kill me, gathering a group of mediocre fighters for a surprise attack wasn't the right approach. He should have gathered only the real-deal hunters like the ones present here for the attack. Mejos wants to make me the evil boss. To replace the Magic Tower, that is. I said that with conviction. Indeed. The casual hunter closed her eyes. She hemmed and looked at me with narrowed eyes. Turn you into a new boss and then subdue you. Yeah, that makes sense. Like the Constellation Killer, basically making you a seasonal event boss. Yes, that's what I suspect. A chicken for a pheasant. If you don't have teeth, use your gums. The other followers murmured among themselves. Sounds of indeed flowed from here and there. They understood our conversation and each came to their own understanding. I quietly smiled and looked up at the cave ceiling. The warhorse of the Eternal Plains remains silent. Silence can sometimes be an affirmation. Okay, Death King. That's a very plausible observation. The casual hunter stood up. But why tell us this? It's hard to call it wise. It only gives us more reason to see you as an evil lich. She smirked, fiddling with the handle of her dagger. Of course, it would be easier to deal with you than to break down the Magic Tower, right? I was getting tired of playing the beggar on the 50th floor. I'm tempted to join Mejos' quest. A clear provocation. Of course, that's your choice. I laughed and spread my palms wide open. But really, will it be easier to kill me than to bring down the Magic Tower? What? If you're as skilled as you claim, you must have killed numerous enemies by now. You must be familiar with the dance of life and death. But everyone. I smiled amicably. Killing someone. Isn't it supposed to be a really difficult task? What are you trying to say? The simple. Mejos wouldn't consider me a substitute for the Magic Tower without any basis. Perhaps I am indeed as difficult to subdue as the Magic Tower itself. Just me, one person, could be equivalent to the entire Magic Tower. Do you really think you can catch someone like me? Everyone, including the casual hunter, gasped. I humbly smiled and scratched the back of my head. You haven't even caught the Constellation Killer yet. A provocation met with a provocation. That's the way I've learned. The casual hunter smirked. That's a good point. Let's see if you're really on the level of the Constellation Killer dash. No, stop it. Berserker. That's when it happened. Someone emerged from behind me. It was a man wrapped in bandages from head to toe. There was no sound of footsteps or breathing. Only his voice flowed out without any trace. The followers seemed surprised, noticing his presence only now. The casual hunter, who was about to draw her dagger, furrowed her brows. Paparazzo? What's this? How long have you been hiding like a cockroach? Before you all arrived, the bandaged hunter murmured. It seems my skills haven't rusted yet.
Implicit.
None of you detected me. Ha? Of course. Who could find you when you're seriously hiding? That man did. The bandaged hunter, Paparazzo, pointed at me. A glimpse of his hand showed, but from his fingernails to the back of his hand, it was all wrapped in bandages. He's been aware and cautious of me since earlier. I also got competitive. While you all were talking, I was constantly watching for an opening to strike at that man. I even felt the urge to really sever his neck if the opportunity arose. But even when he laid down his sword, I couldn't find a single opening. It means he's stronger than us. Clearly, the casual hunter, Berserker, gritted her teeth. You mean he's really at the level of the magic tower?
Ei, dont exagerat.
I don't know his exact level, but it's clear he's a cut above us. I don't have the hobby of risking my life against someone stronger than me. I believe you feel the same. Berserker gave me another piercing look. I could feel her eyes scanning me from head to toe, eyes filled with murderous intent, burning with competitiveness, and above all, suppressing her pride. Right? That's the kind of gaze I like. It's okay. I smiled broadly. I won't kill you. For some reason, Berserker clenched her fist at my reassurance. She exhaled deeply, huffing and puffing, then slowly withdrew her hand from the dagger. Oh, isn't she attacking? A bit disappointing. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of martial arts a 50th floor powerhouse would display. Bei Hurayong chuckled at my disappointment. You rascal, making a noisy entrance to your initiation. Thanks to one person's intrusion, we avoided an immediate crisis. However, the atmosphere in the cave did not change. In fact, it became even more tense. The followers, who had been relaxed until now, started to clearly guard against me after hearing the conversation between Berserker and Paparazzo. Many followers swallowed hard. This is awkward. I was trying to be as gentle as possible to avoid this atmosphere. I scratched my cheek. Not everything in life can be solved with words and smiles. It's important to think positively. Well, it's fortunate that it didn't end in a brawl. That's a good start. The reason I asked the assistant writer to invite you all is simple. It's difficult for me to bring down the magic tower alone. I could summon my forces, but that wouldn't mean much. It would just be the second coming of the Sword Emperor. What do you mean by that? Just showing a winning stance isn't enough. I clapped my hands. I'm more interested in all of you winning than just me winning. What? Assistant writer. I turned to the assistant writer. You said it yourself. You're not the protagonist of this story. The assistant writer remained silent. Again, silence can convey determination, and I understood various things from it. She wouldn't have said that just for self-deprecation. Her words carried that much weight. But why does it have to be that way? It's not just a message for the assistant writer. I looked around at the followers again and said, contact the forgotten constellations of this 50th floor, those whose power has weakened and might lose their position. You are followers of such constellations, so I believe you have the means to communicate. The followers looked at me suspiciously. Even though I hadn't done anything yet, I felt the terrible power of prejudice but still smiled brightly without being discouraged. Gather everyone's quests. I will unify them and help you all reach the 51st floor. The hall fell silent. Behind me, the assistant writer muttered softly, Hey, haven't you heard that your smile is suspicious? If you keep smiling like that and talking, anyone would think you're a heartless bastard, only interested in power, treating human lives like flies. That's a bit harsh. Raviel likes my smile, you know. Chapter 298. He's a legend. 3. The man had disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes. He looked at me with eyes devoid of any emotion. Nice to meet you. I am a body that has received the flag from the warhorse of the eternal plains. I am his apostle. The man said, Pleased to meet you. I am the Death King. I know. Normally, I would have no business meeting you. Never. but assistant writer, Berserker, and Paparazzo asked me to. The man with black hair looked around. In a deep underground cave, hunters who had listened to my request and summoned the Apostle of Mahos were standing at a distance. They glanced at us with expressions wondering if they had done the right thing by listening to me. It's rare for 3 people to ask for something at once. I like rare events. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Don't mention it. The Apostle of Mahos curved the corners of his mouth. I should be the one thanking you. After this conversation, I will capture you. For the first time in a long while, I will be able to pleasantly complete a quest bestowed by Mahos. So, why did you want to see me? I welcome surrender at any time. I smiled. To understand you all. For what? Understand? The short girl frowned. Her blonde hair tied in buns on either side of her head. They looked so warm to touch, even in the cold of winter, but there was no need to. The girl's voice was always filled with anger, as if it had an engine. She was the apostle of the incarnation of love and lust, Babbitt. Yes, I want to deeply understand the constellations you serve. You're funny. It's laughable to think a person can understand another person, let alone aim to understand a constellation. I wouldn't have come to this smelly cave if assistant writer hadn't asked. Just as the apostle of Babbitt was about to retort, she narrowed her eyebrows. She gestured with her hand as if to shoo away a mosquito, showing her annoyance. Ah, so noisy. Don't talk to me. I'll talk to him myself. It seemed Babbitt was continuously sending messages to the girl. Truly an apostle favored by the constellation. She acted with a familiarity toward the constellation that would be unimaginable for ordinary believers. Geez, really, why would Babbitt like someone like you? I will bring down the magic tower. But it's meaningless if I do it alone. I will collide with the magic tower, intertwining all your quests, all the constellations you serve. What are you talking about? To do that, first, I need to properly understand the nature of the constellations. I looked straight at the apostle of Babbitt. She was draped in a cloak like a noblewoman. She had laid her red cloak on the damp stalagmite to use as a cushion, creating a small territory of her own. As an apostle like you can have a much freer conversation with the constellation. Through you, I want to talk to the constellation. More vividly, more accurately, deeper. What does Babbitt like? What kind of quests does she prefer? I poured tea for the apostle. Beyond the red tea, like wine, the girl's expression was visible. What is Babbitt like to you as a constellation? 5. The believers of the warhorse of the eternal plains are a kind of army. The man said, An army? Yes. Ordinary believers are soldiers. An apostle like me is a general. We think only of the victory in battle and the spoils of war. To us, every battlefield is just a dungeon. The man sipped his tea. His eyes widened. Then he looked down at the teacup. Delicious. The man blinked and then returned to his expressionless state, looking at me. Where did I leave off? Right. Our quest is to clear the dungeon. Only when the magic tower is toppled and our flag is planted can the quest of us, the believers of Mahos, be considered complete. The man smiled faintly. Did you say you would gather the quests of various constellations and clear them all at once?
C'est impossible.
Death King, your plan is bold and courageous, but lacks practicality. Why do you think so? Because the constellations are too different from each other. The Apostle of Mahos replied with certainty. We must break the magic tower. However, the incarnation of love and lust, Babbitt, for example, would propose a completely different quest. And it would definitely be a quest that cannot coexist with ours. Meet with the Apostle of Babbitt. Then you'll understand what I'm saying. How impossible your plan is. 6. We need to target the elders of the magic tower. The Apostle of Babbitt spoke up. We, or rather Lord Babbitt, places utmost importance on the relationships among humans, disregarding everything else to the point of contempt. For us, clearing the 50th floor doesn't mean demolishing the lifeless magic tower structure. It's about winning over the heart of the leader of the magic tower, the mother of all spiders. The heart of the human called an elder is the real condition for clearing it. the girl asserted confidently. But that's impossible. Why is it impossible? The elders of the Magic Tower have never opened their hearts to anyone. The Apostle of Babbitt drank her tea. What? Damn, this is good. She vented her frustration before sighing. Our Lord Babbitt's power is pink romantic comedy. Don't look at me with those eyes. I didn't name it. They'll slap you. Anyway, when pink romantic comedy is deployed, it becomes easier to fall in love. They'll show you as a trial. The girl set down her teacup and brought her hands together, closing her eyes in prayer. Pink light flowed from her hands, covering the ground in a 5-meter radius in a circle. There were no other noticeable strange signs. However, when the girl opened her eyes again, her face was utterly serious. I'm ready in my heart. Do it. Huh? Do what? I don't know. Just try anything. Stand up or keep talking. Anything works. Once you do something, you'll immediately realize what kind of power this is. Then, I picked up the teapot. The girl's teacup was empty. Just as I was about to tilt the teapot to pour her a second cup. Oops! I stumbled. There was clearly nothing on the ground, no stone to trip over, but for some reason, I misstepped. I quickly tried to secure the teapot safely. However, then my foot tangled a second time. Like an acrobat who failed at tightrope walking, my body wobbled. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! Splash! I ended up falling over with the teapot, and the place I fell was none other than where the Apostle of Babbitt was sitting. I looked down at the Apostle in a daze. She stared back up at me. That's right. I had fallen over her, inadvertently assuming a push-up position. What sort of physics and mechanics were at play here? As you can see, unlike me, the Apostle of Babbitt showed no signs of panic. She acted as if it was natural, like when you knock over a cup and water spills. Under the influence of Lord Babbitt's power, whatever you do, however you struggle, people can't help but get closer to each other. Whether that's physical distance or psychological distance. Now that I think about it, I seem to have heard about it before. Probably shown by the heretic questioner. That's right. Babbitt is the constellation that turns everything into a love comedy event. For instance, even as you fell just now, you were mindful of the teapot until the very last moment. Thanks to that, I wasn't splashed with hot water. Instead, you ended up soaking yourself with the tea. Drip, drip. The red tea trickled down my face. My hair was completely wet. The droplets that slid down my chin fell perfectly next to the cheek of the Apostle of Babbitt. Now I know that you're a person who considers others. I didn't even want to know that. Got it? I had no intention of getting closer to you, but now we have, both physically and mentally. Wow. Yeah, that's how it is. Moreover, right now, in front of me, there's a man's face drenched in red tea. Statistically, a man's attractiveness increases fourfold when he's wet. There was such a statistic? Annoying. The Apostle of Babbitt, irritated, pushed me away. She stood up and dusted off her cloak. See? Now do you understand our constellation? Obsessed with love, that's all. No, it would be cute if it were just an obsession with love. But Lord Babbitt doesn't just like love. Hatred. Regret. Obsession. Possessiveness. Lord Babbitt loves all emotions people have towards others, especially the intense ones. And Lord Babbitt is certain that the person who must be cleared on this 50th floor is the Elder of the Magic Tower. The Apostle smiled. Think you can handle it? It was a mocking smile. It seemed less like she was mocking me and more like she was mocking herself, or even the situation itself. When a human lives for over 1,000 years, Death King, you can no longer say, I have lived for 1,000 years. You should say, I have been dying for 1,000 years. The Elder of the Magic Tower is a person who has been dying for that long. Whether it's affection, hatred, obsession, or regret, do you think you can extract even a hint of emotion from that person? Clink. The Apostle took out a gold coin from her pocket and placed it on a flat stalagmite. She then passed by me, dragging her cloak. It's for the tea. Keep it. Wait a moment, please. I grabbed her cloak. Grip. The weight of my hand pulled on the cloak. What? Even if it's impossible to obtain the elder's affection, it's possible to draw out hatred. You're mistaken. The hatred Lord Babbitt speaks of isn't just an extension of annoyance. The apostle flicked my hand off. The kind of hatred that equals the weight of love. A lifetime spent hating someone, cursing them, letting that hatred become a part of oneself, only that kind of emotion is recognized by Lord Babbitt. Do you have the confidence to draw out such hatred from someone who has lived for 1,000 years? Does anyone have a reason to be hated for 1,000 years for you? I nodded. I don't. See. But still, it can be drawn out. I stared intently into the apostle's eyes. Her irises were the same red as her cloak. A cloak is like a wall, an extra layer for those who don't feel safe with just skin and clothing. Her eyes were just like that, with double concentric circles sunk into her crimson pupils. I am under the tutelage of the person the elder of the magic tower hates the most in the world. Maybe others can't, but my master can extract the elder's emotions. No, he can drive the elder mad. The incarnation of love and lust is listening to your words. Please entrust your quest to me. Share it with me. Alone, it might be impossible, but using my master's name, anything becomes possible. Silence followed. The apostle of Babbitt slowly opened her lips. Who is your master? 7. Sword Emperor, I said. The consistently expressionless face of the apostle of Mayhos cracked. He froze, teacup in hand. It was only after the steam rising from the tea thinned out that the man with black hair could utter a short nasal sound. Ha! A man who died 150 years ago. You're talking nonsense. HW is a hunter who ascended to the 99th floor. A legend. Do you really think that person died without leaving any trace? Reincarnated as another human. Roaming as a ghost if needed. Or at least, leaving behind a legacy in the hopes that a successor would emerge one day to carry on his will. There are countless ways. I also have the means to prove that I am the successor of the Sword Emperor. I smiled.
Imagine.
If I am indeed the successor of the Sword Emperor, then provoking the Elder of the Magic Tower is possible. The Elder will show unprecedented anger towards me, revealing her emotions. I can solve the quest given by the incarnation of love and lust. But that's not all. The emotion the Elder will show towards me is hatred. A bottomless, abyss-like hatred. She will issue a decree to annihilate me and mobilize all the powers of the Magic Tower to wage war. If we win that war, it means that the quest given by the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains can also be achieved simultaneously. The man with black hair bowed his head, lost in thought. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains is listening to your words. Please entrust your quests to me, I said. I will show you the proof that I am the successor of the Sword Emperor shortly. The constellations will recognize it. What you need to consider now is whether my proposal is realistic or unrealistic, to make a sober judgment. To the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains, to the incarnation of love and lust, to the eye living in the labyrinth, to the lone seeker of truth, to the forgotten deities of lost faiths, to their proxies, I spoke to each one of them. I can bring down the Magic Tower, uniting the quests of all constellations into one. I named this operation as follows. Grand Campaign. The eye living in the labyrinth is listening to your words. The lone seeker of truth is listening to your words. The last sword in the wilderness is listening to your words. The bell that mourns the dead is listening to your words. I nodded. Announce that the successor of the Sword Emperor has returned to this land. Chapter 299. The Grand Campaign 1. On the day when the Sword Emperor appeared on the 50th floor, it is said that all the constellations adorning the sky at that time whispered to him. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains invites you to join. The ox that harvests ruins recommends a long campaign to you. The eye living in the labyrinth invites you to join. The incarnation of love and lust offers you an apostleship. The lotus reflected on the water invites you to join. The lone seeker of truth. From the most prestigious constellations to the minor levels of constellations. It was certain, under any constellation, this human would shine. The quests woven by the constellations, one by one, would surely lead the Sword Emperor to the most dramatic love, the most dramatic victory, and the most dramatic life in this world. It was evident in his eyes. The eyes of the Sword Emperor were clear. They were the eyes that would boldly accept the toxicity of any wound he received. Interesting. He did not think of himself as a body too precious to be wounded. Nor did he boast of being a body that need not suffer wounds. He simply always strived to become stronger. A monster-like pride lurked in this man's heart. But I shall refuse. Looking around at the starlight flocking to him, the Sword Emperor smirked. I will not choose anyone. I won't pick any constellation. I will climb to the 100th floor, see the view there before anyone else, keep it to myself, and then remain silent. I won't tell any of you anything. With his hair red as the sun, the Sword Emperor laughed. If you're curious about what's up there, stand up and follow me. Friendship is not about climbing a mountain together. Only those who have climbed the same mountain are entitled to share friendship. The Sword Emperor vanished into the distance, becoming a starlight himself. 99th floor. The place where he fell like a meteor was just one step away from reaching the top. People could not find his remains. It was impossible to ascend to the 99th floor. Even the Sword Emperor's followers, who arrogantly called themselves his devotees, couldn't get close. Was he really dead? Or was he still on the 99th floor? Perhaps. He reached the 100th floor and disappeared without a trace. The tower revealed nothing. Only rumors were rampant. There was someone who reached the next highest stage after the Sword Emperor. It was a magician, the only human who had set foot up to the 90th floor. But as soon as the Sword Emperor's presence disappeared, the magician turned away. Idiot. She was the elder of the magic tower. 2. There are many things I realized while climbing the tower, but if I were to choose the most practical realization, it would be this. It's hard to resolve everything in the world just with words. Damn it. Chong. With an unpleasant metallic sound, a spear flew. It was the spear held by the Apostle of Mahos, a man with black hair. I whirled my aura and sent the spear flying far away. Arg. You're strong. I flexed my shoulder muscles. There was a cramp. Nevertheless, the man tried to retrieve the spear by controlling his aura, but it was difficult to defeat me in a realm purely of aura against aura. My master, even while being consumed by the zombie virus, used the technique of empty space grasping to move her muscles, intestines, bones, and heart. I am her successor. The training I've undergone is different from others. Well, this duel is not the first time. I spoke leisurely. It's not flattery. You are truly strong. In our world, you would probably rank among the top 5. Audacious. I haven't even used Maha's powers yet. It's the same for me. I haven't yet called upon my family's army. I sheathed the holy sword. When I call upon my family, it becomes quite impressive. What? The sky turns upside down, and the earth is flipped over. Sounds like a lie, right? But it's true. If you knew who the shadow of my family is, you would probably collapse from a heart attack. It's the Constellation Killer. It might be a lie, but if it's true, why don't you call such a great army? They are guarding the house. I shrugged. What if someone from another world invades while I'm away? Those kids are guarding the house so I can wander around with peace of mind. They are all as strong as me. The Apostle of Mahos bit his lip tightly. You have passed the test. The pursuit and attack orders against you are lifted. The Warhorse of the Eternal Plains recognizes you as a temporary follower. From now on, you share the main quest with the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains. Okay. It seemed the Apostle was still not convinced of his defeat, but the constellation he served, Mahos, had cleanly accepted it. Mahos recognized me as a temporary follower and agreed for me to participate in his quests. This allowed me to directly participate in the quests undertaken by Mahos, even though I was not officially serving him. A rather unusual case. It was a special exception. What an unsightly sight. Hurry up and come out. Pushing aside the Apostle of Mahos, another hunter appeared. Greetings. I am one of the apostles of the Eye living in the labyrinth, known as Jester. The hunter, true to her name, was dressed as a jester. Her face was covered in red and white makeup. The heavy makeup hid all her expressions, making it hard to read her emotions. I heard that you intend to become a follower of all the constellations existing on the 50th floor. Temporary follower, though. Haha, how interesting. The jester's face, while claiming to find it amusing, looked incredibly unamused. Behind her, more than 10 hunters were waiting. All of them, regardless of whether their power was strong or weak, were apostles of a constellation. They had come to test me on behalf of their constellation. Since Mayhos has tested your strength, let me test your luck. Chuck. The jester brought out a table, and she overturned 13 cups on it. A labyrinth is ultimately about wandering in search of the right answer. The jester smiled. No matter how complicated the maze or how evil the traps in the dungeon, if you shorten it, it's just like these 13 cups. Now look, Death King. There's only one cup with candy that you can eat first. The jester tapped the cups lightly. Transparent glass. Inside each cup was a piece of candy that children would love. In other words, the other 12 cups contain candy that should not be eaten. Haha, exactly. You guessed it right. The jester smiled a pleased smile, the kind that makes only herself feel refreshed while others feel sour. All are extremely poisonous. They might look like ordinary glass cups, but they are sacred objects. A gift from the eye living in the labyrinth, who highly appreciated my clowning around. Ordinary aura can't penetrate it, and no skill can discern what's inside. Right? I know well. Now. Death King. Although it's just a trivial display of talent, join my little prank and you'll enjoy it. I immediately picked up the 4th cup and ate the candy inside it. The jester, who was eloquently spreading her grand speech, looked dumbfounded. Regardless, I chewed the candy expressionlessly and swallowed it. It's mint-flavored. I prefer yogurt-flavored candies, though. Do you know about yogurt candies? They are sweet with a slight milky taste, absolutely delicious. Sometimes they have them at barbecue restaurants. Those are really the best. Silence ensued. The jester slowly covered her cheeks with her hands. Her face looked utterly shocked. How can this be? Holy shit. Oh my God. How on earth? I let out a hollow laugh. Does this mean I've passed the test? I don't know. I can't understand. How can a mere jester like me judge someone born with such strong luck? It's terrifying, so terrifying. It's not over yet, is it? Hesitation. What do you mean? You said it yourself. Among these, there is a candy that can be eaten first. I cleared away the 6th cup. That means there's also a candy that should be eaten later. And without hesitation, I ate the candy inside the cup. Now I've eaten 2. How many are left? 1 left. Okay. I deliberately smiled broadly as I looked around at the remaining glass cups. It's harder than defeating the Apostle of Mayhos. I have experienced these tests before, not for the first time. Precisely speaking, it may be the first time for others, but for me, it's already been several times. Unnecessarily died 9 times. Today, I'm experiencing the same day for the 10th time. If it were a battle of skill, perhaps, but in a test purely based on luck like this, even I am helpless. The first few times, I died screaming after eating the extremely poisonous candy. Then, after correctly guessing the answer, I died an hour later. The candy that can be eaten first also contained poison, and if not followed by eating other specific candies in order, it would be fatal. Where could the tasty candy be? This one? Or this one? It's difficult. Both look delicious, which is a big problem. The jester, unaware that I had returned to the past, just looked at me blankly. How? It can't be detected by skills, nor aura. I picked up the 1st cup. This is it. This candy was begging me to eat it. It was shouting that it's truly harmless to humans. So noisy. I feel sorry, so I have to eat it. I unwrapped the candy and chewed it. The poison in the first candy was neutralized by the second, and the poison in the second was completely detoxified by the third. Originally, the jester would have watched me slowly succumb to the poison in agony, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Are you suffering? It must be painful. Now, quickly choose. Find your own answer, your own correct answer with your own hands." As she danced around, "Is it over now?" But now, having completed the mission in less than a minute, she just stood with her mouth agape. I smiled radiantly. People often tell me I have good luck. You have passed the test. The eye living in the labyrinth recognizes you as a temporary follower. From now on, you share the main quest with the eye living in the labyrinth. That's right. You have passed the test. The lone seeker of truth recognizes you as a temporary follower. From now on, you share the main quest with the lone seeker of truth. Bei Hurayong refused all the constellation's invitations. Steadfastly, nobly, but lonely, he climbed the tower alone. But he failed. You have passed the test. The last sword in the wilderness recognizes you as a temporary follower. From now on, you share the main quest with the last sword in the wilderness. Why he failed, I do not know. One thing is clear. Even a hunter as great as Bei Hurayong failed when he tried to climb the tower alone. That means it's not the path. It's just a dead end. I want to believe that Bei Hurayong didn't fail because he was weak or lacking, but rather because he chose the wrong method. No, I believe it. Therefore, you have passed the test. The bell that mourns the dead recognizes you as a temporary follower. From now on, you share the main quest with the bell that mourns the dead. I walk a path completely opposite to the one he chose. If Bei Hurayong walked the path of orthodoxy, then I walk the path of heresy. If Bei Hurayong climbed alone without forming any alliances, I build alliances. I gain favor with the residents of the tower. I unite the large guilds. I accept the love of a lover, the loyalty of a vassal, and create a family. I establish a clan. You have passed the test. You have passed the test. You have passed the test. Bei Hurayong served no constellations. Therefore, I will serve all constellations. Good. The evening sun had set. The apostles, once numbering over 10, had been defeated one by one, leaving only one in the queue. I admit, I know we underestimated you. The last remaining apostle wore a cloak redder than the sunset. The incarnation of love and lust. The apostle of Babbitt, a girl, looked at me seriously. You have proven your strength and that luck is with you. Even if it wasn't purely luck that you survived, you must have a skill that makes your success seem like a matter of fortune. The girl removed her cloak. The thick fur cloak fell to the ground, and she took out a bottle of water. But can you really understand love? Splash. The apostle of Babbitt poured water on her head. Dewdrops slid down her fresh blonde hair. The sunset was burning, and the light that set the sky ablaze sneaked into the droplets on the girl, quietly reddening her cheeks. You and I. Let's see who can make the other's heart flutter first. Babbitt's power unfolded, enveloping the surroundings in a pink hue. The girl, as if accustomed to it, now wore a sorrowful smile, as if her previous expressionlessness was a lie. Her eyes drooped, and her pride and arrogance disappeared from her lips. Come to me. The apostle's smile, her slow gestures, her gaze said it all. They'll say this in advance.
I'm sorry.
The sunset was falling just for her. You will come to like me. I shook my head. I have multiple identities, just like everyone else. I slowly approached the apostle of Babbitt, a leader of a sect, a head of a family, a director of a troop, someone's father, a friend of a race. Now I will add being a temporary follower of Mayhos, Babbitt, and others. As I climb the tower, more names will be attached to me. But I stood firmly in front of the girl. The apostle, drenched in water, looked up at me. My first and foremost identity will never change. I smiled. I am the man of the most beautiful person in this world. She don't have a heart, so I carefully crafted mine and offered it to her. Before being a hunter, I am a lover. And you have passed the test. The incarnation of love and lust recognizes you as a temporary follower. From now on, you share the main quest with the incarnation of love and lust. That day, I made contracts with numerous constellations. Chapter 300, The Grand Campaign 2. 3. The Magic Tower has officially started tracking us down. Thud. A bundle of papers was placed on the old table. It was moved by assistant writer. She sighed, wiping her forehead as she looked at me. The city has officially announced a decree for our extermination. A substantial reward for anyone who captures Hamastra's follower who escaped from prison. For anyone who captures or informs on the unidentified rogue who aided the escape, the reward is 28 times greater. It seems they found the mark you left at the entrance of the secret passage. That's good news. I skimmed through the documents. The papers were filled with information about the Magic Tower, especially about the head of the Magic Tower, the so-called Elder. I was anxious about when they would discover it. Surprisingly, their response was slow. Exactly what did you write there? Sword Emperor's return. I smiled. I only wrote those 3 characters. Nothing much. The assistant writer's mouth fell open. You're really insane. What is insane? Ms. Writer, is probably the average, the norm of this world. And this world is, on average, a complete mess. Being called insane, abnormal, means being the exact opposite of this mess. It might as well be called normal. Yeah. You madman. Strange. Why does nobody take my serious words seriously? Holding her forehead, the assistant writer sighed deeply, as though to drill a hole in the cave's floor. I admit you are impressive. You have gained the trust of the Hamastra and persuaded numerous other constellations. Perhaps you are the first in history to have simultaneous joining with double-digit constellations. Thank you for the compliment, but you shouldn't provoke the Magic Tower recklessly. The assistant writer said. The 2 syllables the Magic Tower hates the most in the universe. That's the Sword Emperor. The Elder of the Magic Tower considers herself to be the exact opposite of the Sword Emperor. In terms of the story, an arch-nemesis. A sworn enemy. I'm aware. I flicked my finger. SSRRK. Letters appeared before my eyes. Quest window. Although I had received quests dozens of times before, the hologram I was looking at now was different. It looked as if it was handwritten, with the characters shimmering and cute. Plus, great strategy. Shake the Elder's heart. Constellation. The incarnation of love and lust. Difficulty, SSS. Mission objective. Oh my. Someone claiming to be the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor has appeared. His alias is the Death King. A warrior who has just reached the 50th floor is causing a stir. Is he really the Sword Emperor's successor? Or maybe the Sword Emperor himself? Thump. If the Death King really has a connection with the Sword Emperor, oh my. The Elder of the Magic Tower won't sit still, because he is the one who has driven a stake into her icy heart. Dramatic. Will the Death King rekindle the most sinister spider's heart? If so, what rhythm will that heart's beating indicate? Love? Hatred? Or perhaps bittersweet love? Wink. Any rhythm is fine. What Babbitt expects from the Death King is just one thing. The sound of the Elder's heart tearing apart. Shatter the Elder's heart. To all followers serving Babbitt. Support the Death King with all your might. Prove yourselves worthy of stepping beyond the 50th floor. Currently participating in the quest as a temporary follower. Plus, I nodded. That's why I claimed to be the successor of the Sword Emperor. Right now, the Magic Tower must be treating me as a highly suspicious person. I casually placed the bundle of papers down. Before the last vote, the lady who walks the Mirage had informed us about the history of the Magic Tower and its members. However, there was no information about the Elder who rules the Magic Tower. When she was born, why she stopped at the 50th floor, and even why she blocked other hunters from ascending further was unknown. The situation was the same for the hunters residing on the 50th floor. No one knew about the Elder of the Magic Tower. The materials provided by Paparazzo contained plausible speculations and inferences, but no truth. I don't think they really believe the Sword Emperor has returned. Not yet. But there was one truth everyone knew. The Elder of the Magic Tower hates the Sword Emperor. Not yet, you say? Yes. Not yet. Therefore, to shake the elder's heart, one must aptly use the existence of the Sword Emperor. I have information known only to the Sword Emperor and the Elder. For example, let's say the words the Sword Emperor said to the Elder when he destroyed the spire. Releasing such information would make the Elder realize in an instant, this guy really is the successor of the Sword Emperor. I need to crush this guy as soon as possible. In the past, such an incident happened when I was with Constellation Killer. I used the words left by the Sword Emperor in the past, without missing a single detail. Upon hearing my words, the Elder of the Magic Tower immediately attacked us in a rage. Zombie. Just so you know, I also know a lot of other things that will piss her off. That's really reassuring. Right? Yes. Your integrity is so reassuring. In short, I have several trump cards to draw in the Elder. Perhaps only the Sword Saint and I, just the two of us in this world, know these cards. How do you have such information? The assistant writer looked at me with a skeptical gaze. Do you have a skill that reads people's pasts? Or, don't tell me, are you really the successor of the Sword Emperor? That's not important. What matters is that I have the means to provoke the Elder. And now we need to appropriately provoke her. I lightly touched the documents. Appropriately? What do you mean? Simply angering the Elder is not enough. The incarnation of love and lust very clearly, explicitly demands in the quest. Overturn the Elder from the roots. Therefore I narrowed my eyes. Step by step. Slowly. I will shake the Elder's heart. Could the Sword Emperor really have returned? No, that can't be. The evidence is insufficient. But what if he really has returned? We can't reveal that the Sword Emperor has returned in a flash. It's weak. The impact is weak. The truth, when discovered by oneself rather than handed down from the sky, causes a greater disturbance in a person's heart. Do you understand? Ms. Writer, we need to show the Elder directly at the optimal place, at the best moment, that the Sword Emperor has returned. For that, we need a script. The assistant writer spoke softly. She wore the same expression as me, the eyes of a schemer, the gleam seen in someone when they intend to draw another person in, to steal their heart. The same as Hamustra's eyes. What do you want from me? Now we're getting somewhere. First, spread rumors on the city streets. The Magic Tower hasn't officially acknowledged the return of the Sword Emperor. The Elder thinks some madman is impersonating the Sword Emperor to provoke us. But if the story, the rumor, that the Sword Emperor has returned, begins to spread publicly, it'll start to bother her. Even if she doesn't want it to. The assistant writer's eyes sparkled. All right, what's next? Hey Death King, what's going on? What's the matter? Berserker, you seem flustered. What do you mean, what's the matter? Right now, those Magic Tower folks are going crazy. Just yesterday they issued a decree to hunt us down and were waiting for info. But suddenly they formed search parties and are scouring the streets. 5. Merely spreading rumors that the Sword Emperor has returned won't affect the Elder's heart much. It would just be a mild annoyance. We need to go further. We must target the vulnerabilities in the Elder's heart. Go on. The assistant writer swiftly moved her quill pen. I'm writing it down now. Tell me all of your strategies. If anything seems off, I'll make the necessary adjustments. We will stir up the resentment and anger that has accumulated among the hunters on the 50th floor. I enjoyed the sound of the pen scratching on paper. The Sword Emperor is more than just a hunter. He's a symbol. The Elder, who blocks and seals the 50th floor, and the Sword Emperor who broke through and moved beyond the rumor of the Sword Emperor's return is, in itself, an attack on the Elder. We dislike the current situation where the Elder rules the 50th floor. We are tired of it. We want someone like the Sword Emperor. We want the Sword Emperor to return and shatter this nightmarish existence. Indeed. So, yes, I get what you mean. Vulnerability. The hand of the assistant writer moving the pen became even faster. It's like you're crafting the rumor to declare to the Elder. You are wrong, right? Exactly. The assistant writer did not look at me. Her eyes were fixed on the words her pen was scribbling. A hint of a smile from the assistant writer seeped onto the paper. Okay, the return of the Sword Emperor is just a pretext. A tool to incite and agitate hunters dissatisfied with the rule of the Magic Tower. Yes, I nodded. And at the same time, it's a blade targeting the Elder's heart. Look, Elder, I have died. I fell pathetically on the 99th floor. But why do hunters still remember me? Long dead. What makes them enthralled by me? Simple. I was right and you were wrong. The more the city buzzes with the rumor of the Sword Emperor, the more the resentment against the Magic Tower surfaces. You are alive, yet even in death, I am stronger than you. Even as a mere ghost, I am stronger than you are now. If the Elder thinks of the Sword Emperor as just an annoying guy, she won't react much. It's just a rumor. She'll think it will die down on its own. But if the Sword Emperor still occupies a place in the Elder's heart, if she truly detests him to the bone, she will definitely react. Excessively. More than necessary, irritably. How about that? How can you be so sure? Because that's what hatred is. Do you still want to kill me? The Elder will react vehemently. Definitely. 6. Those Magic Tower guys, they've lost their minds. They were always a bit unhinged. But this time it's excessive. Merely mentioning the Sword Emperor's name makes them want to lock everyone up. This is just madness. I mean, it's only a bunch of idle gossip in taverns. Why are they reacting so strongly? Something hit a nerve? At this rate, even those without a clue might start believing that the Sword Emperor really has returned. Even though it's a rumor we spread, this is strange. 7. I've learned something since I came to the 50th floor. What's that? From this stage onwards, we have to win with agitation and fabrication. The incarnation of love and lust issues a quest to its followers. Whether the Sword Emperor has really returned or not, whether the rumors are true or false, that's not important to ordinary hunters. The last sword in the wilderness issues a quest to its followers. They all serve the constellations. The lone seeker of truth issues a quest to its followers. The words of the constellations are the truth, and the contents written in the quest are the reality. If the quest window implies the return of the Sword Emperor, regardless of its truth, the hunters will act under the premise that the Sword Emperor has returned. The eye living in the labyrinth issues a quest to its followers. Just like when I was falsely accused of being an evil lich and hunted down. The warhorse of the Eternal Plains issues a quest to its followers. Spread the rumor in the city. When the Magic Tower aggressively suppresses the hunters, issue quests through the constellations. And make sure each quest hints at the return of the Sword Emperor. Could he really be the successor of the Sword Emperor? Recently, in the monopolized city, rumors are circulating that the Sword Emperor has returned. You might still remember in the past when he destroyed the Spire. Warriors, why is the Magic Tower oppressing you so violently? Perhaps he is the Sword Emperor himself. That will decide the overall trend. The tip of the assistant writer's pen abruptly stopped. She slowly lifted her head and our eyes met. I pulled a handkerchief from my pocket. The soft texture wrapped around my fingertips. A comforting sensation. It was a unique spell that calmed the mind. And then I said, an alliance opposing the Magic Tower will be formed.